broadcast. This meeting is being live streamed. Got it. Το τελείωσαμε. Cityjsconf live. Ναι. 1, 2. Μ' ακούς? Ναι. Έλα. Μα εμένα μ' ακούω, γιατί εγώ ακούω το πίσω, την επιστροφή. Μ' ακούω εμένα. Ναι. Ωραία. Πάει και αυτό. Ωραία. Τέλειο. Πού είναι τα παιδιά? Leave meeting. Ωραία. Γιατί λέτε δεν μπορώ να ανοίξω ένα άλλο. You have currently, that is currently in progress. Γιατί δεν μπορώ να έχω διάρρηση.
Ταυτόχρονα δεν μπορείς να έχεις. Δεν μπορείς από τον ίδιο υπολογιστή να έχεις δύο meeting ανοιχτά.
Όχι. Αλλά μπορώ να έχω με το account μου δύο...
Τι?
Δύο
meeting.
Ναι.
Όχι. Δεν μπορείς.
Hello.
Yeah, yes, I'm Yash. I'm MC from Cityjs India, and I will be joining remotely. So I'm trying to join the first onboarding call of Cityjs India, and it says the host has another meeting in progress.
Oh yeah, wait.
Can you like?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to do it now. Just give me 1 second. I will fix
Do I have to join another call, or like is it like this call only that I need to join the onboarding day one call?
No, just wait for a second and I will fix it. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Alright, bye. Κάτσε, αυτό έχω ξανακάνει και είχα δύο ταυτόχρονα. Μήπως μόνο πρέπει να κάνω upgrade το Zoom.
Δεν ξέρω τι έχει. Τι έχεις τέτοιο.
Κάτσε να δω.
Hey, you're muted.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
I'm quickly going to lock the door and come back.
Τι είναι αυτό που ξανακάνει. Κάτσε να αγοράσουμε ένα άλλο.
Περίμενε, τι σου ζητάει τέτοιο.
Μου λέει ότι δεν μπορώ να έχω άλλο. Απλά
Ωραία, ναι, τι σου ζητάει, σε άλλη άδεια μπορείς να το κάνεις.
Ναι, θα βάλω σε άλλη άδεια και θα αντικαταστήσω.
Ναι.
Κάτσε λίγο. Πες του. Γεια σας.
Έχει φύγει. Εδώ βλέπεις.
I'm gonna have to change the onboarding call with another account.
Okay.
Because it doesn't allow me to have two at the same time. So just 1 second.
Yep. Be sure to send me the link on the Slack and I will join it.
Yeah, I'll fix it in a second. Just a second. How far are we with the schedule? What time is it now there?
It is 8:21 a.m. and in 9 minutes, it is supposed to be the time for first talk. So it's just
Okay. I'm gonna text the guy that he's supposed to start. It's 8:19.
it's 8:21.
8:51.
21.
8:21 στην Ινδία.
Σε 9 λεπτά ξεκινάει.
Okay. Κάτσε να το φτιάξουμε γρήγορα αυτό.
Ο τύπος ποιος είναι που ξεκινάει?
There's another
Steve
Steve.
NG.
No, I will try to find him. Okay. Send. I'm gonna update the document in a second, so we can change the URL for the send. Okay. Okay. Skip plans and pricing and monthly. Okay. Buy now. Accounts. Okay. Onboarding call during UK. So, okay, invite link. My turn. People. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna replace now the link. Okay, that's done. Okay, let me join the other call now. Open Zoom. Okay. Sign out. I'm signing out from here. I'm gonna sign out with the other account. Google. Οπότε, if you have this open, I send it σε άλλα account. Ε,
Βασικό είναι ότι ο μιλητής μας δεν έχει μπει εδώ, σωστά. Εδώ δεν πρέπει να μπει.
ναι, δεν θα πει. Αλλά θα πει πρώτο στο άλλο, γιατί αυτό είχαμε πει πρώτο. 28.
Γιατί να μπει πρώτα στον άλλο και μετά εδώ.
Για να δούμε την κάμερά του, αλλά τέτοια είναι.
Μπορούμε να το δούμε και από εδώ. Τώρα δεν είναι. Ας μπει κατευθείαν εδώ, στείλτε ένα μήνυμα να μπει κατευθείαν εδώ.
Κάτσε να το βρω τώρα. Ο πρώτος μπορεί να μπει κατευθείαν εδώ, ναι. Οκ. Λοιπόν, κάτσε τώρα λίγο. Το άνοιξα το άλλο. The URL. Okay, κάτσε να το ψάξω. I'm gonna try to find the first speaker. Κάτσε λίγο να βρω το document. Document.
Yes.
Έχω πάρει ένα σωρό email. Steve NG join us on the live call.
Is my video okay, or like should I like?
It's okay, good. 1 second, let me send. It's okay. I sent it to Stephen G the link to join us directly here. Let me see. How are you today?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm doing great.
You excited?
Yeah. Yep.
So you also a speaker?
No, I'm not a speaker. I'm just the MC.
No, but I thought I've seen your Twitter profile. You're
Oh,
speaking.
yeah. In general, I'm a speaker.
Yeah.
I have done.
Great, man.
I thought like not. I thought you meant in Cityjs. No, I'm not a speaker in Cityjs. But yeah, apart
Next
from that,
time.
I do some
Next time.
talks. Okay, yeah, sure. Next time.
Where are you based right now?
I'm based in Lucknow, India.
Where's that?
It's in the northern part of India.
Okay, yeah, I only been to Bangalore. There's a question. Okay, Κάτσε να δω.
Δεν έχουμε κάποιον άλλο μελητή, ούτε κάποιον άλλο μελητή να βάλουμε στη θέση του.
Όχι, όχι, θα έρθει. Είναι στη Σιγκαπούρη, είναι πιο ξύπνιος. Είναι αποχωρικό, αλλά τώρα να δω πού είναι. Έχει γίνει λίγο... Για να δούμε πού είναι ο τύπος. Ναι, το βρήκα. Περιμένω λίγο. Can you join the live?
Δεν έχεις κάποιον από την ιδέα να τους ψάχνεις.
One second. I will send you the link. Λοιπόν. Okay, I've sent him the link to the Zoom call. So he can join. Oh, my back. Hello.
Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
I'm on the other call at the same time.
Μήπως το έβγαλε εμένα.
Μήπως...
Τι?
Πού είναι ο τύπος? Πού είναι εσύ?
Δεν έχει στείλει πλαίσιο.
Ποιος?
Για το Βόνας, το workshop, δεν έχουμε πλαίσιο να το βάλουμε μέσα.
Όχι.
Όχι.
Άμα είναι να της πω, γιατί είναι πιο αργά.
Τώρα είναι, τι είναι πιο αργά, μετά από αυτό είναι το κομμάτι του...
Μήπως τώρα θα είναι εξηγεί αυτή.
Τι είναι εξηγεί η κοπέλα. Γι' αυτό ήθελα να σκέτω μόνο την οθόνη.
Περίμενε. Μπορώ να στο φτιάξω εγώ την ώρα που θα παίζει. Θα σου φτιάξω, θα το μοντάρω.
Hello, Steve.
Hey everyone, Steve here. Hi everyone, could you guys hear me?
Welcome.
Hey everyone. Am I on time or am I late?
No, you're okay.
Can we see your camera?
Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment.
We're in Singapore.
Δεν έχει βγει live τώρα.
Hey everyone.
Hello,
Hey,
Steve.
Hello,
Okay.
hello. Is the session now or in 25 minutes?
It's now.
It's now. Okay. Okay, great. We jump straight into it.
Yes, please close your microphone and your camera so you won't go on the live. Not you, Steve.
Can I share my screen?
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Let's give it a go.
Okay. We'll count. I will count.
Oh,
Three.
before you continue, I can't share my screen. Is that normal?
You can't share your screen.
Yeah.
I cannot share my screen. Yeah, I cannot share my deck or screen.
So, okay, that's good. Yeah, now you can.
Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment.
I know.
Let me just check. Do a quick audio visual check. You guys could see? All good?
Yeah, give me a minute to see the output of the Zoom. Just leave it like this.
Should I be introducing Steve because I'm supposed to be MC?
Yeah, introduce him first. And then Γιάς is going to introduce, θα τον ανακοινώσει και μετά θα μιλήσει ο Steve.
Εντάξει, δεν θα φανεί πολύ καλό, αλλά οκ. Και την κάρτα τι θέλεις να κάνουμε? Θα βγάλουμε τις κάρτες πώς?
We will take out Γιάς to introduce Steve as the first speaker. And then Steve is going to come in. So basically, it's going to be just a quick switch on and off of the cameras.
Okay.
The introduction will come later, but one second.
Okay. Okay, close the share screen. Steve. Okay. Yes, open your camera and your microphone.
Yep,
it's already on.
Okay, so we have you in the front. Okay, are you ready? Ξεκινάμε.
Ναι, κάτσε να... Γιατί εγώ πρέπει να κάνω το tweet.
Ξεκινάμε.
Ναι, one
I'm ready.
1 minute.
Okay. We'll tell you.
I just need to set up the Twitter so I can announce you there as well. So, βγαίνουν αυτόματα αυτά. Okay, κάτσε ένα λεπτάκι, 1 minute.
Guys, just a quick one before I start. I just want to ask, what's my time limit? Is it 15 minutes?
You have like 30 minutes. So if you wanted to do more time, I think you have, because we put on a schedule 30 minutes. If
30
not,
minutes?
15 λεπτά έχει το schedule. 15 minutes.
It's 15. Yeah, it's 15. Because we said
Yep, no
15.
problem. I'll keep it. I'll keep it 15
don't worry.
minutes.
If you want
okay.
5 minutes more, it's no problem.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I'll keep it right on time so that you guys can have time back.
Ούτως ή άλλως έχουμε τις διαφημίσεις, δεν είναι που δεν είναι.
Κάτσε λίγο. Να πω το iPhone. Τι είναι το.
Να ξέρεις, έχουμε φτάσει 10 λεπτά.
Ναι, το εντάξει το κατέτο φαντάζομαι. Κάτσε να τη...
Δεν το κάνεις το tweet από το κινητό σου.
Εσύ κάτι έχει γίνει με αυτό το website που κάνουμε τα Twitter και έχει γαμηθεί όλη σελίδα.
Μπορεί να το κάνεις από το κινητό σου κατευθείαν τώρα.
Ναι, όχι, ξεκίνησε το, ναι. Θα το βρω κατά τη διάρκεια.
Ναι, οκ.
We can start.
Okay.
We can start.
Are you guys ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay. Start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Greetings, folks. I'm Yash, a front-end developer and one of the MCs for Cityjs India. I'm so excited to be emceeing for Cityjs India. So we are going to have a formal inaugural event at 10 a.m. Before that, we have some amazing sponsored talks. The first talk is by Steve.
Stop, we'll do it again. Someone share screen. Steve, don't share screen. When Yasa introduces you, then and I say to you go, then you open it up. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go again. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's going to be no countdown this time?
It's gonna be? No, it's not. It's not gonna be a problem. There's a delay between the Zoom and the feed, so that's why I stopped you. Okay.
Is there going to be a countdown? Are you going to do 3, 2, 1, or should I just start?
You just start.
Okay.
Whenever
Greetings,
you're
folks. Okay. Greetings, folks. I'm Yash. I'm a front-end developer at Coco and one of the MCs for Cityjs India. I'm so excited to be MCing for Cityjs India. So we are going to have a formal inaugural event at 10 a.m. But before that, we have some amazing sponsored talks. The first talk is by Steve. Steve is a customer solution engineer with 10 plus years of experience working in Asia Pacific. He has worked at VMware, TopTal, and he's currently working at New Relic. And Steve will be talking about Battle of Platforms, where he will be discussing about popular hosting platform for web apps in 2022. It's my privilege to hand over the stage to Steve. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Yash. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to session. My name is Steve. I'm actually based in Singapore. I'm the developer relations lead here in New Relic. So what do I do fundamentally? I actually manage the relationship between developers, engineers that uses our platform here in New Relic. So we are a full stack observability platform. We give engineers and also our customers visibility into the stack. But also I manage feedback, but also our engagement here with product engineering. Our goal is just to make sure that you guys make sure that you like our platform and really hope that we can actually make your app a bit better today. Again, thank you so much for joining the session. Today, I have a very good topic, which I think is going to be very interesting for all JavaScript developers that's attending this session today. So before we continue, let me just share my screen very quickly so that I can actually show you what we're going to cover here today. So first and foremost, today, the main topic of that we're going to cover today is called the Battle of the Platforms. I used to do a lot of performance engineering a long time ago, where back then we always have to do things on-prem, or the selections of technology that's available today, it's relatively limited. Especially what's going on with technology like cloud vendors such as AWS, GCP, and Azure, and many, many more, and also niche players that we mentioned today. Our choice is available. It's a lot. It's a great time for us to be an engineer. It's a great time for us to develop software. And today I'm going to talk about platforms that actually host your application, specifically more for web application today. So today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover some of the most common and widely debated vendors that's available to you on Heroku, Netlify, and Vercel for web apps. So let's move forward right here. So first and foremost, Heroku has been around for a really long time. You probably come across them either through tutorials, you come across them either through some form of guide, or probably the most notable one is Salesforce, because Heroku got acquired by Salesforce. Before really some of the proliferation of services that you see in different clouds, such as AWS, GCP, or Azure, or many, many cloud vendors, Heroku is probably the de facto, probably the most preferred platform that a lot of developers use to actually deploy their application on the platform they see right there. So Heroku, it's a platform as a service. What it really means is you don't really control the infrastructure, but you control accessibly from the platform about that right there. So that's actually what you do in Heroku. Within Heroku itself, probably the one that really made the name, especially for Heroku, is this concept called dynos. So dynos, what it really is the heart or the essence of the platform that what you see in Heroku. What it is actually a much more simplified version of isolated Linux containers environment where you actually need to run your code. In fact, this is something that a lot of developers do back then. And this is actually possible right here within the Heroku platform. So dynos will require some knowledge where you need to be mindful and actually configuring when you configure your Heroku, but especially for developers that's been deploying web apps in production for large scale environment, this is actually not hard for you. It's actually relatively easy for you to do that right there. So within dynos itself, one thing you need to be mindful, especially if you're coming more of a front-end web developer, you will need some Linux and backend administrative skill. Again, they're not that hard. Heroku actually made it very easy for you. So what you need to be mindful when you actually deploy Heroku is you need to specify packages as needed. Let's say I need this specific package, I need this specific version, I need this specific library. It's not that hard. Again, I would argue most developers need to do it. The only thing that's slightly maybe you need to be mindful is prop files. So prop files, another way, is just a bunch, it's like a script that you define your workflow, what you want to deploy, what you want to do, what you want to achieve. That's prop files, which again, it's relatively easy to pick up, but that's actually usually a prerequisite for you to actually deploy stuff into Heroku right there. Another one is, the good thing about Heroku is some basic infrastructure services or commonly used infrastructure services is available to you. Things like Postgres, SQL, Redis, those are basic infrastructure services that most people use nowadays. It's available to you as a managed service where you can tie directly to your web apps. So it's actually really extracting away the infrastructure services and operations that you need to do as a web developer right there. Now, one thing you need to be mindful is Heroku has been around for a long time. And also with that in mind, Heroku is really strong, especially for backend technologies, if you're familiar, if you need to use backend stack for your front-end application. But also Heroku is really strong with enterprise requirements, especially in your regulated industry, or you have certain apps that require a bit more enterprise features like security, auditing, a bit more control. Heroku is going to be much a preferred option for that because you have much more control because it is platform as a service. Although you don't touch the underlying infrastructure, but there's a lot of steps and deployment you need to go through, which is actually not bad. Again, Heroku kind of really figure it out. The flow is right, and there's a lot of good things you can deploy right there. However, it's always a trade-off that you need to be mindful. I always say that someone has to pay the bill. Someone has to pay their bill. Someone has to feed the family. Someone actually need to pay the bills, actually support the platform underneath it right there. So with enterprise features that you actually expect in Heroku, the price is slightly a bit higher compared to what I'm going to mention like Netlify and Vercel. Again, it's not that bad. You get what you pay. And because of that, one thing you need to be mindful, especially for web developers, if you're going to deploy into Heroku, there is a sleep time that you need to be mindful. Not a big deal. And what I personally think is fair, what they ask for, because it is free, but there is a sleep when you actually deploy application, especially on a free plan. When you revisit your application later on, there is the sleep time. It's not that long, but usually it's just 30 seconds. But if you're on a paid plan, you're going to be okay with that. So that's actually on Heroku right there. So what you can expect with Heroku is actually really popular with like Udemy, Coursera, a lot of tutorials. They all use Heroku because it's proven. We know how it works. If something goes wrong, a lot of lecturers, tutorials, they know what to do. And there's a lot of good articles out there that actually show you what you need to fix if something goes wrong. Onboarding is really easy. It's really not that hard to actually onboard a Heroku app. Again, as mentioned, Heroku has been a long time right here. They actually know what they're doing, and there's a lot of good technology stack that really segment. Let's say I want to do PHP, Node, or something else. Actually, very good step-by-step guide right there. Also, one thing I really like about Heroku, which I think is a good plus point on Heroku side, is there's a lot of good resources on performance within itself, because especially with developers as well as engineers, we're very good at creating things and deploying things. But when something goes wrong on the operational side, we're not very good at that. And Heroku does a really good job in actually sharing resources. Like, for example, HTTP caching, what do you need to be mindful of? This is what we recommend, what you need to configure the platform, but also operational excellence. They actually have a dedicated UI, especially for Heroku. That's actually all good on the other side. Now, let's just move on to talk about Netlify. Netlify is really huge. It's very popular right now. So I remember in City of JS, there's a special talk on Jamstack. There's actually quite a lot of good amount of knowledge that's being discussed right there. If you're in Jamstack, there's a high possibility you're gonna come across with Netlify. So what is Netlify? Netlify is actually a serverless platform. It doesn't really operate like Heroku, because Heroku is a platform as a service. You have much more control, while serverless platform where you have to be mindful with the concept of serverless function, where you deploy based on invocation, where the application will only fire when you actually run your application right there. There is some limitation of the control, but at the same time, there's a level of abstraction and operational simplicity where you as an engineer, you don't really need to touch about infrastructure. So you just need to be mindful of that trade-off right there. So as mentioned, if you come across Jamstack, you're going to come across Netlify. And one thing that I would say, even based on my personal experience, is really quick when you deploy stuff into Netlify. It's blazing quick. This is really good, especially if you want to do MVP, if you want to do personal project or side hustle, whatever. You just want to quickly put out a landing page, maybe just simple interaction of that page that you want to do. Netlify is a really good option on that. But one thing you have to be mindful, there's a reason why is it really quick and it's really good, because of the underlying architecture. Netlify is really good for static apps. And if you're coming to Netlify as a front-end engineer, Netlify is going to be very attractive to you because there's a lot of front-end features that you will like. For example, again, one of the features that really made Netlify really famous is Netlify Edge. Netlify Edge is actually the CDN that Netlify offer, where you can deploy into various CDN locations around the world. So actually cache the content and actually deliver content relatively quick. So that's what actually you do in Netlify right there. So as mentioned, if you want to learn a lot of resources about Jamstack, that's actually a really good spot. This is where Netlify has found really awesome resources for you. Again, especially for us engineers, we mental fatigue. There's so many things we have to go through. We have technical debt we need to fix. We have features one you want to go. But one thing that I will give credit to Netlify is at least their logo, their resources, it actually looks very, very easy to read, and you can actually learn that quite there. Now, one thing you want to know about Netlify is Netlify has their specific target audience. They target specifically for front-end developers. Therefore, what they're doing right now with Netlify is they're busy expanding their back-end features, especially for people that's coming from a back-end. Again, there's no right or wrong. It's just depending on your knowledge, your experience, where you come from in different industry. Different vendors will appeal to different target audience right there. So one thing that people always compare is Netlify and Vercel. There's really no right or wrong, and it's really not like a massive difference because they made it deployment so easy for web developers to do it. But the one that usually I find it's a bit more contentious and there's a huge topic of debate is commercial apps. Netlify don't actually say, hey, if you actually have commercial apps or production apps, you can deploy in their free plan. However, for me, as an engineer, you always need to be mindful of the trade-off because it's free, but you just have to have the right expectation, especially with support and some of the things that you want to expect on the free plan right there. So let's go through and look at some of the things that you can expect in Netlify. Netlify make an onboarding ridiculously easy. If you have code, checking in the GitHub, you're ready to go in Netlify. They pick up changes that's actually coming in GitHub or GitLab. After that, you can deploy relatively quick and you can see results really quick right there. So as mentioned, the one that really made them popular is the concept called Netlify Edge, which is the CDN part. And one thing you need to be mindful of with Netlify Edge, there is the basic tier and the high performance tier. The high performance tier is the one you need to pay, which makes sense. I think it's fair because it has a lot of performance enhancement and much more features that's available to you. But if you're starting off just to want to try out project or just like basic project, I just want to do quick MVP, basic is usually good enough right there, which you can actually try it out. Now, let's talk about Vercel. Vercel is a very common, popular platform. And most likely you will hear Vercel because you came across with Next.js that's used in the world of React. So Next.js is very common, especially if you're doing React in production. Therefore, you will read about Vercel. So Vercel actually has a lot of similarities, again, to Netlify, but they do something a bit different. Again, it's based on the concept of serverless platform right there. You have to be mindful and you have to be comfortable with some of the controls that's involved because they made it very easy. And you kind of have to be comfortable with the concept of serverless function. Now, one thing that what Vercel kind of do well and differentiate themselves with Netlify is Vercel is really good for dynamic apps. Dynamic apps is a bit more complex. There's a bit more personalization that's involved. It can be good for certain use case. If you are building a web application on dynamic apps, therefore Vercel is probably a better choice for you because you have much more control. But the one that I find that what I really like about Vercel is the concept of edge functions. What they're doing is that they actually decouple and actually make distributed functions directly at the edge. Or one another way they're saying is it's like they're very close to edge computing right there, but it has a trade-off. If you're coming from a front-end developer that just don't want to touch back-end infrastructure, this is overwhelming. However, if you're coming from a back-end developer or full-stack developer where you have some experience configuring middleware, you're going to find edge functions quite interesting right there because you actually need to do some configuration and you have much more control and you need to configure middleware right there. So as mentioned, if you have backend experience or you are a DevOps engineer that you also do a bit of front-end development, you'll find Vercel is much at home with you because you have much more backend control and you can use some of the tools like CDCI and some of the things that actually deploy your app right there. Now, one thing I also will comment, give credit to Vercel is they have this thing called the production checklist. Production checklist is really handy, especially for developers before you do a major deployment. Now, every engineer, when we do a major deployment, we always pray and hope everything is going to be okay. But Vercel does that. They actually did it right. They actually have a production checklist. Say, hey, did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? If you haven't, this is what we suggest within the platform itself. It's really handy. Again, if you don't like backend administrative, they actually made it really easy with this production checklist right there. Now, one thing you want to also be mindful of, like the opposite of Netlify, Vercel tend to target with developers with backend experience. So therefore, they're expanding their front end, like what you actually can see in Netlify. Again, my personal opinion, I actually like both of them. It's just that depending on the use case, what you want to go right there. So one thing you have to be mindful, again, just a big topic that usually you see between Netlify and Vercel is you cannot do commercial apps on Vercel. They state it very clearly in their legal statement, which is not, it's actually okay, but I think it's fair because again, you get what you pay, but they're very clear with that. Well, Netlify can say that, hey, you can do it, but you just need to be mindful of expectations right there. All right, now let's just go through and look at some of the things of what you see in Vercel. So Vercel, because they cater more towards the backend engineers, how you monitor it, how you deploy it. So when you monitor through logs, so you actually get the data through logs. After that, you would deploy your edge function. And the good thing is there's a lot of regions that you can deploy, which is very, very handy. And also what I really like about Vercel is it's very easy to try Next.js. So if you're actually developing apps in React, you just want to try out what Next.js look like, Vercel is perfect for that because they already have templates ready to go and you can try out the technology right there. All right, just to wrap it up right now, just being mindful of time, let me just do a quick summary right here. So which platform is good for what? Again, we as engineers, we just need to be mindful of the pros and cons and what platform is used to solve the right problem. Now, I want to do a special shout out. There's GCP, there's Azure, there's AWS, and there are many, many more that I haven't able to cover. Those are good services too, but I kind of want to narrow down to Heroku, Netlify, and Vercel because this is the highly most debate or discussed platform that you see within web developers right there. So as I mentioned, Netlify and Vercel is very good for modern projects. If you're rebuilding application in Angular, or especially Vue and React is getting a lot of traction first in Asia. Netlify and Vercel is a really good one right there. Again, Netlify and Vercel, they appeal to different target audience, one for front end, one for back end. For us in New Relic, doesn't matter anyway. We actually have guides and integration that are going to support one of them. One thing I also kind of say from personal experience, if you're a big believer of no ops or no operations, where you don't really want to touch backend stuff, Vercel and Netlify could be good. So for us, we just released our integration with Netlify on like getting logs out, like how do you instrument application through Netlify. Again, for timing purpose, I won't be able to cover that, but I will include all the good links for you. Vercel is coming next quarter. So we're doing a lot of work with Nick.js and Vercel. If you have any specific questions, just feel free to reach out to us privately. We're more than happy to help you there. With Heroku, as mentioned, Heroku being an enterprise platform has been around a long time. We already have a lot of good articles and tools. You can even deploy New Relic directly on Heroku right there. So there's a lot of good resources available to you as a developer if you want to deploy stuff and you want to make sure that your application is running. If you use New Relic to actually instrument those services right there. So again, just to wrap it up right here, if you want, just bring it up on your phone, just scan this particular page right here. So what we do here in New Relic, we actually have a free account forever. Yes, I didn't make that mistake. We actually provide a free account forever for developers to actually instrument your app, because I know, speaking as an engineer myself, it's easy to build app. Maintaining the app up and running constantly, that's the tough part. So just bring out your camera or just go to the link, just register yourself. We actually give a very generous 100 gig of data for you to start free forever. You actually can start instrumenting your app. But also we actually give out swags like t-shirts for you to actually wear so that, it keeps things a bit easy. Just go through the sign up page and from there we can continue on and you can try out New Relic. If you have any questions, anything else, maybe you have one deeper conversation, just feel free to reach out to us. We'll send out the details how to contact us here after that, and you can actually have a much deeper conversation with that. With that, thank you so much. That's pretty much the session I have today. I'll open up a Q&A or I'll hand up back to you, Yash.
Hey, that was an amazing talk, Steve. And so next up, we have the Vonage workshop in the after 15 minutes or something. So yeah, I'm going to turn off my camera and hand it over to the production team, I guess.
Thank you so much again. Have a good one.
Yep. Bye.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Can I speak now?
Yeah, you can speak. I think we're putting out.
Yes, I was just told to introduce, and I got like I didn't know that I had to like give some outro and didn't think about it. So yeah, I messed it up a little bit there, but
Don't worry, I know it's the beginning.
What have missed it?
No, we're playing now the adverts.
okay.
Hey
okay,
guys, just want to check. See Steve here. All good? Are you guys happy? Do we need to do anything else?
We will cut it and then we will put it so other people can watch it later. Okay.
Yeah. Hey. So guys, I'll do another recording. So I'll send it to you because I think we missed a lot in the front. Don't worry about that. I'm happy to do recording. I'll send you a complete version so you can re-upload that. Is that okay?
Yeah. Send the recording so I can play it more again, maybe. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. You guys have a nice day. Thank you so much.
You too.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Mate. Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay, so the next thing is that
Vonage, yeah, the Vonage one, we will play half now, half in lunchtime. Option.
Αυτός είναι ο τύπος μας, έτσι.
Ναι, αυτός.
Ναι, δεν έχουμε αυτό να το δείξουμε μέσα.
Δεν έχουμε κάρτα, αλλά δεν πειράζει.
Okay.
Κύμα στο κύμα. Και βασικά σε κάποια φάση που το έκανα αυτό χτες, εγώ έφευγα να πάω για να πάρω τα μπλουζάκια και μίλαγα με τη γυναίκα μου και ακουγόταν που μιλάγαμε.
Στο βίντεο.
Και προσπαθώ να βρω που είναι. Δεν του δούλευε κιόλας, εντάξει, είναι... Αλλά δεν πειράζει, γιατί τώρα είναι ακόμα τι ώρα είναι εκεί πέρα. Είναι ακόμα 8.30 ώρα, τώρα είναι πρωινό. Δεν βλέπει κανένας τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή, καταλαβαίνεις. Δηλαδή το βάλαμε απλά για να είναι κάτι. Οι άλλοι εκδίδες. Δεν είναι 3 άτομα που βλέπουμε τώρα. Αυτές τις διαφημίσεις, πριν το τελευταίο speaker, θα τις ξαναβάλουμε, γιατί έχει ένα κενάκι ή στο
Εντάξει.
τέλος κάπου για να τα δουν.
Μέχρι να φτάσουμε εκεί θα δεις ότι θα έχουμε αργήσει κιόλας. Ήδη είμαστε.
Hey, Santosh.
Hey, Ash. Can you see the slides or the PDF?
Yeah, I can see the slides.
Like, is it aligned perfectly, or how does
Looks
it
pretty
Try
good.
to, yeah, if you can make that slide, instead of being like just black, put some red on it.
Yep.
So it's black and red a bit. So just change the first page. Add a
Make
bit
it
of
push.
red.
But other things are fine, right?
Yeah,
Just
everything
go
else is
through the
okay.
elements.
Πες μία εσύ
Yeah,
εδώ να
like
σου
all the sponsors.
No, no, totally
this
right.
Which are a few slides from the Twitter. Which are the hackathon sponsors.
Guys, this come இது வந்து என்னோட இந்த அட பாவி our guys please come
The team,
2 minutes
preparations today, and this is the final one. So
Shanti,
we
please
want to
come.
make this little reddish somewhere.
come here please அவ்வளவுதானே எல்லாரும் உட்காருங்க from your 5 people
Got it.
Είμαι
Το
μέσα.
γράφω κιόλας.
Ναι, ναι. Α, το γράψεις έτσι.
Ναι, το γράφω εδώ το Zoom, να το έχουμε μια κόπια.
Καλή κάνεις.
How's everyone?
Έχει έκο.
Έχει έκο γιατί είσαι δίπλα. Το κλείσα από εδώ να μην ακούγεται.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, good. It's all going good. Okay. Are you ready
Me?
for the introductions? So in the introductions, when will I come in?
Wait. So the next thing I have to introduce the first speaker, right? No.
After this is the introduction, isn't it?
I think it should be the Vonage workshop next.
No, the Walnut workshop, we've done it already. We're doing it
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Then after that,
So
after that is the adverts, and then it's the 3 videos of the communities, and then it is the introductions for Cityjs.
okay, it's by you.
And
Yeah, I think it's going to be by all of the organizers, all of the MCs. So it's just not me alone.
Yeah.
Okay. I just got confused there for a second.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. All good. Αυτή δεν είναι έτοιμη. Where are the other people, like Santos?
Yeah. I said,
ρίξτε παρέτεινε λίγο αυτόν εδώ πέρα, μην τον κόψει ακόμα. Ναι, ναι, γιατί δεν τους βλέπω να είναι έτοιμοι ακόμα.
It's just too much difference. I think I should close this.
Don't worry about it. Ναι, θα σηκώσω την κάρτα μου.
Nitpicky. Okay, so next we are going to have Cityjs community videos.
Yeah, and we are yeah, this is better now. We are when you are ready to do the introductions, just let us know. So after this, we're gonna play some more adverts, and then we will play the community videos.
Yash, can you check if the slides and things, the color is fine now?
Can you
Yeah,
use
the color
this
is
hex
good.
code that I am sending you in the Zoom chat? Try using it. I think like that red is too bright, and maybe like the white on it is a bit inaccessible, or like just puts the one seeing it a bit off. It
Is
could
it
be
too
just
bright?
me.
Okay.
I mean, in my opinion, but opinions are subjective.
Present.
It's all good.
Yeah, Santosh, so there's a hex code that I've sent in the Zoom chat that I want you to try. Maybe that will look better in my opinion.
Άνοιξε, όχι. Όχι. Θα σου πω, αν μπορείς να παίξεις εκείνο το βιντεάκι που είναι οι διαφορετικές πόλεις πριν ξεκινήσουν αυτοί. Είναι στο folder αυτό το Σωτήρης που σου έχω κάνει. Αν μπορείς να το παίξεις αυτό στην αρχή και σε κάποια άλλα σημεία να το βάλουμε. Κάτσε, στη μέση. Αυτά είναι ωραία, αυτά που δεν ξέρω εγώ. Είναι μάλλον, δεν το έχεις πάρει, είναι στο folder όμως. Αυτό εδώ, ναι. Αυτό βάλε, πριν ξεκινήσει το οτιδήποτε, βάλε αυτό το πρόμο. Γιατί είναι έτσι καλά η αρχή του series και μετά σε κάποια σημεία, όταν έχουμε κενά, βάζε τα...
Αυτό το θες πριν να ξεκινήσουν να μιλάνε μετά τις διαφημίσεις, μετά από όλα.
Μετά από, ναι, πριν ξεβάλουν αυτό το slide εδώ, θα παίξουμε αυτό εδώ. Και θα το παίξουμε και σε κάποιες άλλες φάσεις. When are you ready, let me know. Let us know. So we can start a sequence of getting you in.
Sure.
And let me know when I need to come in. At which point I will come in and say hello. Yeah,
Yeah, I will let you know.
Santosh, do I have to be in the introduction ceremony, or like, are you three going to do it, or is it all four of us?
So Ashley would be doing it. We don't have to do anything. So we will just come on cam and then go off. Like on the virtual,
Okay.
not on the virtual Zoom side, the real the cam side. So whatever we are presenting right now. So we'll just check in a few seconds. You will see the live stream coming up.
Okay, so do I have to come on cam, or like that's it? Do I need to like say
stream
anything?
both the videos, I guess. So we have to.
Okay.
We can just have one piece. We'll have the photo.
So-
don't worry. So that would be.
So I can keep my video and mic closed for the next 45 minutes, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to have some breakfast.
Yeah.
And then come back maybe. No, is it fine?
Θα βάλω να το παραγγείλω από εδώ πέρα. Κάτσε να δω. Έχω και αυτό, εντάξει. Το box μου αρέσει πολύ. Ναι, ναι. Zero. Γιατί... Έχει ένα που λέγεται Brew Ligan Specialty Coffee. Πού είσαι? Έχει αυτό εδώ πέρα, δεν είναι καλό? Brew Ligan Specialty Coffee. Είσαι του τσαγιού. Δεν θέλεις καφέ? Τι θέλεις? Smoothie πρωτεΐνης? Smoothie μπανάνα? Ναι, ο κόσμος που βλέπεις δεν... Ακόμα ξυπνάει αυτή μυστικά. Are you ready? Ξέρω εγώ εσύ.
Εντάξει, έχει μια ώρα ακόμα αυτός.
Έχει ζουμί.
Καλά μας έχει.
Είναι η πρώτη τους φορά και πήγαινε... Hello people, are you ready? Τι έγινε ρε φίλε? Όχι, να τσεκάρω να δω ποιος είναι μέσα. Santos. I will need the order. We have some cards for MCs, but I will need the order of who's going to talk first, second, third, so we can put the cards around you.
Okay, so what will happen is the MC would go, but we'll also have the slides. So there are two, one stream is for the slides and one would be the video that you see right now.
Τις βρήκες... Ναι, αλλά αυτές τώρα δεν ξέρω πώς να τις χρησιμοποιήσουμε.
Start பண்ணலாமா இல்ல டெஸ்ட் பண்ணணுமா
டெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும்.
டெஸ்ட் பண்ணணுமா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சவுண்ட் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணணுமா அது ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றதான்னு கேக்குறாங்க சவுண்ட் டெஸ்டிங்
சும்மா பேசுங்க
அவங்க கிட்ட
First, we'll just do a quick dry run. Hope you can hear the audio. We'll just check that and we can go live. Okay.
Τι? Ναι, αλλά είναι... Ναι, είναι... Εγώ γενικά θα σου πω αυτό στο ταξιτζί που ήρθα τώρα. Μια φορά, τη δεύτερη φορά που κάνω συνέδριο, είχα φωνάξει την αδερφή μου τη μεγάλη να έρθει. Τι?
Έχει ανάλυση 10.667 επί 6.000 πίξελ.
Δεν ξέρεις.
Αφού τις το είπα χθες. Όλες τις κάρτες 1920-1080.
Ναι. Και πόσο το έχει κάνει?
10.000.
Άστο, μην το κάνεις. Όχι, μην το κάνεις εσύ, δεν πειράζει. Αν είναι τα κάνω εγώ, τα κατεβάζω. Θα τα ανοίξω εγώ και θα τα κατεβάσω.
Δεν τα κατέβασα. Αυτά δεν μπορώ να τα βάλω στο πρόγραμμα.
Ναι, το ξέρω. Το ξέρω.
Και είναι 70...
Και εμένα μου τα στέλνει στο web, για το website, και εμένα μου τα κάνει πολύ μεγάλα. Και της λέω, μην τα κάνεις τόσο μεγάλα, κάτα πιο μικρά, γιατί... Ναι, αλλά μάλλον κάνει και άλλες δουλειές κόπαλα και δεν προλαβαίνει. Έτσι να κάνουμε αυτό εδώ. Πάλι καλά που έχουμε και αυτόν. Αλλά ο κόσμος περιμένει και βλέπει ότι δεν γίνεται τίποτα και σου λέει τι γίνεται ρε φίλε. Το πρόγραμμα λέει άλλα. Πέντε. Είναι πολύ χαμηλό. Save as. Έκανα το GIF. Πιστεύω ότι ετοιμάζονται τώρα.
Aris, can you hear this audio fine?
Sorry, can you say again?
Is the audio fine from the podium
The
speaker?
audio? Μιλάνε, είναι το audio εντάξει, για ακούω. Okay, but
Okay, let's hear you.
I guess secure by the way that it's kind of like separating and putting everybody kind of like
Ποιος να μιλήσει?
through the scope.
Can you talk? Sounds like you're in a fishbowl.
Okay, just a second.
Who is talking right now?
Us having our own scopes. That is coming from somewhere else, you need the scope. And so for your people who
Αυτός
are
κάποιος άλλος το έκανε.
who are left apart,
Εγώ το.
they use the readme to kind of show everything that's
Okay.
applicable.
Can you try now again?
Right, so now see, you're not going to npm install Cityjs type of India. Remember, we have the scope, so it's going to be Dwayne Barnage slash. So at Dwayne Barnage slash Cityjs type of India. And then also when you
Aris, is the video quality okay?
The video is okay, yeah.
Okay, great.
So
We cannot see your camera though.
as well.
Not the stage one, stage one.
Yeah, we need to hear your camera.
And it's the point to the Cityjs again. The thing, the file that connects the browser to your class through that.
The camera that you see on stage is clear, right? At least to some extent.
Yeah,
If you
but
have any questions, please let me know. Let's keep on with it. All right. Cool. Look at that. Yeah. Oh.
Έχει πρόβλημα το βίντεο σου, το έχεις ακούσει και χθες. Έκανε βίντεο, πρόβλημα το βίντεο του, το έχεις ακούσει.
Ναι, το ξέρω. Κάπου προς το τέλος έχει να
χάνει.
So say that, and then everything changed. You have to change the version.
Guys, are you ready?
To create, won't allow you to publish multiple instances of the same.
We're late. Πώς είμαστε τώρα, 20 λεπτά.
Πόσο?
How many minutes are we back?
Half an hour,
We're
35
half an hour
minutes.
late.
Yeah, apologies for the same. The video camera that we are porting into, there is some driver issue on the laptop so that it is not picking up the feed.
Okay.
The digital camera.
Okay.
What we'll do is we'll review the entire cam and then we'll screen share that. That looks audio on both video and audio.
Αυτό τους έχει πάρει από ένα γραφείο που κάνει γάμους.
Ναι, αυτό που δείξανε είναι η κονσόλα της εικόνας στο preview. Είναι... Καταλάβεις τι είναι.
Το ξαναδείχνουν το ίδιο.
Ναι. Είναι σίγουρο ότι θέλουν να δείξουν αυτό.
We need to show this and also the slides.
Βλέπεις.
Ναι.
Είναι σαν να έχει μια κονσόλα υπάρχει να δείχνω εγώ αυτό εκεί. Να σου στέλνω εγώ αυτό. Όχι τη μία κάμερα που θέλω.
You only need to show one camera. Not the whole console.
Awesome. Now, all right. Now, it's pretty much like the code.
Switch that to one screen.
Αυτά είναι φωτωμένα στο τέτοιο.
Στον υπολογιστή δεν είναι, κάνει σε screen.
Δεν ξέρω τι είναι. Αυτό είναι σαν να έχει τέτοιο από κάτω. Σαν να έχει εικόνες φωτωμένες μέσα για να τις δείξει. Εδώ η κάμερα έχει είναι εκτός, η μία είναι κλειστή, μία κάμερα έχουν που δουλεύει αυτή. Και δείχνει όλο το τέτοιο. Θα πεθάνω! Θα πεθάνω! Κάτσε να κάνω þessi τώρα. Και εγώ κάνω γάμους, αλλά όχι έτσι.
Κάνεις γάμους.
Ναι, όχι εικόνα, παίζω μουσική. Τι να κάνουμε, ό,τι πλέον σου παίρνεις.
So remember, it's scoped to my, I think, this account. That's why the app way advantage.
Παιδιά, θα τελειώσει ο τύπος που μιλάει 2 ώρες.
we call it CJS. All right, and then remember the same file that connects the component name to your class. That's
Goodness.
also CJS India. Okay, cool. Now, this one, because before it was called Wave keypad. Now, see.
Αυτά.
Can you let me know what's happening, because we are waiting for you.
Let me go to this extra bucket here.
So we are checking on the video part. So we are putting a digital cam on again. So we can share you the entire screen and the audio will be from that.
Okay.
Since the audio clarity is not that great, so we'll just put it directly to the Zoom itself.
Okay.
So we can show that's actually.
Αυτά κανονικά. Θα πρέπει να τα κάνω από εκεί.
Ναι, τότε δεν τα βάλουμε. Άστο, μην το κάνουμε.
Εντάξει, άμα τα έχουμε και το ξέρουμε ποιος μιλάει.
Ναι, δεν ξέρουμε.
Γιατί...
Είναι τόσο ένα πίσω που...
Ναι, εντάξει.
Άστο, γιατί είναι τζάμπα κόπος.
And so, or just handle it if it's just, I mean, it will express the JavaScript like, oh, okay, you know what to do with this, so let you shake the lead. That was a place of things here. Comment down. So how's everybody got doing? So far? How's everyone doing?
Κάνουμε share screen.
Okay. All right. So let's check results right there. Well, okay, good. All right, so yeah, we actually, let me show you. Inspect.
Μας έστειλε ο New Relic τύπος το ξανά. Θα το βάλουμε μετά από αυτό, άμα αργήσουν έτσι κι άλλο.
Καλά, πώς θα αργήσουν, 35 λεπτά έχει ακόμα και 10 λεπτά διαφημίσεις, 45 λεπτά. Δηλαδή, να παίξουμε τα μεγάλα, να σου πω κάτι, έχουμε και άλλο γραμμένο. Ο Αραβίτ είναι recorded. Μήπως θα τον πετάξουμε μέχρι να ετοιμαστούν. 45 λεπτά. Δηλαδή...
Μπορεί να κάνουμε αυτό, είναι καλή λύση αυτή.
Άμα ζορίζονται...
People, if you need more time, we will start with the first talk, and then you can start the opening.
Somebody say something in the challenge. So again, marketers, please reach out.
It has been a bit slow,
Okay,
but then it was okay, but then it went again slow.
Yeah, again, yeah, we're not, I guess. But
Δηλαδή, συγγνώμη, τόσο αυτό, μια γαμημένη σύνδεση δεν μπορούσε να βρει τις πληροφορίες.
Ποιο?
Ο τύπος εκεί, πού είναι αυτός που μιλάει?
Δεν ξέρω, φοβάμαι ότι όταν, δεν ξέρω, στο Zoom είναι σε ένα καφέ. Καταλαβες. Γιατί πρέπει να πάω να δω το δήμαρχο. Και δεν ξέρω αν είναι δικιά μου σύνδεση, αλλά δεν νομίζω ότι το έγραφε. Το πρέπει να το έγραφε από αυτό, νομίζω ότι. Κάτω τώρα αυτές.
So this is why I prefer to like this. And hopefully soon. That shadow we were talking about, like that pocket dimension where everything happens. If you can look, see open and one side and you have kind of access to do JavaScript to be able to on the inside. This open tag, put that in there. That's kind of like a marker to like target it. Some people will actually add classes and stuff. Also do that. Have a button here. And MWC, the material design web components are also web components. They don't show as well.
When can I speak? It's possible to put down your camera, maybe that will speak. Have your camera also.
Okay, hopefully that's better.
Okay, so what of section?
Okay. So now, all right, so how's everything going so far? It kind of making sense and stuff, like. Oh, someone's saying that there's no audio. Oh. Can you hear me, others?
Yes, we can hear you.
Me, I can hear you properly.
I can hear you properly.
Okay.
Από χτες
All right,
είναι.
so go right here. All right. Keep going on. And then you see again that another one.
Ναι, αλλά υπάρχει αυτό το interaction και νομίζω ότι είναι live.
The Cityjsconf was an initiative with the London's community conference.
Let's take a look at sort of actually being applied to that. So like
Λοιπόν, βρήκα τι θα κάνουμε στο επόμενο. Στο επόμενο βρήκα τι θα κάνουμε.
Πώς ξεκινήσουμε νωρίτερα.
Καλά, τι θα ξεκινήσουμε νωρίτερα. Δηλαδή, ποτέ όχι, υπάρχει άλλη λύση. Τους βάζεις εκεί, στείνονται, βάζουν τρεις ρομποτικές κάμερες. Τελείωσα.
கொஞ்சம் lag ஆகுதா? அது okay. Ma'am, 2 minutes and it comes off. So we check.
Proofs like just like with any regular agency like that. So you can say that.
Το θέμα είναι πόσο θα καθυστερήσουν. Αυτό είναι.
Μετά θα πρέπει να... Πρέπει να θα πούμε lunch break.
Λιγότερα λεφτάκι. Αν θα μου πεις τα πούμε πάλι.
Now that we actually have a reference, we can actually listen what it says. See how
Τι
that
μάγια,
enter turns into
γάμω
cancel.
τα Windows μου
So then
γάμω.
when we're done,
Σε πειράζει.
say cancel. Say enter. Because it's getting action. Cool. Yes, and so
Ούτε
here,
κοντινό δεν
select the
ξέρω.
result that you choose. Click OK, and keep that, the reference we have, we say, hey, create action, which turns it, action created true, and that's why the button text changed to the cancel state. All right, cool. So that's, so now, yeah, anything that you all want to see. Because next thing
Αυτός μας
was
έσωσε.
going to be, you could vote.
Πάλι
for what
κάπου ήταν
you
αυτό το
want to
βίντεο.
see, Angular, React.
Ναι, έχουμε πει στα 25 λεπτά.
It's been very long, but no, but it's really been good. A lot of people have been watching from Twitter and I'd say like to do another 15-20 minutes, okay?
Sounds good, yeah, because we started like 8:30, and so the thing with, so yeah, so,
8:30 το βράδυ.
and so yeah, so what I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna go with you. I'm not, so yeah, I really wish people could go. It's really cool. I can go and change. We can go again. So we're just gonna go with you. But again, if I get this working again, I will get this working. All right, so you go to custom elements everywhere. You can get a feel for how different frameworks and libraries in JavaScript handle web components. So this is a really cool website, and they give things like, they test them and they give like scores. So let's take a look at some.
Σε πόση ώρα θα είναι έτοιμο?
Can you let us know how long you're gonna be ready for? Because we need to start.
Into a new application.
Μ' ακούνε, ρε φίλε. Yes.
Hello.
Yes. We will have to start with the first speaker. And if you can introduce the first speaker, and then we will do the opening after that.
Okay. So we have to start with Arvind.
Yeah, let's start with παίξε adverts τώρα. Παίξε τα adverts, παίξε και το promo.
So I think we should get him in the onboarding call.
We're gonna get it's recorded, so we're gonna get
Okay.
Yeah, and then they can start after because they need more time, I think. Okay. And okay, that's okay. Yeah, just no. We will wait to finish the workshop, but at the moment we don't have anyone on the website. Nobody. I don't know how many they are watching. Πώς το βλέπουν εσύ? Nine people at the moment. Okay. Εδώ ρε. Ποιο?
Just let me know when I have to start.
Yeah. I think we will wait for them to, because I think Aravin's talk, it's a bit less. So, yeah.
Hey, Aris, so there is a technical issue with the cam and the mic part. So can we start with the Aravind session, the recorded one? Yash can do the MC. Then we will start with the inaugural.
Okay, έχουμε πρόβλημα με την τεχνικό και λένε να ξεκινήσουμε τον Aravind. Οπότε ξεκινά, παίξτε το πρόμο. How much time do you think you need?
15 to 20 minutes.
15 με 20 λεπτά. Ναι. We will let it this finish and then so because he has another 20 minutes on that workshop.
Okay, okay, just keep playing. Then the workshop and stuff will just get ready. Things.
Yeah,
can
yeah,
be
yeah.
ready.
We will. Yeah, we will keep playing the workshop.
Okay, thanks.
No problems. Just let me know if you need anything else.
Ashley called me and I was talking about the same thing, that we have to delay the inaugural ceremony. Let me mute my phone. Okay. All good now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. Should I announce that the inaugural ceremony got delayed due to technical reasons? I think I should.
So there is another 20 minutes on the workshop. So we're just gonna keep playing it 10 minutes, yeah. And we have 10 minutes of adverts, and then we will go with the opening ceremony. If they are not ready, then we will play the Aravind. So we're gonna buy a bit more time. We're gonna have to cut down a bit the lunch break. No lunch, no food, no food. You eat and you watch and you do everything at the same time. Multitasking. The best way. I code and I drink and I eat at the same time. One hand is coding, the other one is eating. What can you do?
Yeah.
Multi-threading, you know, multi-threading.
Yeah, might as well get my legs involved. Two hands are too inefficient.
Yeah. I think and wait.
Yeah, fearless concurrency.
Exactly, my friend. No, it's good. It's all right. We're just not going to it. That's all. Okay, everything else is good. I'm checking everything else.
Yeah, as the day goes by, the lighting gets better for me. More light is coming
The
to
light
the
is
room.
gonna be, yeah, here we're like in a, it's like a car factory. There's no light at all. Εδώ μέσα. It's a studio here. It's the first time that I'm here, but it's nice. I have many plans for the future. Yes, what do you code on? Are you a JavaScript developer as well?
Yeah, I am JavaScript developer as well. I specifically work with React.js.
Nice. Where do you work?
So I work at Coco Foundation, and we are a small organization, and we work on making publishing software. So like research paper
Google, you said
publishing and
Google.
book publishing.
You said Google Foundation.
Coco, COKO, collaborative knowledge.
Okay, nice. Talk if you wanna buy a bit more time, tell us all of that. So just talk a bit like, hey, I'm working there, I'm doing stuff. So just put some sauce on the program. So say a bit about yourself, what you do at the moment. Yeah, if you for 2 minutes, like, but it will be nice to know who you are, what you do, and then yeah.
We are already like running low on time. I think I would like make a short and sweet intro about Arvind and like get him talking, like get his talk playing.
So we have a card for you now that it's gonna play on top. So it's gonna show your name at the bottom. But what WordPress? Πώς είναι το site σου? Για δείξτε μου. Τι θες να έχει όμως? Τι θέλεις να έχει? Οκ. Καλά, να συζητήσουμε κάποια στιγμή. Ένα σχέδιο πρέπει να κάνεις. Αλλά WordPress εμετός. Δεν μου αρέσει καθόλου. Δεν το μπορώ, γιατί είναι ρε παιδί μου πολύ ετοιματζίδικο. Το καινούριο WordPress είναι κάπως καλύτερο από ό,τι έχω ακούσει, αλλά... yes, do you know about WordPress?
Yeah, I do know about WordPress, but I haven't used it.
He says to me he wants to do his website in WordPress, and I'm like, nah. But the new WordPress is good. I think they have done a lot of they have put a lot of JavaScript. The old WordPress is PHP. It's a bit. I don't like PHP anymore. But yeah, if I knew that Microsoft they were working with WordPress to try to upgrade WordPress and to make it a bit more nice. But yeah, the old WordPress, it's like I want to vomit. What's happening? Someone chasing me.
Bootstrapping WordPress.
Yes, we like you a lot. uh, what time is now in India? Is it 8 o'clock?
It's 11:05 a.m.
Oh, κάποιος πρέπει να μπει. 11 o'clock, okay. Ugh.
Yep.
11
11
o'clock είναι
a.m.
εκεί πέρα, ρε. It's 1 hour late, no lunch. No, the second conference I did in London, I brought my sister from Greece. And I told her, let's go early and get everything set up, and we are ready. And Master was like, no, I want to have breakfast. We can go a bit later. And when we went there, it was a chaos. We were so late. Everybody was calling my name. Aris, bring me a plug here. Aris, bring me that. I was like, oh my God, what's happening? We started on time eventually, but things they were like all over.
Chaotic.
And now I start as soon as I can get into the building, and there is a good plan, but things can go behind always, but you have to make adjustments. The good thing is we don't have a Q&A, so when that's another thing to mention. When you're introducing someone, saying that the questions and answers, we don't have questions and answers, we will have the questions on Vito or through YouTube. We don't have Q&As for the speakers. So when you introduce them, say that so people can log into YouTube and they can do the questions.
Can you say that again? I was just thinking about something else.
Yeah, so when you are introducing the people, say that the Q&A, there's going to be a Q&A afterwards. And if they want to ask questions, they have to ask them through Vito on the speakers page or on YouTube. Because we don't have Q&As, that helps us to speed up. People, are you gonna be ready in 10 minutes? Because the workshop has another 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I will be ready in 10 minutes.
The workshop is finishing in 1 minute, and then we're gonna put the adverts, which is 10 minutes.
Let me add the Q&A
It's
thing
finished
in the document that I have right in front of the screen. YouTube tab.
Τον έκοψα, μου φαίνεται. Βάλεις διαφημίσεις.
Okay, I have added it in the document that I will be reading. So I have like a screen here, right before my MacBook. So yeah, that's on where I'm reading.
I think after that, if they are not ready, we will have to go to.
Starting from in-person events in London, we get.
The
We are now
kite's
presenting a
like
hybrid style of events with conferences in different continents, aiming to support and promote the local communities. The series includes in India, London, Brazil, Greece, and Singapore.
Το προετοιμάζει. Κόβεται, ρε. Ρε, έχουν πρόβλημα με το Wi-Fi.
Oh, I am on Wi-Fi.
No, but I don't know if the audio is okay because I got cut a bit.
Did I get cut a bit?
No, not you.
Oh.
அந்த ஒயர் மட்டும் தூக்கி லேர்னிங் இருக்கா இங்க யாரா உட்கார்றாங்க
இங்க கனெக்ட் பண்ணாலே போதுமா சார் அது போடுங்க எங்க இருந்து வருது
Check this year, we have lined up few interesting sessions by vibrant native speakers. Please ask all the volunteers to speak.
Ναι. Πάλι καλό από αυτό το workshop χθες.
Όλα τα περιχώντας να πέσαμε, δεν θα βγείτε τόσο.
Το έσωσε αυτός. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am ready.
I know you're ready. You're born to be ready. With 5 minutes, we have to start. So I think 5 minutes you're gonna go present the first speaker.
Okay.
Actually,
Santosh works as a data engineer at Cognizant. He launched the naval pilot project on Azure Cloud. He is also the Microsoft certified trainer
அது ஓபன் ஆல்ரெடி ஓபன் மேடம் அந்த இது பண்றாங்க அப்போ ஒயிட் இருக்கு அவ்வளவுதான் சொல்லிக்கலாம் அது சொல்லிடு ஒயிட் இருக்கு அப்போ ஜூம் பண்ணி
Are you ready, yes?
Yep, I'm ready. Let's do this. Is there going to be a countdown or should I like?
yes, just the audio check is fine. I think the video quality is fine.
Audio check. Is my voice coming out fine? Is my voice coming out fine?
Yeah, man, it works as well.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear us? Open your camera, please.
Yep, I can hear you.
Open your camera.
Yeah, I can't open my camera.
In your engineering career, if you could
This
get
should be.
actionable career advice at every stage of your career,
Yes,
connect your
can you
network
switch
of
on
peers
your
and
camera?
mentors, and have a supportive
I can't open
community
my camera
that
because it says you can't start your
Turing
camera because
community
the host has
developers are the
stopped it.
foundation of technology.
εμείς το
That's why we're
κλείσαμε.
building the Turing community to bring
Κατούριση.
developers like you
Ναι, πώς θα
together
το
and
κάνω.
eliminate barriers to growth.
Πήγαινε στην κάμερα του και την το προτείνω.
Πήγα.
The Turing community
Because
offers a host of experiences, all organized for developers by developers. So in this remote first world, you can improve your technical skills, English language, soft skills, leadership skills, and more.
I joined a soft skill workshop at Turing community, which has helped me communicate with my peers more effectively. And this
Ναι,
is also
αυτό
more
είναι.
of my job.
Get to community.turing.com. Sign up
Okay.
and join our developer community to connect with others, grow your network, expand your skill set.
Just
and help each
do
other
it.
Build your dream careers.
Should I start?
It's open to all.
No, not
minute.
now.
And take
1
less
minute.
than a minute to get started.
Okay.
Let's build the
Just a
most
second.
career-centric developer community in the world. Because when great minds come together, we
Hello, everybody. I'm Brandon. I'm founder CEO of DevPost. We're fortunate to power the vast majority of software competitions, hackathons that happen around the globe. There are two kinds: in-person software competitions when we're not in a pandemic, and virtual software competitions.
After this video, you are in.
The value is
For the second.
your craft. Anything that you build, the intellectual
40
property
seconds.
stays with you. It is not transferred to the
Just hold for some time. I'll just tell you when to start, right?
Should I also say that the inaugural ceremony is delayed?
No, yeah, sure. Ashley will do that.
20.
Okay.
20 guys.
Okay.
He's gonna go on, please mute.
the chance.
Ποιος θα κάνει mute.
Devpost.com, check around, see what you can find.
Κλείσε το δικό μου.
The vast
Είναι
majority
αυτό,
of
ναι.
competitions.
You're ready to go.
Okay. It's now time for the first talk of Cityjs India by Arvind Putrevu. Arvind is a backend developer at Elastic and has 10 years of experience in development. He is passionate about evangelizing technology, meeting developers, and helping them solve their problems. He will be creating a search engine app with Next.js and Tailwind CSS, all live from the stage. So folks, we will be having a Q&A session after this talk. If you have any question for Arvind, then make sure to put them in YouTube, live chat, or in Vito. So please welcome Arvind.
Yash will start with the inauguration, not the Arvind's talk. So I think everything is set from our side.
Conference happening in India, and I hope to see more.
Are you ready to go after that?
Different parts and for the JavaScript community. Now that being said, let us quickly get into the session today. So today we'll be talking about how to build a search app using Tailwind CSS, Next.js, and then Elasticsearch. So the entire presentation would be only demo, and there wouldn't be anything specifically like a slideshow or something. You could get everything from this GitHub repo that I shared you as a link, and then also the blog post where we talk about. I wrote everything about the specific talk in the text format so that you could go and take a look at it. So before getting started, let us quickly create Elasticsearch deployment on the Elastic Cloud so that, like, you could help create this search app using Next.js and Tailwind CSS. So basically, you should have an account to create Elastic Cloud, Elastic Cloud. So what you could do is, like, just go to
Δεν έχουμε άλλο.
cloud.elastic.co
Πρέπει
and
να
create
μετά
an
να
account.
κάνουμε τέτοιο.
You could
Πρέπει να βγουν
alternatively,
live.
if you
Πέσαμε
don't want to get
ακριβώς
it on cloud, you could go to
εκεί που θα έβγαινε η ομιλία, ενώ
elastic.co/download
κανονικά έτσι κι
and
αλλιώς.
download
Γιατί το
Elasticsearch
πήγε και πριν από 10
directly
λεπτά
and then start
ότι
running
θα μιλήσει αυτός.
the Elasticsearch on
Οπότε
your machine
φυσικά
as such.
Τους
But
κόβουμε.
nevertheless, I would
Αυτή η ωραία
always
παιδιά με
recommend you to start with cloud because most of the technologies are cloud native now. Even the app that we develop can be deployed on the version, the Next.js platform. So here, let me create a deployment instance, and then let us choose something that is nearer to our place, and latest is 8.0 Elasticsearch, and then you could create a deployment. I just want to give a heads up that, if you are doing a trial here, you don't need to worry about costing because it will come with 30 days of free trial.
Hello,
so you
Aris.
don't need to worry about putting a credit card.
Okay.
So just copy this.
Okay, I will talk to him.
Code, or else we would create another one. Don't worry about it. So it will take some 3 to 5 minutes to see this deployment come live. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and git clone
Aris, can you hear me?
and prepare
I can
our
hear you.
platform so that by the time we come back and we'll give you more details about how do you get started with this UI.
Can you hear me?
Now this is the backend of
Am I free to talk here?
Elasticsearch is
Talk.
which is a search.
Yeah, so
Eris, I'm here.
that we should...
Yes, just a minute. Sorry. Eris, we will, the inaugural session is ready. We'll start here. You want to finish Arvind's talk, or can we stop it now and we'll play again?
No, we will finish Arvind.
I can't hear you.
We will finish this talk,
Okay.
and then we will start.
Okay,
But
yeah,
make
because
sure everything is okay.
we'll get everything ready. Arvind, not sure he'll be available for the QA. I will talk to him post the inaugural, okay?
The Q&A, because we lost time, they will have to do it in video or in YouTube on the chat.
Okay, I'll tell him that. So yeah, we just flag us once Arvind's talk is getting over. We'll start from here, and the next talk speaker I'll arrange here.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you. No problem.
Thing here. Great. So basically here I have cloned the same GitHub repo and it is initiated with one initial branch, which is the default branch for that specific repo. Then I have index.js and some SEGs which are important for our index.js page. And then I have a package.json where I'm mentioning what needs to be triggered when I say npm run, npm and then
Δεν είναι για σένα πήγα να πάρω, εγώ δεν έχω.
and then I have the so I'm just using JIT method of Tailwind, wherein I just compile and then the results are shown automatically. If you are confused and or if you are saying that this is a bit fast-paced, you could always go to this step-by-step procedure of this blog and then go look at what I'm really talking about. So I'm just building a web application with these 3 different components and using this Elastic Cloud, etc. So I have given detailed information about what is Tailwind, what I'm trying to do here, etc. Because framework specific capabilities like Next.js or classes concepts of Tailwind CSS or JIT compilation Tailwind CSS. All of them are very interesting to know. And you could go deep and learn more about it, but I'm not really discussing more deeply. A bit so that you could get started without really worrying about all of these. So the code is already in GitHub, it's in working progress. It's completely
άμα είναι κάτι στείλε μου στο Slack, γιατί με το κλείψω φορτιστή και δεν έχω τέτοιο. Το Slack το έχω στο κινητό μου.
Now that we have all of this present, let me also show you Post.js. It's empty right now. And also Tailwind config, and there's nothing much that we are doing here. So let us quickly open a terminal console, and we will simply get started with npm install so that it installs all the necessary modules that is needed for the app to get started. So npm run start the app on 0000. I mean 3000. So let us quickly open localhost 3000. So you should see a simple Next.js app saying welcome to Next.js with Elasticsearch Studio. I have made it with a hover on Tailwind. It's very simple CSS thing that you could do. There's a utility class for that in Tailwind CSS that you could do, and says for search. Multiple links. If I click on this link, there is an error that pops up because we don't have that right away coded in our app. It's a page, and we are gonna do it in the upcoming branches in the upcoming sessions. So and there are multiple links, and also as I showed you, two SVGs, Elastic and Vercel are two SVGs that are there. Now let us also quickly go through the index.js. So app.js is an backbone or the encompassing layout, but then index.
Hi, Iris. Hello. Hello.
What I now we do have 3 pages, and then again run an npm install so that we install all the necessary information again, modules, etc. So here there is one specific difference. I have added an ingest data API using the same library that we have in the lib, the same connection function. And then here also we are trying to read from a specific file called that ideally is a post-CS process.
Yes,
that I
we're
have added,
starting in 5
wherein,
minutes.
I kind of like
Okay.
the post-CS plugin will take a look at all the cases.
The talk is ending in 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, I have to like.
So in the package.json also post users version.
Total in 5 minutes we'll start.
Take a look at that when generating a
I should
production.
test my camera then. Looks good. Oh, pretty.
The best experience.
3 minutes to go.
Microservices and micro front end.
And I'm here.
Relationship and trust, and that's how it was right.
Is India ready?
Global, but also keeping the
I'm ready.
You are ready.
What makes me very
AB team is ready.
What motivates me working at the zone is the
Ivana.
unique challenges that the platform presents.
We are ready.
There's cloud technologies. Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use. And
Στείλεις ένα μήνυμα, πάτε ένα τηλέφωνο, δηλαδή το μίλα από εκεί.
Just let me know when I have to start. Hello, can't hear anything. Yeah, just let me know when I have to start.
Yes, you're ready to go.
Okay. So that was a wonderful talk by Arvind. I learned a lot about Elasticsearch, Next.js, and Tailwind CSS. So next up, if you have any questions from Arvind, then make sure to drop them on Veto. And after this talk, we are going to have our inaugural ceremony. So I'm going to now stop and hand it over to the physical space where the inaugural ceremony is happening.
Yeah, sure. Is the video quality fine? The AV Team India's video quality.
Are you ready, guys?
Yeah, just a sec. I think the video is fine. We'll just check the audio and then come back.
Okay, ma'am.
So I hope the audio and the video quality is fine now.
Mic check.
Just inform Alice in chat. We are ready. Venue is ready.
In 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go. This is the link. Oh, yeah, she's coming. Shanti, she's coming, right? Yeah. Same. Go right. I dropped it in the yeah.
I cannot see your slides though.
Okay, all set. Mike?
I think now we
Okay,
can see
good.
the slides.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Then I just get started.
Yeah, we are ready.
Okay, είναι ready. Ένα λεπτό. 1 minute. Guys, when I say go, you start talking, okay?
So we can give a counter or like 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. When I say go, 3, 2, 1, go, you start talking because we have a delay.
Okay, sure.
Three, 2, 1, go.
A big hello from India, everyone, and a warm welcome to Cityjsconf India 2022. In first place, we would like to register our sincere apologies for the delay. As always, though we tried our best to keep it on time, there were some network issues which we required time to sort it out. Abiding to the rules of pandemic, we are super excited to meet you all virtually from the Steel City, Salem. Thanks to our organizing partners and venue host, Cityjsconf Gandhi College of Technology, for their consistent support. The Cityjs Conference was an initiative within London's JS Community Conference organized from the community for the community. Starting from in-person events in London, we then expanded during the pandemic by hosting virtual events with international speakers and sponsors connecting tech communities around the world. To make sure we have diverse audience with us, this year we have given away diversity scholarships in form of free tickets to different students all around India. We are now presenting a hybrid style of event with conferences in different countries, aiming to support and promote the local communities. This year, in the series, we have conferences hosted from India, London, Brazil, Greece, and Singapore. Cityjs India will be the first event in the World Online Series and is taking place online for the global community and also in person for the local community. As said, this year we have lined up interesting sessions by vibrant speakers, especially native speakers from different parts of India, to match the rhythm, understanding, and language of the younger generations. Dear students who have joined us from different locations, hope this is going to be a Kickstarter event for your further contributions to multiple global communities. To all the JS experts, tech enthusiasts, and community members who have joined us, we also believe that this will be interesting to you too. I would like to introduce the MCT of the event. We are a team of 4 people joined from different places. First in the list is Gayatri Devi, working as a software engineer in GCAS. She is very interested in learning new things and exploring new places. She has passionate to develop mobile applications and has participated and organized many open source events. Thanks for joining us, Gayatri. Next in the list is Santosh Kumar, who is a data engineer at Cognizant. He is a Microsoft certified trainer and the winner of Azure Developer League 2021. He is also a very enthusiastic technical contributor and a public speaker. Thank you, Santosh. Hope you will have fun together. As you have already seen, we have one more person, Yash, who is joining us virtually, and he would have already been the intro. He would have already given introductions for the before talks. Last but not least, it's me, Ashley Rose Matthew. I'm a full stack developer in Tech Mahindra and also a tech enthusiast and an open source contributor. This year, we have 17 speakers all around India joining us at different times for the next 2 days. They have come up with very new topics and as well as a great enthusiasm to share their knowledge to the global community. We take a moment to thank all our speakers for joining us, supporting us throughout the organizing process and now during the time of hosting. Thanks to our institutional partners who were giving us a very consistent support from the beginning. A special mention to the Secretary of the College, Srimati Archana Manoj Kumar, the Principal, Dr. A. Selvaraj, and the staff coordinators of the college, Ms. Kavita, Ms. Maheshwari, and Ms. Narmada. We also have a very strong audiovisual team joining us from India. We think it won't be good if we introduce them to you all. So we have our audiovisual team with us on stage now. Mohanasudaram, Jai Vishnu, Shanti, and also we have one more person, Reshma, who has not joined us live today, but she will be through. Next is the group of our student contributors and coordinators. Saurav, Nadraj, Roy, Harish, and Arthur, who were with us from the beginning to make this happen on this wonderful morning. With all these manpower and great minds, this event was initiated, but still, we had such a good group of sponsors who made this happen. Thanks to our platinum sponsors, Storyblock, our gold sponsors, Vonage, Swillow, Auth0, AWS, Dheeraj Gandhi College of Technology, and New Relic for their support. Thanks to our silver sponsors, BenQ and Cloud Nerdy. Thanks to our bronze sponsors, Cooper Press, PAC, Manin, JavaScript Weekly, DAXLN, GitHub Spark, and GitHub India. Along with these sponsors, we also had a good number of community partners who joined hands with us. A special mention and thanks to all our community partners, Women Who Code, JavaScript Monthly London, JavaScript League, GDG, DevForce, Hubstack, Martin.js, Angular Kenya, Young Africa Devs, CodePart, Elastic, JavaScript Bangalore, Turing Communities, Cloud Artisans, Mozilla Tamil Nadu, and also Women in Tech India. We are also super excited to share the feelings of our speakers who received their sparks from different parts. As it is said, this is a virtual event, even our speakers are joining us physically. But still, we make sure that the sparks reach them on time. And these are some comments from them with the excitement they have to be part of it. So a special thanks to BenQ for their sponsorship. Along with this conference, which is having a series of speakers and their talks, we have also arranged a hackathon, like a fringe event. So which will be happening in the month of March, but the preparation, like registration and training the people who are going to be, the teams who are going to be part of the hackathon has already started, and different teams from many colleges are in line with us to compete in the 48 hours hackathon, which is going to happen in the month of March. For hackathon, we have two main sponsors, Bank and Wikimedia Foundation. So Bank has offered free iPad monitors and also 2 screen bar monitor lights for this hackathon. Wikimedia Foundation has also given a new track for their site for the hackathon. Thanks to both the sponsors. As said earlier, this is a hybrid conference and we are making use of many platforms and to give best experiences to all our attendees. We use Beto as our Q&A platform so that the attendees can have a live communication and pose their questions to the speakers, which will be more informative and also will give them a better platform to get their doubts clarified. We also have many competitions that gives surprising gifts to the attendees and also to the persons who are taking part in the competitions. Thanks to all our sponsors who is giving out all these prizes to our attendees. With us, we would also like to share you guys our social media handle so that let's make some noise on the social media. Something big is happening from India with the people in India. Both speakers and most of the attendees are also from India. So we would like to share our social media handles to every one of you to make some noise. Soon we will hear good number of tweets and posts from all the media. We also have some excited posts pasted on the screen to say you how much we are excited to host it in India. These are the words from different persons about the event in India, how much they are excited, how much they are looking forward, and how much this event is going to create a difference in the communities within India. And we also have certain images from our preparations to say that we were working hard for days to make this happen, and we believe this goes high and big. Once again, a very good warm welcome to everybody, and we wish this is going to be a very great day for us and for you who have joined us virtually. To give you all a sense of our tradition, we decided to have lighting of lamp, which in our native language we call Kuttu Vilakku. But on later discussions, we decided that why don't we have a digital inclusion to this traditional approach? Yes, everyone, today we are going to have a virtual lighting of lamp here in the location. I request the dignitaries available over here to join us on dais. So to light the first candle break, I invite the Secretary, Srimati Archana Manoj Kumar. Followed by her, we have the Head Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Ms. Narmada. Followed by her is Bonameenakshi Kotishwaran, who is the founder of Cityjsconf India and the organizer of the event. Followed by her, representing the organizing team, I request Mohana Sundaram to light the next candle break. We would like to make the presence of our attendees in this. So I request Ms. Sasikala from the attendees to light the next candle break. Thanks a lot to all the dignitaries. It's time to honor the nation. I request everyone to stand for national anthem.
Okay. Stream comes back, we cannot know from there whether it started or not. YouTube is streamed. Serving up. In the stream watching partner, writing of the laptop,
கொஞ்சம் அந்த சைட் யாரு
Now please be careful. Only few people can clear for the national. Yeah, nobody goes close to the place. Make sure. That's what. No, anybody on that? Okay, ma'am. Here, that only the panel is shown. Now the national has been played, so we now resume for the national. You just stand there. Okay.
Let it be at least dedicate place.
No, at least 4 people stand. Don't go very close. Yeah. Come in the plane, only 4 people go there. If take 4 people, 2 guys come. Only 2 guys come. So fast. Stand straight. Yes, that is. Stop. Check audio. And straight.
Thank you, everyone. As said early, Cityjs community is based out of London and have spread its wings all around the world because of the community members. But it's always a pleasure to hear it in the words of the founder. Yes, today joining us is the founder of Cityjs, Harris. Harris is the founder and organizer of Cityjs. He is a senior developer working currently for foolproof part of the Zetsa group. He lives in London and since 2016, Iris is the founder and organizer of Cityjs. He is a software developer working currently for the foolproof part of the Sensor Group. He lives in London and since 2016, he has organized more than 100 meetups. He didn't even stop during the pandemic. He started Cityjs in 2018 and over the years, he extended it to other countries. This year, he, with his team, including Bhuwana, will be running events in multiple countries like India, London, Brazil, Greece, and Singapore. It's time to hear from him. Iris, we are very happy to have you with us today, and the stage is all yours.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for having Cityjs in India. It's a great honor for me. As a founder of Cityjs, and I would like everyone, the people on the ground in Bhuwana, especially. As we know, Bhuwana was an ex-speaker last year. She has taken the Cityjs principles and she has transferred them to her country. It's a great honor for us to have Cityjs in India. And I hope you have a good time and you enjoy the talks from what I would say is the Indian cream of JavaScript. There are 17 speakers today. We have already seen 2 of them, and we will see more later on. Thank you very much, and give a clap, a warm of applause to the volunteers and the MC team. Thank you.
No. Could you get the next speaker on the live stream? Έπαιξε την κάρτα του.
Γιατί, τον αυνά.
Όχι, την κάρτα ρε, με το πρόσωπό σου. Το πρόσωπό του.
Now it's time to hear from the founder of Cityjs India, Ms. Bhuwana Meenakshi. Bhuwana is a social tech researcher, Mozillian, Wikimedian, and a VR/AR multidimensional space enthusiast. She is one of the recipients of the Shuttleworth Flash Grant Awards 2021. She has initiated the Women in Tech community in India to enable more voices of women who are interested in pursuing a career in tech or want to learn tech and to give opportunities to those who lost their career in tech due to the pandemic. As part of this initiative, she has joined hands with Coco Foundation, where the organization has collaborated to support the members of the community in furthering their careers and interest in advanced technologies. She is the co-founder of Emergibility and has also facilitated many global events like MozFest. She's one among the international jury panel for the Wikipedia pages and also was part of Photos Campaign 2021. With this, Bhuwana, we would like to hear from you. What were your thoughts when you wanted to bring this big community to our country. Welcome, Bona.
Hello. Hi everyone, good afternoon, welcome from Tamil Nadu, India. And this is Bhuvna Meenakshi, founder of Cityjs India. And I'm very proud to be here to address the Cityjs enthusiasts and participants who gathered here in the hybrid event, both physically and virtually. So welcome to Cityjs India 2022. I'm very glad that almost 7 months of effort and dream has finally come alive today. In 2021, I was a speaker at Cityjs London. I was very glad to be part of the diverse speaker lineup in 2021. And these were excellent quality talks from various speakers around the globe, and enormous attendees participated too. I wish to be part of the Cityjs team since then, because Eris and team were very well orchestrating the event, and this motivated me to bring together topic talks and speakers in JS and open source projects from India too. And it is not easy, but the team had already achieved this in the past Cityjs events and in the current series too. Kudos to all. This intrigued me to be part of the Cityjs team and community. When I approached Eris early September, he was simply surprised because it was the time he had conceived the idea of the World Series. Our thoughts collided, and finally we now have 5 international series evolved from Cityjs. We'll have the series of tours happening in London, Brazil, Greece, and Singapore. The very first of this is happening now in the South Asia and in Tamil Nadu right now here from India. Very glad to launch Cityjs India, a community for exploring JS and related technologies. The reason we wanted to decentralize this event as a global series is mainly to cover a wide range of audience, their needs, and their interests in technology. There is another additional element to this. These type of conferences leads to global village concepts. The soul of India lives in its villages, declared Mahatma Gandhi nearly a century ago. I'm inspired by Mr. Sridhar Vemu, who's the founder and CEO of Zoho Corp. His belief and unique approach to locate talents, empowering youth, and challenging them to create world-class software starts from rural development and localized programs. His book on smart villages, which is the Bridging the Global Urban-Rural Divide, is a true eye-opener. I have a personal experience of depending and traveling to metro cosmopolitan cities to attend my first conference in my life. As a woman, it's not just about attending the event, but also taking permission from home, cost, stay, and other social factors that I have to consider for attending a conference like the event, which would be just 4 to 5 hours. Today, the technology is helping us to be part of any conference from anywhere and for any number of time. And it's basically from the comfort of home. But we do still have gaps such as low bandwidth rural regions. I wanted Cityjs India to be accessible for wider audience and specifically give opportunity for first-time conference participants. We have nearly 500 first-time conference attendees, from which 150 of them are from low bandwidth regions, and among them, 97 have self-identified themselves as women. This indeed is a remarkable figure that we never expected, but we hope next year first ever Cityjs World Series. We have now justified the terms smart city and smart village. The complete Indian speaker lineup is another compliment to the event, and we hope in the next coming years we would host Cityjs India in local and regional languages too. Ending my talk here by thanking all our supporters, sponsors, organizers, and volunteers, seeking all of your support throughout the days of the conference and further out. I trust that everything will go well, and thanks again to Aris and the production team for staying up early today, and thank you all. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhuvana. And yes, we are also looking forward for the further participation, and we will make or join hands together to make it more success. Now, as a token of love from Cityjs, we would like to give a small memento to the college. We request the Secretary of the college, Srimati Archana Manoj Kumar, to receive the memento from the founder, Bhuvana Meenakshi. Department of Computer Science and Engineering, join them. Thank you, ma'am, and we are looking forward for the further cooperations. Now, we have a very vibrant speaker with us. She is the secretary of the college. She is a gold medalist in ME Software Engineering from Anna University. She also has 20+ years of industrial experience. Looking into the college structure and the way it operates, we are sure that she holds a very high rank in understanding the students' mindset and understanding the needs of the industries. We do have many communities that is collaborated with the college and running successfully from different places. Ma'am, we would request you to facilitate the gathering now, please.
Okay.
A very good morning and good afternoon to the team of Cityjs UK, India, and to all the participants who are attending this wonderful event. It is a great pleasure, and we consider it as a great honor that Cityjs consider VTCT to be their venue partner, and we are very happy to host this unique first ever Cityjs conference in India, in Tamil Nadu, and in a two-tier city, Salem. I would particularly mention a city which is two-tier to reflect on what Bhuvana said, that this program has to reach everyone. Whether you are in a city or you are in a small town, this program is going to have a wonderful audience, and thanks to the technology that we have now. And I'm sure it's getting better. And as Bhuvana said, only 97 are from the lower bandwidth. By the time Cityjs host another conference, I'm sure everybody will be in the larger bracket. I would really want to mention about my students. They are right now the alumni, but Buna, Ashley, and there are so many who came up and who are part of Cityjs and have taken this initiative to bring Cityjs to India. Indeed, it gives me great pleasure and feel proud that my students, DGCT students, now alumni, have really made us proud by reaching beyond boundaries. Yes, they have really worked hard during the 4 years of engineering. I've seen them participate in every event and complete it successfully. And this is what has given them the confidence to do it today with equals much better way. And I simply love the way you arranged everything, your patience, your management skills, and your leadership. It's pretty evident from this wonderful inauguration event that we are conducting. It's indeed a huge platform for the technology people. Yes, there are new jargons coming every day, every minute. You start with JS framework, Node.js, and it goes on. Every day, new technology is emerging. There are people working on their different platforms, and Cityjs is really doing a wonderful job of creating these conferences so that they get a platform to present what we are. And looking at the advertisements from the sponsors, you really begin to wonder, yes, technology is changing the way we live. And thanks to COVID, otherwise we wouldn't have had this kind of a hybrid virtual event. It would be great pleasure to host a lot of people here at college for this conference. But because of COVID, they couldn't do it. Nothing less has stopped because we have the technology, we have a wonderful tech team who is collaborating, the Zoom and the YouTube, everything together to give you a similar experience. I'm sure every session that is going to happen in the next 2 days is going to bring in a lot of ideas, a lot of technology to understand, to start using, and these platforms will make a difference to the participants as well as the speakers. I was really impressed to see the tech talk speakers that are going to speak after this session, after my inauguration. And each one has done fabulous work, and it's so nice to see them present their idea. Not only this, we are also happy that Cityjs is conducting the hackathon, which is a very important event. And it's going to give a lot of students an opportunity to participate. And the most important thing is the Women in Tech, which I'm personally very, very attached to. I'm sure this event is going to be one of its kind and going to lead women into more and more technology. The acronym for the program that they have said is TEWI. That is that's synonymous with the the lady goddess in India, and I'm quite happy that we get the same Shakti, the same power to take technology ahead. And I would like to see Poorna and Ashley and all her teammates do more of these events year on and make India a very happening place with these conferences. I thank my team at Cityjsconf Gandhi College of Technology, Principal Sir, the HOD of the Computer Department, the faculty ma'am, Kavita ma'am, and Maheshwari ma'am for coordinating the entire event with Buna. And it is a 10-year-old college started by a legendary educationist, and we have done up with our accreditations, and we really do a lot of work with the industry. And that's how we were awarded with the AICT CII Industry Partnership Awards. And this conference, conferences like this have added more success to the story. And I'm really honored that it is the first international conference that is happening at DGCT. And we look forward for many more. Thank you for the opportunity. And we are very touched once again with all the work. Wish you all the luck. And a special note to Alice. I'm sure you have created a spark, and that is going to ignite a lot of minds in India. And thank you very much for motivating my alumni and many other students. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Best of luck. Looking forward to a lot of tech act. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And yes, those are really evergreen moments in our memories. And also, we do hope that this spark will ignite more minds and we'll see a better India soon in terms of technology. So, it's time to start our live sessions and talks. Once again, a big thanks to all our sponsors for their consistent support. Stay tuned, our sessions will be starting soon.
Someone check.
Hello, can you hear me?
Karti Sayan, are you ready?
Yes, yes.
Are you ready to rock and roll? Show us what you got.
We start in 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
You're gonna be great.
By the way, should I also share my screen? And
Say again?
Shall I share my screen and test it as well?
You can share your screen, yeah.
Okay.
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves
Okay. So is my screen visible?
or customers the best experience.
Yeah, I can see your screen. All good.
Perfect, perfect.
There is something below there where it says made with slides.com.
Try this. I think the code.
Sorry?
There is like that extra bit underneath that says made with slides.com. I don't know if you want to show that.
First day of the company. What makes me very exciting? What really motivates me working at the zone is the unique tech challenges.
This is even allowed, but
Okay. No, that's cool. That's cool.
Each team is designed to own
Nice
a
work.
subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important. Something that
We're gonna tell you when to start talking. because you're gonna start talking before the stream.
Literally millions of users. It was very challenging for me and my team. To get a big product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Sun before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase.
When you start talking, it is better that you don't have anything said, so people can see your face.
Share your camera.
It allows you to.
Yeah, that's great. Awesome. Κάνει έτσι,
Διαφήμιση.
Βλέπει εδώ. Πάλι το ίδιο πράγμα.
Before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro so that we could kind of collaborate in a very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job. We do a lot of activities as a team. We have the budget for like meetups and online courses. We spend every 2 weeks. We've got a learning day with our team, and so we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building. What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. Work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down. We're working with millions of users. We are beginning to scale. I don't know what I can do. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting. If you want to be challenging and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely. And you never ask for stupid questions. That's a safe thing.
Get ready, we begin in 20.
Ship it.
Okay, start.
Start.
Can you give access to the video part?
Τι κάνεις? Μην του κάνεις κάτι. Δεν έχει να κάνει κάτι. Ανοιχτός είναι. Cityjsconf, are you ready?
Oh, yes.
Video on.
Start talking.
Video is not on.
Start.
CV.
That's.
Let's start.
Cityjsconf, are you ready?
Τι κάνουν?
Yes, I am.
Start.
Εγώ τους κάνω τέτοιο. AV people, could you please mute? Let's start. Είμαι λίγο εσύ.
Τι θες να κάνεις? Κάτω να πει.
Okay, go.
Eris, the MC team is ready here. Enable it. Can you please enable the video for AV Team India? There's some permission restricted. The MC team is ready here for the intro.
Check the mic.
Good afternoon.
I can see your video.
Can start, right?
Okay, go.
Hi everyone, this is Karthi here, and I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker. Karthikeyan is a lead software engineer at Cityjsconf and a volunteer Mozilla Tech speaker. He has over 6+ years of experience in building SaaS products. He has been invited as a speaker at many conferences in the USA, France, Singapore, Ukraine, and Vietnam. Interesting fact about to note of Karthikeyan is he has been part of both startup acquisition and as well as an IPO during his career. Today, he is here to give us some insights on building a cross-browser extension with JavaScript. Onboarding Karthikeyan to the stage.
Thank you so much.
Okay, start talking because it's gonna appear on the stream.
Yeah. So hello and welcome CTJS 2022. I'm super excited and honored to be part of the first cohort of CTJS India 2022. And I really wanted to thank CTJS and the entire organizer team for having me here. With that happy note, let's get started. So today we are gonna talk about building a cross-browser extension with JavaScript. So a little introduction about me. I'm Karthikeyan Narasimhan. I'm a full-time software engineer at Freshworks. I especially work for the product called Fresh Marketer, which is a marketing automation software. I am also a part-time student at Georgia Tech. I'm a free and open source software evangelist. I have given numerous talks in events and conferences in India and across 6 countries. And I'm a Mozilla representative for India and an official tech speaker of Mozilla. I've served for almost 3 years. I'm also available on Twitter at the rate of Hello Karthik. So feel free to stop me. I will probably stop you back. And today's agenda is we're going to talk about what browser extensions are, what they can do, basically, and what's the architecture of web extension. We're going to look into some of the extension APIs that are available. And I'm going to show you a demo of 2 web extensions today. And we're going to look into some of the development tools that we require for building an extension. And also we are going to see how to debug and publish your add-ons on the marketplace. So hope you're all excited and let's begin. So what is browser extension? I'm pretty sure many of you would have used at least some of the extension in your daily use. Maybe it's for personal or for work. So basically, a browser extension is something that extends the functionality of a browser. So there are numerous extensions that are available in Chrome extension store, or Firefox add-ons store, and let's see what extensions can actually do. So extensions basically, it's like an Iron Man suit for Tony Stark. Similar way, extensions are for the browser. So it gives a superpower to the browser to perform its max efficiency. So what are the examples of extensions? So let me show you some popular add-ons. Probably you all can relate to those and probably would have used it in some point of time. And here are a few of the popular add-ons that I have used personally. And first is Grammarly plugin. So I think most of you might have heard of it or used it. And I use it personally as I'm a part-time student. I get to write assignments every week and I have to submit reports for which I require a tool like this to correct my grammars or sentence. And of course, I use it to submit a call for proposal page. Right? So it's a pretty helpful add-on. And the next is AdBlock Plus. I think most of you would have used this. This basically prevents advertisements running on your web page, and it blocks all your advertisements. And extension can help you browse securely. So these are a few of the examples. Facebook Container by Mozilla is one of the best examples. I've used it, and it's an interesting add-on that basically isolates the Facebook activity away from your normal website browsing. So what it does is it prevents Facebook from tracking your website views, so that it doesn't put advertisements on your visits. And HTTPS everywhere is basically it enforces HTTPS of all the traffic that comes in and out of the browsers. And extension can also be used to enhance your experience. For example, whenever you open a new tab, you get to see the boring homepage, right? So instead of that, you can show something like a motivational quotes or probably a picture of your family running through. So that would be an exciting functionality of an add-on. And this is one of my favorite. It's called Momentum. It's an extension that's available on Chrome and Firefox. So whenever you open a new tab, you get this screen. And extension can also help you to store and access your password easily. The first one you're seeing is OnePass. So OnePassword, let's and LastPass. These all helps you to store and access your password through your browser, through a browser extension. And it's pretty much a good functionality for an extension, what an extension could be. And so basically, anything you want, which actually unleashes the potential of browser capabilities. And that's what a web extension can do. All right, so now let's discuss on the architecture of web extension. How does a web extension look like? So the first you see here, there's a manifest.json, and then you have several other components called background page, content scripts, browser action, page action, options page, and web accessible resources. We're going to look into each one of those components and what it does and how do we write them. So the first is the manifest.json file. So this is a mandatory file in your extension. You can have an extension without any of the other files, but manifest.json is a mandatory file, and it's basically a key value pair. So basically, manifest.json is like an index of a web page, index of your book, right? So it contains all the metadata about your extension. And here you can see the first three keys: manifest version, name, and the version of an extension. These three are like the mandatory keys for manifest.json. So the first one is the manifest version. It is 2. Currently, Google is working on version 3, and it has already stopped getting a submission for version 2. And version 2 is going to be there for at least for the next 1 or more years. And the dedication date has been announced already. And the name of your add-on is Beastify. So basically, if you want to talk more about the manifest version, feel free to ask in Q&A session. So we can discuss more on this. But for now, extension API will work well for Firefox, for Opera, and Safari and other browsers, basically Chromium-based browsers. And here's the name. Name is basically your name of your add-on, and then version is basically your add-on version. And these are all basically optional. Everything you see here are optional. You just plug in as and when you need it. So let's talk about types of scripts that are available. So there are basically two types of scripts. One is the content script, another is the background script. So we're going to see one by one what it does. The first one is content scripts. So it's similar to loading a JavaScript on a web page, right? So it basically injects a web page into your, it just inject a JavaScript into your web page, right? So it can access your DOM structures, it can manipulate your DOM, and content script can basically access very few APIs. They cannot access all the APIs, but if you want to do so, you can send a message to background script. We're going to see what background script is. So once you send a message to background script can access all the underlying web extension APIs. And this content script can help you to make HTTP requests to the domains. And here is how a content script look like. So you can see this is how it looked like in a manifest.json file. So you have a content script keys here, and it's an array where you can see we have a key called matches and JS. So basically means that we're going to inject this JavaScript to those websites that matches this keyword, right? So we're going to inject jQuery.js and content.js to all the websites that has Mozilla.org in it. Basically, if you go to Mozilla.org or any of the subdomains, it can have any protocol, HTTP or HTTPS. And if you visit the page, these JavaScript scripts will be injected into the page. And next comes background scripts. So we call this as privileged scripts. Why do we call it privileged scripts? Is because it can access all the web extension APIs, the underlying extension APIs. So they run independent of any task. So what I mean by that is basically in content scripts, it is under the context of a specific web page. So here you're running in the specific web page, but for background script, you don't run on a specific web page. Rather, you run at the browser's runtime. So it's going to stay in a background. So basically, the scripts will run in a background. When you start a browser till you close the browser, it's going to be running independently of any tab. Whichever tab you visit doesn't matter, and it loads as soon as extension is loaded, and it's going to stay until you close it. Right, and you can use any of the web extension APIs. That's why it's called as a privileged scripts. So basically, this is how you can keep the manifest.json file, and you have the background scripts, and you mentioned the JavaScript here. Right. Let's get to know more about the browser action. So this is a very interesting component here. So basically, most of the extension that you have installed, you would have seen a small icon on the toolbar, right? So these are powered by browser actions, right? So when you click on this browser action icon, so when you click on the it will give you a pop-up. So basically, a pop-up can contain some data where you can select or configure some options. Right? So this is an advantage of using a browser action. So how do you access it? So basically, you can access it through this API, browser.browseraction.onClick, add listener, and replay. So basically, whenever you click on this icon, we have to tell our extension what you need to do when you click on this action. Probably when you click on this icon, you can show a pop-up, or when you click on this icon, you can do some actions, right? And browser here means browser is basically a namespace or extension API, whereas Chrome uses a namespace called Chrome. And browser namespace is basically all the asynchronous API calls are made using promise, whereas Chrome makes use of callbacks. But it's going to change once V3 comes into play. And browser action is basically an API and on click. So when you click on the icon, this particular function will be triggered. Right, and suppose if your action is very much specific to your web page, then you can use a page action. So page action will reside on your address bar. Right? So you might have seen a reading mode on your address toolbar. So whenever you click on the reading mode, the entire page is converts into reading mode. It just removes all the clutters. And they can be like many plugins. For example, one of the use case is you can probably have a plugin, a page action plugin, where you can convert your entire web page into PDF. Right? So that is possible using page action. And here is the API for that. So similar to browser action, you have an API called page action. And when you click on it, we will be listening to an event and we will run a function. So that is how what page action does. And we also have options page. So this component will let you to add an option page on the add-ons manager. So basically you have an add-ons manager about column add-ons. From there you can configure your add-on. Maybe you can choose a color, or probably you can have a text box to enter your API keys that connects to your website. So you can basically have any kind of configuration that you want to provide for your user. Right? So that's for that is options page for you. And we also have other UI elements. For example, we have sidebar. So sidebar is very much specific to Firefox. You don't have this in other browser. So this API will work only on Firefox. So sidebar is basically when you go to view sidebar, you get an option sidebar. Let me show you. So when you click on this view sidebar, so you can see a sidebar here. And currently you have bookmarks and history. So let's say you want to build an extension that adds another option along with this, you can make use of it. For example, you can have a notes app probably to annotate. So you can have a annotation box here, so where you can add a notes or add a image or something like that when you're visiting a website. So that is possible using sidebar APIs. And then you have DevTools. So DevTools is again basically when you click on your developer tools, so you can see all these tools, right? Debugger, network, and all this. So along with it, you can build a new extension that can add a new tab in this developer tool. For example, we have an extension Ember developer tool. So here you basically have a developer tool tab added to this. Similar way, you can actually have a new tab for your add-on. And then there's something called a notification tab. So notification API. So this will basically send push a notification to your browser. So let's say you have a drink water reminder or something. So you want to push a notification on your browser. So it will just pop up on your right up corner of your browser. Right. So, and then you have address by suggestion. So this is basically, you can set a keyword for a website. For example, let's say I want to search someone on LinkedIn directly from my address bar. I can have a hotkey for LinkedIn, let's say LI. So when I go to my address bar and type LI space Karthikeyan Narasimhan, so probably what will happen is it will go to a web page, linkedin.com, search for result will be displayed to you. Right, so that is the power of address bar suggestion. Even you can have probably for Stack Overflow, you can call it as SO keyword. So whenever you go to your bar, you can just type SO / how to do this or that, right? So that's the power of address bar suggestion. And web accessible resources. So basically, this is one of the key that you need to mention in your manifest.json file. So all the resources such as the images, HTML, JavaScript, so whatever you have included in your extension that needs public access, those things can be put into this web accessible resource key. All right. So, okay. So what is web extension API? So Mozilla proposed a cross-browser extension standard called Web Extension API at W3C. So this allows you to build and run extension across all the browsers. So what are the advantages for this? From a developer perspective, you don't need to maintain a separate code base for each of the browser. Rather, you can simply build for one, and you can use the same for all the browsers. And so that is possible using this web extension API. So all you need to do is there are probably few changes that you require for Chromium-based browsers like Chrome, Edge, and Opera. And for Safari, you can directly use the exact same thing what you use for Firefox. It's going to work seamlessly without any change at all. And here are a few of the web extension APIs that's available. First one is Alarm API. So again, back to the same example, if you want to have a drink water add-on that reminds you to drink water for, let's say, for every 15 minutes or so. So you can have an Alarm API that will be basically running in the background. It will have a counter. So every 10 minutes, it's going to send a notification asking you to drink water, right? Or if you want to have, there's something called a 20-20-22, right? So whenever you are watching a screen for 20 minutes, doctors ask you to look at something which is 20 feet apart and for 20 seconds, right? So you can probably have a notification. You can build an add-on to send you a notification to look away from your screen. Probably that could save you from dry eyes. Right. So, and then we also have tabs API. So this is basically helps you to manage all your tabs, your current tab, or it can, there are like many methods available. For example, you can create a new tab, you can duplicate the tab, you can organize the tab, you can move into a separate containers, you can even remove a tab, or probably you can have add-on that could count how many times you have opened facebook.com, right? So that can be possible. Or when you create a new tab, you want to open something, maybe a picture of a family, that's possible using tabs.create API, right? And then we have storage API that's basically make use of the storage functionality of your browsers. So that's storage API. And then we have web request API. This is kind of a very powerful API that we can use. So it lets you to intercept the network traffic of that goes in and out of your browser. So basically all the privacy concerned extension, like privacy related extensions like to-block origin, privacy badger, or ad block test. All these things, all these extensions basically make use of this web request API. But Chrome has recently modified this web request API. They have stopped using it. Instead of, they're using a declarative net request API. So that's part of the V3. In order to preserve few of the functionalities that all the major ad block service uses, they have supported 3,000 plus rules that one can add to your declarative net request API. So yes. And then we have notification APIs. As I told an example with Alarm API, you can send a notification. And there are basically many more extensions API that are available right now. So if you want to look at the exhaustive list of extension API available, you can visit the MDN developer.mozilla.org. So MDN is basically like a mecca for JS developers, and you get all the information related to your API. Right. So talking about the security aspect, so whenever you install an add-on, browser itself will show a pop-up warning you that these are the things that your extension is going to make use of, like it's going to access to, right? So you're going to accept that you grant them grant the add-ons those permissions, right? So these are all like security aspects that are given by the browsers. Here, the first one you're seeing from Mozilla. So this is how the Firefox shows you a pop-up, and similarly in Chrome, it's going to show you like this particular Grammarly add-on plugin, for example, is going to display notification, or it's going to modify the data. So all these things. So how does a browser know all these? Is basically you need to mention all these things in your manifest.json file. If you're going to make use of tabs API, or maybe you're going to make use of web request API, you need to mention it explicitly in your manifest.json file under the permissions tab. Right. So based on that, this is going to be shown to your end users. All right. So enough of talking. So let me start with the demo. So today we are going to see two extensions. So one is going to be like an hello world of extension. That's Borderify. Let me open my Sublime. And here you can see I basically have two folders. Borderify and Pave tab open. So we're going to explore the first extension right now. Borderify, so basically we have two files in one folders here, and we have a manifest.json, we have borderify.js, and we have an icons folder. Within that, we have our icons. All right, so always remember that you need to have your manifest.json in the root of your project directory, not in any of the subdirectories. So let's open the manifest.json file here. As you can see, these three are the mandatory keys that are required in your manifest.json file. The first one is manifest version, which can be 2, and the name of your extension, let's call it Borderify, and the version of your extension, we're going to set it as 1.0. Maybe once you iterate, when you give an update, you can have 1.1 or 2, or if it's going to be a major release, give it 2.0 or something like that. Right, so that's how you need to version your new updates to the marketplace, right? So, and then description icons are basically optional, but it is recommended. Description basically tells you like what your add-on does. So this is what's going to be displayed on your extension add-ons manager page. And then we have icons key. So this is basically, it is again optional, but it's recommended. Right now we have a 48 cross 48 pixel icon over here, which is under the icons folder. We can also have 96 or something, and we can also have for 32. So you can just mention all the resolutions of icon that you want to have here, right? And then we also have content script. So as I already told you, content script basically injects, it basically loads a script onto any web page that you mention in this matches, right? So basically you want to load this boardify.js script to those websites that matches this criteria. So any website of mozilla.org, when you visit that website, this will be injected. All right. So let's see what this boardify.js has. And yep, exactly right. So that's going to be one single line of your code. So this is basically just a hello world of an extension. So what I'm going to do is basically update the style border. We're going to set 5 pixel solid red. So this extension, what it's going to do is whenever you open any tab of mozilla.org, so we're going to have a border of 5 pixel of width with solid red color. So that's what we're going to do with this add-on. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this add-on in our Firefox browser. So how you're going to do is basically go to about:debugging. And from this page, you're going to click on this Firefox. And there's an option called load temporary add-on. Let me remove the existing one. So there's something called load temporary add-on. We're going to click on this and open Borderify. Select the manifest.json file and click on open. So you can see a cute little icon here that we have mentioned in our icons folder. And yes, the extension has been loaded. So how you're going to test it? So basically, let's try to open google.com. Is it going to work? Nope, because we have given the matches at mozilla.org. Let's open mozilla.org. And voila, that's it. So you can see a red border is applied to this web page. Let's open developer.mozilla website, developer.mozilla.org, and you can see a red border has been applied. Right. So how are you going to work? Make this add-on work in our Chrome browser. For that, what you're going to do is let's open our Chrome tab. Let's say Chrome extensions. Let's go to this page and make sure that you enable this developer mode on. So it's going to be off. So when you click on this developer mode, you get an option to load, unpack, or pack extension and update. So let's click on load unpack option here and go Cityjs, Borderify. And here you not you will not click on the manifest.json. Instead, you'll be selecting your folder and click on select, and that's it. So your extension has been loaded in your browser. To test it, let's go to mozilla.org, and there you go. You can see 5 pixel width of red border, right? So this is one example of how we can build an extension. Let's go to another example called tab open, right? So I'm going to tell you what this is going to do. So this is basically going to have, we're going to have a pop-up, we're going to have an icon. So when you click on that icon, you get a pop-up asking for, like, you have 3 options in the pop-up. One is Google, Facebook, and Twitter. So when you click on Google, you're going to create a new tab with google.com on it, right? And if you click on Facebook, a facebook.com page will be open. So this is what this particular extension does. So let me open Firefox. Let me open this manifest.json file here. Let's close this. All right. So similar way, manifest.json, 3 mandatory keys. Manifest version, name, and the version. And description homepage is optional again. We have icons for 40 plus 48. And background script, we have our background.js that we're going to see what's going to happen in that. And here we have an interesting manifest key here, that is browser action. So as I told you, browser action is basically If you want an icon on your toolbar, then you have to use the browser action. And so that is what this particular component does. So you have a default icon. So basically you need to show an icon on your toolbar, and then you're going to have a title and a default pop-up. So whenever you click on that icon, you need to show your users a pop-up, right? So that will be mentioned here in the default pop-up. So that's basically an HTML page, right? So the basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript is what this browser action pop-up will contain. So let's see what this pop-up HTML has. So basically, it's a very simple code here. So we have 3 options: Google, Facebook, and Twitter. So when you click on these options, any of these options, so these are wrapped in a div. So when you click on any of this div, automatically a new tab will be created. So how do we create that? So this calls choose website.js. Let's open it. So what we're doing is basically we're going to see if it does not contain a class called website, so that's going to written blank. If it contains a class called website, then what you're going to do is basically extract the text content. So basically here the text content is Google. So we're going to extract it, and we're going to pass it to the background JS, right? So we're going to pass it as a name and in JSON format. We're going to call browser.runtime.send message. So what this does is basically it sends a message from choosewebsite.js to the background JS. Right. So I remember I told you that only the background JS has access to all the extension APIs, right? So you need to send a message in order to make use of those APIs. So you're sending a message to your background.js, right? So here what we're doing is, it's again a very simple code. We'll be listening to an on message. So we will be listening if an event has been dispatched. So once it's dispatched, it will listen to it and it will run this particular function. So what do we do? Basically, we will extract the name. In case of Google, we're going to return as google.com, Facebook, facebook.com. And to show it in a new tab, we're going to make use of this particular API called tabs API. Again, browser is the namespace, tabs is the API, and create is a method. So browser.tabs will create, and you have to pass domain name, the entire domain name as the URL. So once you do that, you create a new tab where google.com is will be shown. So let's try it out. The same drill. Let's load temporary add-on, Cityjs, tab open, Firefox, and click on the manifest.json, open. So you can see tabs open extension has been added to our browser, and you can see a little icon here, right? So this is what the browser action icon is. So when you click on this icon, you have 3 divs, so 3 options, either Google, Facebook, or Twitter. Let's click on Google. That's it. Let's click on Facebook. It's going to open a new tab with Facebook. Twitter, it's going to open a new tab with Twitter. All right, so this is what this particular extension do. And let's do the same thing in extension. Let me remove this API, load unpacked, Cityjs, tab open, Firefox, and select. So what's going to happen is basically it's going to throw an error. Why? Browser is not defined. So as I already told you, Web Extension API make use of the namespace called browser, whereas Google Chrome make use of Chrome namespace. So the difference is this. So let me open Chrome manifest. So this is the extension that's going to work in Chrome. So I'm going to walk through what's the content in it. So manifest.json is going to be the same what you saw for Firefox. And the only change that you're going to see is wherever you have used browser namespace, you're going to replace that with Chrome namespace, right? So instead of browser, you're going to use Chrome.tabs. Instead of browser.runtime, you're going to use Chrome.runtime. And similarly, you're going to use Chrome.runtime to send message to send a message to your background, right? So now let's remove this and run our extension that is designed for Chrome. Now, if you see, it just works. But what if you don't want to make all these changes? So the point of cross-browser extension is basically you want to have a single code base that works across all the browsers, right? So what if you want to do that? So there's something called web extension polyfill. So what it does is basically runs the browser namespace in your Chrome browser as well. So how does it do? Let's get web extension polyfill, and let's get the browser polyfill.js. So all you need to do is basically you need to have this JS file in your extension folder. So once you have this and you call this polyfill, you can immediately use your extension that you actually run on your Firefox into your Chrome as well. So let's save browser polyfill in Firefox. I'm going to save this file in Firefox. And let me open the Firefox, and you can see there's a browser polyfill.js. So what we're going to do is basically we need to mention this browser polyfill.js in our background before running our background script, right? So we're going to call browser polyfill.js and then background.js. Always remember you need to call this polyfill before you call your background.js. That's very important. Otherwise, you'll still get the browser is not defined error. So, and you also need to mention it in your browser action. For example, this is our browser action. So what we're going to do is I'm going to uncomment this. I've already added it. So we are going to call our browser polyfill.js in our browser action page as well. Save this as well. And I'm going to go to Chrome. So previously we got an error while I tried to load the extension from Firefox, right? Now, since I have this browser polyfill.js, that's gonna solve my problem. So let's select, and there you go. We don't have any error. So let's check if it works or not. Open this, click on the tabs, Google, and there you go. All right. So we are using this browser polyfill. We are able to run our extension, the same code that you use for Firefox, in your Chrome browser as well. So what about Opera? What about Edge? What about Safari? You can do it in all these browsers as well. So let me show an example of how you do it in Opera. Let's go to Opera extensions. So I think we already have it open. And it's the same way, just like in Chrome, since it's a Chromium-based browser, so just like in Chrome, you have a development mode here. You need to enable it, and you get this option. Click on Load Unpacked, and tab open Firefox. Click on Select, and there you go. Your extension is now loaded in your browser. Now to try it out, let me enable this. So you see an icon here. Click on it, Google, and there you go. That's it. So you have now successfully ran your extension in Firefox, Chrome, and Opera. All right. So how do you run an add-on? So we just saw how we run an add-on, right? So first thing is we can run through about debugging. So I went to this page called about debugging. Similarly, in Chrome, you visit Chrome extension, Chrome:/extensions folder. The page there, you can load your extension. And similarly in Opera, you use Opera:/extensions. And there's also an option called about add-ons where you can load your extension. And there's also another way to run your add-on instead of doing it through your browser. If you are fond of running it on your terminal, then you can make use of this WebEx tool. So this is basically an NPM package. So I have already installed this NPM package here. Let me give you an example how it looks like. Let me open Firefox. And here, what I'm going to do is basically run webext and space run. So what it's going to do is it will open a new Firefox browser for me, and the extension will be loaded in it. So here it is. So a new Firefox browser is opened, and an extension is loaded here. Now if I click on it, it opens google.com. Now let's say I want to make a change. How does it reload? Let's go to let's go to the folder, and let me change the website to instagram.com. Right, I'm gonna save it. So once you save it, this web.ext is gonna reload automatically, and I just need to click on this, and there you go. Instagram.com is open. All right. So this is how you can make use of this web.ext package, and you have a lot of things that you can do with web.ext. Let me show you. So there are a lot of options that are available in this package. Like you can build, you can create your zip artifact, you can sign your package, you can run your package, you can lint, you can check for if there is any manifest, there's an error in your manifest file, and documentation link, right? So let's try to package this. Let's call it web.ext space build. When I do this, a folder will be created in case it's not visible. So when I do web.ext build, a folder is created here. Go to this, and here you can see a zip file has been created in the format that all the marketplace requires you to have. That is extension name followed by a version number and then zip file. Right? So this, so that's how easy it is to use this npm package. And now let's talk about publishing an add-on. So there are different ways of publishing in each of these browsers. So let me show an example how you do it in your Firefox browser. So let's go to addons.mozilla.org. Click on this Developers Hub. So once you're in this Developers Hub, you need to log in into your Firefox account. So you need to log in as a Firefox user. And then once you do it, there's an option called Submit a New Add-on here. Click on it, and it basically asks you two options. It gives you two options. One is, do you want to own on this site? If you want to publish your add-on in this addons.mozilla.org site, or if you want to publish it in your own website, both are possible. Let's say on this site, continue. Here you're going to select your zip file. So remember, we just created a zip file here using web.ext build. So we're going to click on this open, and it's going to validate our manifest file. If there is no error, yes, no errors with warnings. And it's going to ask whether it's for Firefox or Firefox for Android. Let's call it Firefox. Continue. By the way, Firefox and Firefox Android both has some similarities, but most of the APIs will not work for Firefox or Android. So if you want to check which works in Firefox, which works in Firefox or Android, then you have to visit the developers.mozilla.org. You have a section there. I also shared in the resource section, like where to check whether it is available for Android or not. So here you need to submit a source code in case you have any minifiers or generators, but we don't have anything of that. So no, and continue. And this is the page that will be landed to. And here you can give your summary descriptions and what category it belongs to, what license are you using here. And if you want to give a note to the reviewer, for example, if you want to give a test signing credentials in order to use your add-on, then you need to provide that, and then submit version. That's it. Right. So it's very easy to do this. And similarly for other platforms like Chrome and Safari, basically in Chrome and Safari, you need to pay an fee or one-time fee to publish an add-on, whereas in Mozilla Firefox, it's absolutely free to publish an add-on. All right. So here are a few of the links that you would require while building an extension. So please check out these links. It's going to be really handy when you start developing your first extension. And if you need any help, reach out to the IRC channel. We basically run on Matrix. So here's the channel, addons.mozilla.org. And you can also subscribe to a mailing list, which is dev-addons. And feel free to post it on Twitter. If you have any questions, you can tag hashtag @Mozamo, AMO, and you can ask me questions. So yes, that's all, folks. Thank you so much for joining me live today. And I'm available on Twitter. If you have any doubts, you can ask your questions there, or you can post your questions in Veto. If you want to reach out to me, reach out via my personal ID. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
So, thank you, Karthik, for the insightful session. We
Thank you.
have some couple of QAs for you.
Okay.
So, the first question from the attendees is, can you suggest some GitHub repositories for building cross-browser extension?
You mean to have some examples, you mean?
Yeah.
So basically, there are some web extension examples. I've also shared it here in the links. So you can go to the github.com/mdn and you have a lot of example extensions. You can check this and probably, remix it and use it in a customized way. That's totally possible. You can try out all these extensions. Basically, they're all open source. So, yeah. So sorry, I didn't share my screen, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the next.
So this is the web extension API. Yeah. So this is the example that I'm talking about. So you can use
Okay.
these. Cool. And what's the next question?
Okay. In what ways cross-browser extension seems to be versatile from other?
So extension API is the main motto of this web extension API standard is to create a standard that can work across all the browser extensions, like all the browsers. Right. So you just don't need to maintain web extension. Your add-ons for every browser separately. Let's say for Chrome, you're going to build an extension for Firefox and for Opera. You don't need to build an extension for each of these browsers separately. Instead, you can just use the standard web extension API, and with just a small change, you can run it across all the browsers, and that's the most that's the most productive and useful way. And so yeah.
Okay, so the next thing is, what is the basic tech stack a developer should have before building an extension?
So that's the beauty of web extension API. So all you need to have a knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. With the basic of these knowledge, I think you can get started. As you already seen in my example, Hello World example, you might have seen a very minimal code there. So start with that and eventually further progress towards more complex extension with more complex APIs.
Okay, thank you. So, what can you suggest some roadmap, like basic roadmap for beginning with building up these things? A short roadmap tips.
There is no silver bullet answer to the question. So basically, this is, if you ask me, I would say that first go through the examples that I have shared in the links section of my slides. I'm going to share my slides, of course. So you go through all the web extension examples. So try with some simple extension. Try to change. For example, I showed an example of Borderify, right? So you can change a solid red color to something green or blue. That's how you progress one by one, and then you can start exploring each of the APIs. First, try to build a very small extension. Let's say I spoke about building a 2020 rule extension, right? So it basically you can send a notification to view away from your screen every 20 minutes. So that you can start building. That's like a very minimal code. All you need to have is an alarm API and notification API, and start with that first. And then as you gradually move on further, we can explore more complex APIs. So that's what I would suggest for all the beginners.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Karthik. It was very great to catch up with you through this Cityjs, and looking forward in more events to connect with you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Gayatri, and thank you so much, Cityjs team, for having me here. And thanks for everyone joining me live today. See you.
basically when you should start talking.
Hi, Lakshya. Thanks for the informative session. So here we go with the intro for Lakshya. Lakshya Shivaramakrishnan is a technical program manager at Google with the payments merchant team. She has managed the Women Techmakers program in India for about 5 years prior to this role. She has founded the Pragyoshala program, which is a one-week online bootcamp to nurture young women in technology. She has received the Women in sorry, there was a technical issue. So I start with the intro for Lakshya. Lakshya is a technical program manager at Google with the payment merchant team. She has managed the Women Techmakers program in India for about 5 years prior to this role. She has founded the Pragyoshala program, which is a 1-week online bootcamp to nurture young women in technology. She has received the Women in AI Leadership Award by Analytics India magazine and the Women in Corporate Allies Emerging Diversity Champion Award by Women's Web in 2020. She is also a TEDx speaker and a Cenomics Lead Like a Girl Fellow. She enjoys nurturing communities and empowering women to join, thrive, and lead in the tech industry. It is awesome to see women in tech, Lakshya. Also, your initiatives and the award you have seems to be role model some for the young minds. Thanks for the and
thank you so much.
So here comes the QA. So there is a QA like how to count the number of files having a specific string in this file name for specific folder. That is, I meant is like they're asking like handling multiple events through Google Scripts.
Can you say that again? Like if it's counting the number of files, then it depends. Like you need to use probably the drive class where you go through, like you specify one drive link and inside that you iterate. So it is like any for loop that you run, you iterate inside that folder. The key here is to use the right class.
Okay. So what is the purpose of open dynamic link actions in Google Scripts?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, that's cool. So the next question is like, what is the basic tech stack for the developers to begin with Google Scripts for automating the tasks?
It is just basic JavaScript. Like I said in the talk, it is just basic JavaScript, and there are already a lot of boilerplate codes available in the link that I shared. If you go to developers.google.com/apps-script, there are already a lot of example or quick start tutorials that are available. So if you can go and take a look at it, it is like with 2 lines of code, we got started with writing our first app script. So basic JavaScript is all that is required.
Okay. So another one is like, why do a developer should switch to the Google Scripts for automating the task? Why should they choose Google Scripts?
Well, this is obviously one's personal choice. Here in the talk, I'm just demonstrating how you can automate some of the tasks, especially a lot of organizations, be it corporate, be it even colleges. A lot of us are using like the Google Workspace, right? So there are a lot of things like as my role as a technical program manager, there is a lot of things which will make me more productive by just automating some of these tasks. Like if I have to send 100 mails for a conference, for example, if I'm a community organizer and if I want to send 100 mails, sending a customized mail might be easier when you're using a tool or technology like this. I'm not saying like you can use multiple other scripts, but Google Apps Script makes it easy when you're using something like a Google Workspace.
Okay. Lakshya, can you also share some insights like in what ways Google Scripts have helped you personally? Like you have experimented through during your learning time, right? So can you share some insights on that?
Sure. So one of the biggest example is I founded this program called Prayogshala, right? And there wasn't like an ops team or there were, I think I reached out to almost 900 people. And for me to send customized mail with the right registration ID, with the right ask, it wouldn't have been possible for me to send individual emails. So AppScript came to my rescue, and that was also a motivation to put that personalized email as one of the use case for this talk. Because irrespective of our profession, it could be a personal reason, right? You're conducting a function and you want to send personalized emails, or you are conducting an event and you want to automate certificate generation. And there are a lot of these tasks where I have personally used AppScript, and because I found value in it, I just thought I'll share with all the audience here.
Okay. So that's it from QA side. So also thanks Lakshya for your session. Also continue contributing to the community more and more. Looking forward you in more events.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Cityjs, for the opportunity.
In 4 minutes, we will start.
Hey. Yep, I was talking to Santosh from the MC team, and he was talking about that I need to talk about and introduce Anuradha Kumari for the next talk. And that's what we were talking about.
After this advert, we are ready to go.
What really
3 minutes.
is the unique
Yep. I'm ready. Okay, let me close my camera and like drink more water. Good.
1 minute. Start.
Hey, I'm back. It was an amazing talk by Lakshya about automating your tasks with AppScript. I sure did learn a lot. Next up, we have Anuradha Kumari, who's front-end consultant at Passionate People. She's an accessibility advocate, and she's very passionate about achieving inclusion through technology. She will be taking the SEO of your Next.js app to the next level by optimizing it for search engine and showing us how to add rich social media sharing previews for websites and applications. Make sure to stick your comments in the V2 application and the YouTube comment section, and she will be available after this talk to answer your questions. So with that said, I'm pleased to welcome Anuradha on the stage.
Hey, thank you, Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be presenting here today. So let me share the screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So should be good. Yep. So yeah, welcome everyone. And first of all, before proceeding, I would like to give shout out to the organizers for organizing this conference. Great work there in putting this conference together. And today I'm going to be talking about the topic, taking Next.js applications to next level using SEO. Before we proceed, a little bit of introduction. I'm working as a front-end consultant at Passionate People. I am a Google developers expert for web, Microsoft MVP, and Cloudinary MDE. I'm also an accessibility advocate, so you will see me a lot talking about web accessibility as well. So today, if you have any questions, even after the event, you can always reach out to me on Twitter at miracle_404. And I actually also recently started a YouTube channel, so you can check it out later too if you would want. Having said that, let's start. What is the agenda of today's talk? So I will be sharing some of the tips on creating SEO-friendly Next.js applications. We will see the introduction, what is SEO, what are different types of SEO, and the coding examples by which we can make our websites more SEO-friendly. Let's get started. So first and foremost, the question, what is SEO? SEO or search engine optimization. So whatever we build it for the users. So any optimization, we will have to gear it towards making the user experience better. One of those users is search engine. And it is that user which helps other users discover our content. So SEO is all about helping the search engines understand and present content. It means making improvements in your application which might have noticeable impact on your site's user experience and performance in organic search results. To understand why we need SEO, let's check how search engines like Google, Bing, Yahoo, etc. work first. So, search engines or search systems, they have four main responsibilities. They parse all the content in all the websites, and this phase is called crawling. Then the data collected from the crawling phase is stored for further access. This is called indexing. It might also perform some rendering operations if the page has some client-side JavaScript. This phase is called rendering. And then comes the ranking, where the data stored in index is queried as per the user results or keywords. Now, every search engine has crawler, or we also call them web spiders. And you might also know them as bots, like Google has Google bots. Googlebot is like name of Google's crawler. And so all these bots, they crawl the web constantly. Now, to check if your website is indexed in Google, you can go ahead in Google search and type site : your website name and see if it is indexed or not. For example, so here in Google search, my website is at anuradhakumari.com. And what I have done, I have site : it, and I can see the result of my website appearing first. So my website appears in this results. It means that my website is getting indexed by Google, which is a good thing. So you can go ahead and check out about your website too. So there are different types of SEO, mainly content and technical SEO. What is a content SEO? So content SEO is all about content. So it involves producing and structuring content in a way that makes the search engines consider it not only relevant, but more relevant than others, like your competitors. So some of the important topics that you can explore in content SEO are keyword research, keyword analysis, keyword volume, competitor analysis, link, and URL structure. Now, this is all depends upon content, and today we are not going to discuss any of this. We are going to focus mainly on technical SEO. Technical SEO involves coding, programming. It refers to all the things that involves how our website functions. And some of the important topics to explore here could be performance optimization, security, accessibility, usability, cross-platform or cross-device compatibility. So let's get into the code. Enough of theory. So what we are going to do today is create a new Next.js application. So you can use the command yarn create next app and create the startup application. So what it will do, it will create an application for you and install all the dependencies. And then to start the server, you can use yarn dev, and it starts a server on your system. And then we will go to localhost and check it out. Now, for the ease, what I have done is I have already created this starter, which comes from Next.js application. And this is my initial code. And what I want to do is yarn dev start our server. Okay. And so it will start our server at localhost 3000. And okay, let's open it in a different browser. Yeah, so this is what you will see when you start it. No changes here. This is what there is. So what I want to do here first is there is a way in which you can test the SEO of your website via DevTools. So what you can do on your system is use Command-Shift-I or Control-Shift-I depending upon the machine, or you can right click and say inspect. When you say inspect, a DevTools open up. Go to Lighthouse tab in that Chrome DevTools. We are using Chrome today and Chrome DevTools. So we are going to use Lighthouse for our testing. Now what I want to do is I want to, if you see there are different categories, I want to check for SEO, but I also want to check for accessibility because accessibility is also very important for SEO, as is performance. But we are focusing for this example on accessibility and SEO. There is a button called generate report. Click on it and then it reloads the page and generates a report of what is the score of accessibility and SEO. So SEO by default is 100. So everything is there, it's the starter, but the accessibility is 97. Now, before moving to analyze what is the error, I would like to say that these scores does not mean that your website is like 100% accessible or 100% optimized. These are some of the automated checks which you can through which you can find some of the errors which you can go ahead and fix. But another types of tests are also important, okay? But today we are going to focus only on this. So for accessibility, there is this error on internationalization and localization. Why? So our HTML element does not have the lang attribute. Now this language is very, very important for any website. While it might look like just a value, but it is very important, because if someone who is not in like maybe the default language, maybe they are in Spanish or something else. So if they are using some kind of software, so for like accessibility, people use screen readers. Some people use screen readers, and they are softwares which convert your text to speech, and I can listen about it. Now, if that language mismatch is there, they won't be able to understand the content, and they might have difficulties in understanding and relaying that information to the user. And since search engines are also like softwares, they are also something which needs to understand all the content. So language is really important. So what we can do about it? So let's see how we can fix it. So what we did, we ran Lighthouse report and we saw there is an error. So before fixing, we can also, I have provided some links which we can go ahead and actually check out later. But this missing language attribute is a very common error in multiple websites. So, and we will see in a while that it's not that complex to fix this error. So next time, make sure whenever you are creating something, have the lang attribute. There's also a GitHub discussion on Vercel GitHub about this issue, so it's worth taking a look as well. Now, how we can fix it? We can fix it in two ways. We can add a document language to our code. So how we can do that? By adding a custom document, or the second option is creating adding something in Next.js config. So first, see how we can add it in custom document. We have to create a file named _document.js in the pages folder and add the lang attribute to HTML. So let's see. What we can do is, this is our pages directory, and here we would like to add the document file. So now I will go ahead to my other branch where I have everything, so that we don't spend much time on adding code. So now here in pages directory, you can see that we have a document.js file. So if you go to document.js file, this code is what I have copied actually from Next.js documentation, and it underlies a structure of HTML. So now the HTML head, main, all from Next document. So here, you don't remember that you don't remove any of the stuff, because it is really critical for rendering of our application. So what we are interested in, adding a lang attribute. So we need to add it to HTML. Go ahead, HTML lang equal to en. We save it. And now we can see in element tab that now this HTML has a lang attribute. So if we were to run this, then it will give me 100, because now that error is fixed, right? So we have fixed this error, and also you see that some of the changes, because this is the code which we are going to take a look going forward. And there is another way of adding the locales, which is using I18N in Next.js config. So in Next.js config, we can go and add an I18 object. You can specify different locales your application supports, and you need to put a default locale in default locale. This is what will be picked by the HTML lang attribute. So if you have different locales, you can go this route as well. So this was just what we saw came with the starter pack, right? So we want to add more pages. We want to create a full-fledged website and add more pages. So let's add more pages, right? So here I already added multiple pages. So for example, let's see. So this looks very similar to what it was previously, just I have added different links, which are now links to my own website. For example, there is types of SEO, which is again very minimal code, just displaying what are the types of SEO. And this is a new page in my website. Now, what I want to do is we need to do everything incremental. So any new thing we are going to add, we need to test that. Does it also satisfy all those criteria? Now let's go ahead and just check for SEO because we did not do anything else which might hamper accessibility. I'm going to generate a report. So it will be there in a while. And now if you see, the score for SEO dropped to 80. Why did it drop to 80? So we see two different errors here. First, that this new document, it does not have a title element. Now title, what is title? So if you go to any tab, so in this browser, this is the tab, and the name by default is displaying the URL of this website, right? So it's just a URL, which is not very user friendly. So it really, if you have a proper titles, it will help the users understand what is the content on that website. For example, for different tags, you can understand that what we will find when we go there. URLs are a little less verbose, of course, and also it is helpful for search engines because search engines do rely on this to understand if this page content is relevant to the user search. So this is a very important information and we need to add it. The second error which we have is meta description. So this page does not have any meta description. Why? Because we haven't added any yet. And this meta description is really very important because this would be what will be displayed in the search results. So for example, let's go ahead and what if I search for Vercel in just Google? So you see the title of the website and this description. So this is what corresponds to meta description. And so this is very important because this will again let the users know that whether they want to go to this website or not, or whether this is something which they were looking forward or not. So let's go ahead and add these two things as well. So how we can do that? So go to SEO types. Yeah. So this is the website where we are on. So in Next.js, they provide something called head. Anything which you would like to add to the head of your HTML, you can add within this head tag. Okay. So inside the div, what we can go ahead and say head. The title and meta description, everything comes here. So title, what's the title of this new page? So my original website, it is about learning SEO. So that title, let's see what I added for that. So we added something called Learn SEO as the title, and we have a meta description about it, what this website is about, right? So here what I want to say is SEO types, because this page is specific to SEO types and it lies under Learn SEO website itself. And for description as well, let me just copy paste it for easier. And yeah, that's what we do, right? Developers, we copy paste stuff. So adding the meta description here, and in the content, I would like to change this content. So learn about SEO types, something like which describes your page properly, like content and technical. Okay, so something like this, save it. So now when we see in browser again, you can also see this in the element tab that you go to head, and now we can see different meta. So in meta, you see the description, which I just wrote, learn about SEO types. And the title is so nice now. So like, it's not a URL, it's proper title. So this is really important. So you can do this for all the pages that you are adding. So they all have dedicated types, title, and also dedicated meta description. This is very important. So let's take a slide. And so yeah, the issues which we found where there were no titles and meta, and so we fixed this. So just expanding a bit on meta description, because it gives a very quick summary of what your page is about, and it really enhances the user experience. So one thing to note here is, even if you don't add meta description, so Google bots or any other bots, they try to find some content from your page to get some meta description. So normally they go for maybe the first paragraph, or sometimes the text which they find it relevant as per the title. But you would not want to keep your websites or applications on mercy of these softwares, right, or these crawlers. You would want to make sure that, okay, I have the control, or I can add the meta description. Again, it's not 100% guarantee that even if you add it, that only will be picked up. I have definitely read something in which they, again, if they find some other text to be more relevant, they might pick it up. But again, by using meta description, we have a chance to tell the crawlers that, hey, this is a description on my website, which to be displayed on the search results. So definitely it makes your user search more relevant and your website more relevant to the user search. So, okay, quick summary of the website and relevance to search results. Now, some of the more important points about SEO, what we should keep in mind whenever we are coding. We must always use semantic HTML. Semantic HTML is really very important for lots of things. It's important for accessibility. It's important for search engine optimizations, because again, what search engines do is they are parsing your content and structure. So if they understand is better, then they could parse it better and index is better. So the way our elements are structured, they will directly influence the search engine's ability to scan, index, and learn about how our website is relevant to our end user. Okay, so then alt text for media. So our websites and applications might have media on it, like images, videos, audio. Now, if I can see, I can understand what it is, but for any software or some crawlers going to that, how will they know what that image is about, or what is in the audio, or what is in the video? So to make them understand, and also for the screen readers and for accessibility perspective, we need to provide alternative text for each one of them. So for images, you need to add proper alt text to describe what your image is, so that even the crawlers can understand what exactly is that image about. Same about audio. So if you have audios, if you have some podcast or any audio on your website, so how will anyone know what is the content? Like, how will the crawlers know that what is the content inside your podcast? So you need to provide some transcripts. So they will crawl the transcripts and get to know if the content is relevant to user search results or not. Same for video. If you have a video, have some closed captions, and so that again, they understand what the content is. So alt text is really very important for media. So it would be really great to keep these things in mind and implement it whenever we are coding. So, and SEO friendly slugs. Now, whenever we are creating new pages and sometimes dynamic pages, let's say we have blog posts and blog content and all, we have lots of dynamic pages coming up, then it really helps to not make the slugs like blog 1, blog 2, or something 1, 2, 3, or so on. It's good to have it SEO friendly, and what it means is like have something readable, which someone can understand. So let's say I write a blog for this session, enhancing SEO use for Next.js application. So maybe I will title it like make Next.js apps SEO friendly. I mean, so you understand that you can read it. So when you read the URL as well, you will understand what this content would be about. So it's always better to keep them more SEO friendly, and also from user readability perspective, user friendly. Then we saw some of the points and also some of the code. Let's see some of the other stuff also, which are very important for SEO. One of them is robots.txt file. This file name is this. So it should always be robots.txt file. And every application has one of these files. And if you don't have, it means you haven't added it or so. So what it is, so it tells the search engines or search crawlers which URLs of your website the crawlers can access. So like the bots, which of the websites they should go and crawl. And it also actually is helpful if you want them not to crawl certain part of your website, or if you want to block some of the resource files like slash images or style files. You do not want the crawlers to go ahead and crawl those files, right? And also something like if you have admin URLs are not accessible to all. So there's no use, might not be much use for bots to crawl those URLs. So this is a structure of robots.txt file. So mainly we always specify a user agent, and we say if we want to disallow or allow something. So for example, here, if you want to target any specific bot like Google bot, Twitter bot, or anything else, so you can specify the user agent and say if you want to disallow or allow. So here what I'm trying to say that, hey, all the admin pages on my website, they should be really disallowed, so please do not crawl them. Then by default you want to allow everything, so you can say star represents all, so user agent star and allow all the URLs. We can also optionally add a sitemap to robot.txt file. So it's a URL, and let's see next what is sitemap. So a sitemap is a file where you can provide the information about pages, videos, and other files on your site and the relationship between them. So it basically communicates with the search engines. It helps the search engines to find, crawl, and index all of our website content. And it also tells that which pages are more important in our websites. There are different kinds of sitemaps that we can create. So there is a XML structure, so like normal XML site files. There could be video site files, like you will provide all the content related to video, all the video content, you will provide it on video site maps. Then there are news site maps. One thing to note here is it's not always needed. So, but again, when you provide sitemaps, they do provide additional benefits. So it's good to add. And again, it's optional. So yeah, it's definitely your call. How can we generate sitemaps? There are different ways in which we can generate, and normally free. So the first way is obviously we can generate it manually. So we can create an XML file and add all the URLs there. There are also online generators wherein you can copy paste your deployed URL, and then they will generate the sitemaps for you. The problem which I see with these is that you need to keep updating them. So it's a manual effort again. If you are adding node pages or something, then you might need to recreate it, and it's just lots of work. You can also use some of the packages. So there are multiple packages available. I found one which I am using, so which is next-sitemap. So what we can do is go ahead and add this as a dev dependency to our project. So we can say yarn add next-sitemap -d, and it will add it to our dev dependency. Then go ahead and create a sitemap.js file, which is where our config will be. And we need to add a post build script in packagation. And the idea is that anytime our project is building, we want to create a sitemap. So let's see. So here in package.json, I have already added it in the dev dependency and a post build script. So post build script is what will run after build is done. And here we say that, hey, you need to run this command and take the config from this file, sitemap.js. Now, where is this file? Let's see, sitemap.js. Now, this contains a very minimal configuration for our example today, but what we need to provide is a site URL, like where is your URL hosted. So here you take it normally from your environment variables. I have also added a fallback because this is where I have currently deployed it and hosted it. So you want to specify if you want to generate a robot text file or not. You can say true, false, and you can generate a robot text file. Then sitemap size. This is optional, but you can specify it if you want. And if the URLs really exist more than these numbers, then they will split up automatically. So it's fine, but let's focus on this. So we have added a sitemap. And what we can do now is let's see, so when you generate the sitemaps, they will get generated in the public folder, because this is where the application will be served from. So currently we just have, we don't have any sitemap, and so what we are going to do is, let me build it. So I will run the build command, and once we run the build command, we see that 2 more files appear here. So we have robot.txt file and we have sitemap. So sitemap is nothing but it's just a list of links which we have on our website and with some data. And if you have more links, it will be like that. And so we can definitely update the configuration if we want some different types of URLs and so this is how we can add the sitemaps. So, okay. Now, we created our website, and we did some coding changes. We made it as we think that, yeah, we made it SEO friendly and so on. Now, what should we do? Like, should we wait so that the search engines, these crawlers, go ahead, index my website, and we hope that it finds it and it ranks it higher so that it appears in the results, search results? Yeah, we do that. But what we also want to do is share this to people, right? So we created something. We want to let people know that, hey, we created something, go ahead, check it out, and so on. So we share it in all different kinds of social media. But again, what is the probability that what the link that you are sharing, what is the user experience of the link that you are sharing? Will the user click on it? What's the probability of it? And how can we increase it? So for that, let's go ahead and see first social media setting. So all these different types of social media, like everyone provides a validator wherein you can go ahead and put your URL and check how will it appear when you are sharing it on that media. So like Twitter has a card validator, LinkedIn has a post inspector, and also Facebook has also something. And then there is a website called Meta Tags Preview. This is really nice because this gives you an overview of all the different social media together. So let's see whatever we have done till now. So let's first see how meta tags look like. So this is the meta tags website and an example of how this website will look in Google search. So we are going to check for the code which we have done till now. So till now, whatever we did, that is posted here, learn-seo-demo.vercel.app. And now if we see the results, so in Google, definitely the images don't come up. So they will just show you the title and the description. In Facebook, Twitter, and so on. So the image is not there, right? It's just title and description. There is no image. So it does not provide a very enriched experience to the users. I mean, users might click on it, users might not click on it, but there is a way that we can enhance this experience. We can definitely enhance this experience and make it a better user experience. How we can do that? So let's see, we can do that via something called Open Graphs. So what is Open Graph? Open Graph is an internet protocol which enables any web page to become a rich object in a social graph. So it contains attributes like OG title, image, URL, type. These 4 are some of the required ones. You can also have description and other things. And when you add these, they provide some more information. And whenever you are sharing any link, we can customize them using these attributes. So how we can add it? So it is again added in the meta tag. So in meta tag, we add the key value pair. So in property, we add the key, and then in the content, we add the value of that OG. So let's see how it looks. Let me go ahead and start my changes. I would like to go to another branch. So again, let's see our index.js file, which is the main file, our homepage. Now, in the head again, we can add those meta tags. So we already had meta link, meta and icons. Now what I have done is I've added 5 more meta tags. So they are basically these. So what do we add in that? So mostly title is very similar to the title of the page. It could be totally same or it could be a little bit different, but it's preferable that you keep it same. In description, again, we can add some description, and yeah, it should also be same, like both of the description, this and this description. It's better to have it same. Then you specify the type. So my type is just a website. So yeah, there are different types which you can specify in this, and you can find it on the official documentation of Open Graph. We are interested in image. So here you can specify a customized image, and you have to take that path from the hosted URL. So this is where it is, this code is hosted. And then I have added this image to my public folder, learn-SEO. So I will access it from there and say that, hey, this is the image which you need to see, which you need to pick and show whenever in the social preview. And then the URL would be again the base URL of your website. So let's see how this looks in this same meta tag. So now I have a meta tag, and this is the image which I added. And now it looks a little more attractive, maybe because in the image also you are trying to provide some information. So user would be like, ah, that sounds interesting. I could go ahead and click on it. So it just provides a user experience, and it's nice. It looks like, yeah, something is there which is built and they want to click on it. And actually Twitter also has like I showed, a card validator. So if we see in our previous example, when we were trying to preview, there was no card found because we did not have added the Open Graph. Now for our current one, we added the Open Graph, and now you see that it looks something like this. This looks great. Whenever I share this on Twitter, this is how it will look like. But I wanted something more. So like Twitter has also something called Twitter card, which you can add to enrich it. Now, this image, again, this looks good when you are in this full view, but this is like a short summary card. So the image appears to be cropped. Now, if your image was proper, so it will come out proper. But if the image was like I created, then it might chop up some of the ends and doesn't look optimized. So what we can do is Twitter also has a proper documentation on how to add this, so in which we can add multiple things. One of them is Twitter card. Like I want to say how my Twitter card will appear. So by default, it is summary, but we can also have something called summary large image app or player. So by default with summary, it comes as a summary, images left and right with title, description, and link. But when I add it as summary type card, then it appears as a card with full image on top and details on the bottom. So it totally depends how you want to use, but it's very nice to know that there are different options which we can use. And apart from that, there is also something else which you can add is like site information and creator information. So you can add your Twitter ID here, and if your business, your website has a dedicated site, so you can add that username as well. And these really help in SEO again, maybe. These are some of the things which can use, and users can find you out, like who is behind this website and all. So it becomes easy. So these are some of the things which you can do to make it more enhanced, make the user experience better for the users. So yes, that would be it. Okay, so now we saw how to even share our links in a way that it provides a very good user experience. We saw the demo of it already, and I will be sharing this slide to you after the talk, so you will get access to all the links, and I have provided the main website which is deployed, and also the GitHub repo, which is again public, and you can see the code. And so this will all be available to you after the talk, so do not worry. And so with this, I would like to conclude the talk, and let's see some of the key takeaways. So set the language of the document. It's very important. Add title for every page that we create, so that the search engines know what is the overview, even the users know what is the overview of your page. We saw how to add robots.txt file and creating sitemap.xml. We also saw how to add meta tags and the importance of it, and also how we can add open graph in the head in meta tags for a better user experience and a sharing enriched social graphs. So I've also provided some links for the further read, so you can go ahead and check them. So SEO Starter Guide is by Google, and where you can read a lot about SEO. Next.js also has an official documentation about SEO. Then Core Web Vitals, because again, performance is very important. So go ahead and check them out and make sure that the code, whatever you are creating, is also accessible and performant, because they also have a very impact on the SEO of any website or application. So all the details of this talk, and even you can find it, you can scan the QR code, or you can go to the link anvadakumari.com/talks. When you go there, you will also find a link to feedback. So I always request the audience to provide feedback for my talks so I can improve. So, and the link is also here. So you can go ahead and add feedback for this talk and let me know how it went. And if you want me to talk about something else as well, you can provide me suggestions as well. So go ahead and provide some suggestions. Your feedback is always valuable. It was very nice presenting to you all today, and I hope that this talk was helpful to you. And I again thank the organizers for this great conference. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. And yeah, I think I will join you for the Q&As now. Thank you. I think you are muted, Yash, if you are trying to speak.
I'm not trying to speak at the moment.
Okay.
I'm waiting for Alice to speak. When he gives
in 5 minutes.
Yep.
In 5 minutes, you will start the Q&A.
I'm the head of developer.
Yeah, the Q&A is in 5 minutes.
It's not only the shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs board service. We are going to sponsor the whole year.
When you see the heartbeat,
we are able to bring you
start talking, okay?
All the learns that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot.
Heartbeat, like what do you mean by heartbeat?
Also give a chance to our workshops, where we run the workshop between the storybook and on this conference.
Can you listen to me?
Speakers, so Steve will talk.
Yep, I can listen to you.
Sorry.
So give him
when you see the heartbeat, as soon as you see it, start talking. Start doing the Q&A. Okay, in 5 minutes.
Where do I see the heartbeat?
On the live stream.
Okay, on the live stream. Okay.
Yeah, when you see the live stream,
you can see how does
you will see the heartbeat where it has the logo and it says day one Cityjs India. At that point, start doing the Q&A.
Okay.
In 4 minutes. 4 minutes. So it's gonna be
you can go for PHP
1 past.
You can check out all the enterprise
cases
we have, and also you can find all
4 minutes. 4
with different technologies.
Yeah, because we're in different kinds of time zones.
Also going to even build the e-commerce solution. But I'm here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out.
I had a call from the MC team asking for the Q&A. That's it.
You will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posting. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
3 minutes.
It's great to see you.
This is Amanda Cavallaro.
The
1 minute. Start.
Hey. Hey, Anuradha. So here we are back for the Q&A session. And so before we start the Q&A session, I can see on Vito that Anuradha has posted a Google form for the feedback for her, for her talk. So be sure to go there and give us some feedback. So getting on to the first question. The first question is, are the points in your talk for SEO only valid for Next.js, or can we use them for other frameworks too?
Yeah, I mean, a great question. So every point that I have said is actually valid for all the websites that you create, whether you are creating using a React or Vue or any other technology. So the concepts remain changed. The way in which you add them could be different. Like for sitemaps, I showed a library called Next-sitemap. The library could be different for Vue or Nux project. So that would differ, but the concept would be same. Like you need to do all these in all your websites.
Okay. So on to the next question. As you said that 100 Lighthouse code doesn't guarantee that we have the best accessibility and SEO. What other resources do you recommend to learn more about improving accessibility and SEO of someone's website?
Yeah, again, a great question. So I would say that there are some of the links which I shared when towards the end in the resources. So you can use them for learning more about SEO and for accessibility. Again, the score of Lighthouse is actually automated test. So automated test only account for maybe 40% of the accessibility issues, but there are multiple manual checks which we need to do. So for accessibility, again, what I will do, I will paste some links. So I have a website dedicated to accessibility, wherein I have some resources which we can see to explore certain things about how to test them and all. So I will just paste it there. And you have to do multiple things, manual testing and also user directed testing and all. There is official guidelines for accessibility called WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. There are official websites, you need to go there. There are screen readers, so we need to test our websites using screen readers. So there are lots of ways in which we can test and we should test. So I'm trying to, I will paste it on the video again, and it should provide you some of the links in which you can explore more about how to test for accessibility as well.
Yeah, I can see that he posted the link on the Vito. So again, if you want to look out for those resources, then make sure to go on Vito and get those links. So on to the next question. You mentioned the importance of semantic HTML for SEO and accessibility. Again, what resources do you suggest to learn more about semantic HTML?
So HTML's official documentation. So if you go to the official documentation, you will see that there are like lots of tags in HTML. So normally what we do is when we are writing is most of the times you will see that people use only divs and spans, but these are the non-semantic HTML. They are just divisions that we are creating in our website, the different divs, but there are lots of semantic HTML. There's main, section, header, and everything else, like you have input, you have button and all. So go to the official website of HTML and you will get to know a lot about all the different tags and how to use them. So that would be what I would recommend you to go ahead and check. Actually, MDN is also a good source to go ahead and learn. So you should also go to MDN and explore more about semantic HTML.
So at the end of the talk, you mentioned about social media and website previews of links. Are there any tools that you recommend that people can use to make those previews for social media and websites?
Yeah, I mean, there could be different tools which we could use. So what I used was just Canva. So there are like different design tools which we can use. And in those design tools, you get the card size, like there are different card sizes which are there, like something like 1600 into, so there are different card sizes. So when you go there, you will find them and you can use that card size and create different designs which you would like, or you also get some pre-built examples which you can use. So I really like Canva because of that. So that canva.com, there if you go, you will find different types of cards for thumbnails and all which you can use. So yeah, there are different tools which you can go ahead and use to create those previews.
Okay, thanks for the great recommendation. So the next question and the last question is about for a lot of blog posts and a lot of blog websites where the content is created in a mass-produced manner, we often see that the dynamic that the previews for social media and websites is dynamically generated. So how do someone achieve that?
Yeah, so so I mean, if you are not adding any description or so, they will anyways get dynamically generated. So if you want to have specific content for you, so whenever you are creating any blog or something like that, so there is always an option to add SEO. So maybe you are using any content management site, or you are using a headless CMS or so. So if you are using any of those stuff, so whenever the data is coming in, you can always have it in contract, something called SEO, wherein you add the title, description, and the image which you would like to get previewed. And what you can do in code, in code, you can create a dynamic file, something called utils. And in utils, go ahead and add that, the head, title, description, and everything, and take everything from your props. So when you take everything for the props, and then when you are generating the blocks dynamically through code. Like maybe there is an array coming in or something, and you are looping over it and just showing all the blocks and all. So you will get the SEO data as well with it, the specific SEO data, and you can use that. So you will have to use some sort of utils, add the reusable code, and then go ahead and map the data with it. And there are actually in a CMS, you also get options to create those. So yeah, there are different ways in which you can add those dynamic descriptions and all.
Okay, thanks a lot for joining us for the Q&A session, Anuradha, and the viewers. So that is it. So next up on the schedule we have.
Thank you so much for having me. And I've also added a link for slides and code in the video as well. And I will also tweet it out so people would know. Once again, thanks for having me. Bye.
Yep. So make sure to join us at 4:15 for the next talk by Praveen Das. And I think that's it from my side.
Hello, team. In 5 minutes, we will start with the introduction.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Sandy, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can.
Great. I think we are going live in next, how many minutes? Probably 7 minutes, I guess.
Hello?
Hello.
In 4 minutes now.
Yes.
4
In
minutes,
4.
we will start with the introduction.
Mhm.
So after the introduction, you will go live.
Great. Perfect. Thank you.
No problems. Get
do
ready. You look good.
Thank you, Matt.
Praveen, switch off your camera until they finish the introduction and then switch it on.
Who's I can do introduction?
Who's gonna
Got
do the
it.
introduction?
Yeah, I will.
Okay,
And-
great. Thank you.
Perfect.
3 minutes.
You can see
Thank
the
you.
video clearly.
3 minutes. Get ready. You look good as well.
You will start after
Beautiful, beautiful.
you see the post.
Sure.
Once you see the card of Praveen, start doing the introduction.
Yeah, sure.
Check the live feed.
And users of
3
customer
minutes.
experience. We're really invested.
Start.
So hey Al, hope you are enjoying the day, and we have crossed the halfway mark on the day one of Cityjs India, and I'm feeling privileged and honored to host a couple of sessions for Cityjs India for day one. So today we have an interesting talk coming up to you. So this is all about free knowledge, and I'm really excited for this one. So unleashing the power of the open internet and knowledge access platforms with volunteer dev communities through Wikimedia, free knowledge movement. So I'm really excited for this session by Praveen Das, who is a senior relationship manager, South Asia at Wikimedia Foundations. He also manages, develops, and optimizes strategic partnership in India to increase awareness, reach, and access of wiki projects. And looking forward to have a great session. And the stage is all yours.
Thanks, Sandy, for the brief intro. Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here at Cityjs India event. So let's start with our presentation for today. So I'm here today to talk about Wikipedia, but also something bigger, the Wikimedia movement, and how dev communities and tech enthusiasts can participate in this free knowledge movement. I'll get to defining that in a minute, but I'll start with the vision. Imagine a world in which every single human being can freely share in some of all knowledge. This is the Wikimedia vision. It guides Wikipedia, the Wikimedia projects, and all our work at Wikimedia Foundation. We believe that the information knowledge makes the world better. That's when we can ask questions, get facts, and understand all sides of topic. We create a more just and tolerant society, a society that can make more informed decisions about their lives. I work at Wikimedia Foundation, which is a global nonprofit organization that operates Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects. And the volunteers who edit these sites, whom we call our volunteer community. As I mentioned earlier, all our work is guided by our free knowledge mission. While we don't edit articles on Wikipedia as Wikimedia Foundation staff, we do support our volunteer editors communities with things like training, grant funding, as well as steady technological improvement to the editing experience on Wikipedia, including artificial intelligence tools to spot and address any negative behavior on the site. About half of our work as an organization is ongoing engineering support for Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects. Things like hosting steady project improvements and ensuring facts and consistent access to Wikipedia no matter where you are in the world, the language you speak, or the device you use. A fun fact, the software that Wikipedia runs on MediaWiki is used by other organizations and companies too, like NASA's internal wiki for collaboration and documentation is built on MediaWiki, just like Wikipedia. We created MediaWiki and open source wiki softwares that is free and available for anyone. And here are just a few other things, which I wanted to mention, like what Foundation does. We conduct our own research and partner with researchers worldwide to address change in society and technology, improve sources and citation, understand Wikipedia reader behavior, and help new editors get started. We fight to protect everyone's right to access free and open knowledge. We educate governments and policymakers about the importance of the free and open internet. We believe, regardless of location or circumstances, everyone has a right to seek and share knowledge. We also fundraise. Many of you may have seen our Wikipedia banners asking to provide a small donation to keep the site going. Many people don't know that Wikipedia is actually a non-profit made accessible by individuals, donations, from people around the world. Every year, Wikipedia's leaders chip in to ensure Wikipedia continues to grow and thrive. The average donation we receive is almost around $15. And currently at Wikimedia Foundation, we are close to 450 employees who are spread across the globe. Talking a bit about Wikipedia, we support this vision in a few key ways. The one you are likely the most familiar with is our flagship project, Wikipedia. Wikipedia started in 2001 with a purpose to benefit readers by acting as a free, widely accessible encyclopedia. What started as a small project with just a few articles quickly grew into resources with tens of thousands of articles across dozens of languages. Wikipedia is entirely written and managed by millions of volunteers from across the world. Today, it has over 55 billion articles in over 300 languages. That's huge. On monthly basis, Wikipedia sees more than 280,000 monthly editors. So this volunteer-created knowledge is accessed by over 1.5 billion devices every month. We don't know how many unique users visit us because we believe very firmly in privacy, and we do not track any data, data like that to be precise. While Wikipedia is often our most widely recognized project, we also operate 12 other free knowledge projects, including Wikicode, Wikimedia Commons, and Wikidata. Even though you may be less familiar with these names, some of these projects are very popular. For example, our Wikimedia Commons, where there are more than 71 million media repositories. Wikimedians participate in Wikilove Monuments, the world's largest photographic contest according to the Guinness Book of World Record. And some of these projects are the backend to an evolving Wikipedia. Wikimedia Commons is where Wikipedia sources millions of beautiful images and historical media. And likewise, Wikidata is Wikipedia's structured data equivalent, allowing us to develop increasingly complex means of interfacing with a knowledge in a Wikimedia universe. And just for a note, if you wish, these things are absolutely free. Even the Commons images, you can feel free to use images from Commons as they are under CC by SA 4.4 license. That means anyone can share, remix, transform, and build upon material for any purpose, even use it commercially. Including these projects have, you can participate as a tech volunteer and try to improve the experience of it. I'm going to get to that at a later part. So what underlines all of it is this idea that more people want to do good than want to do harm. So more people want to create knowledge than destroy, more people want to share than contain. At its core, Wikipedia is about human generosity. But here are some really specific things that made Wikipedia possible. Keeping it open source, open license, open to anyone to edit. And over the years, 6 million people have done this. All of our code is open. All of our content is licensed under Creative Commons license that allow you to use, reuse, remix content of any purpose, including commercial use, which is why you will often see Wikipedia content appear all over the internet. And of course, anyone can edit Wikipedia. Transparency. So there is an aspect of Wikipedia that people may pay less attention to, but I actually believe it's critical to know, it's critical to how Wikipedia works. Wikipedia, in addition to being completely open, is entirely transparent. So imagine like every single edit ever made, every contributor who ever logged a keystroke, you can go back all the way through the time, find every version, every citation, every link. Why does that matter? Well, it means bias can be addressed quickly. It means attempts to influence Wikipedia, subtle or otherwise, can be discovered. Transparency about what we do, how we do it, is a means of building trust, and we would never sacrifice it. let people make the rules. So the Wikimedia Foundation is not in charge of editorial policy. I know, as an organization, it's a policy. By policy we say that we are not gonna will not be in charge of editing policies. It is totally up to the volunteers to do that. So we don't determine what goes in the Wikimedia sites. Wikipedians, volunteers determine editorial policy. What's in and what's out, who is in and who is out, who is notable and who is not, is everything decided, or determined by the volunteers. They set the standards for how to upload Wikipedia's core mission. In fact, Wikipedia relies on 3 policies. One is verifiability, neutral point of view, and no original research. There are also 5 pillars and more than 70 pages on policy, and guidelines for English Wikipedia alone. But if you want to edit Wikipedia, these are the ones you need to know. Content on Wikipedia needs to be verifiable. It's why you see all those sources at the bottom of each Wikipedia article. Content must be written from a neutral point of view and have an encyclopedic language. Wikipedians will present, evidence as it exists in the world. It doesn't mean, equal time for different opinion. When there's a, preponderance of evidence, Wikipedians will present that, and if there is controversy, they will note it. And then no original research. So while new knowledge is generated every day until it's been published by a reliable secondary source, Wikipedians don't generally rely on it. And once it is published on secondary sources, then it goes as a from a verifiability perspective, it goes as a source. And Wikipedia needs you. So we are here to address the tech developer communities. We know in India, the tech is one of the big things. Many students are opting for tech, and there is a need of our when our tech contributors, tech developers communities come in place, join hands with open source collaborators, and work in building a better ecosystem for open source applications. So volunteer devs who want to learn how to get involved in Wikimedia projects can basically head to the developer advocacy page. Here's a short URL. You can use that to put it and land up to the page. The developer advocacy team at Wikimedia Foundation supports the technical communities who use Wikimedia web APIs and software projects to spread and improve free knowledge. They collaborate with teams in within Wikimedia Foundation, the larger Wikimedia movement, and external organization to promote the use of Wikimedia platforms via documentation, sample code, libraries, articles, and reference applications. So our primary focus is to help the developer community build and scale successful projects using Wikimedia technology. We encourage them to contribute to our free and open source project as a way to achieve their own goals. Next one is around outreach program. One who is interested to learn more about developer outreach program we participate in can head to the URL which is mentioned, which where you'll learn more about Wikipedia's technical community participation in general into several outreach projects. So this helps new contributors join in Wikimedia technical projects. It spreads knowledge about the movement to bigger and more diverse audience, and it gives contributors an opportunity to mentor newcomers. And Wikimedia Foundation developer advocacy team coordinates these participation in these outreach programs. Currently, there are Google Summer of Code, Outreachy, and Google Season of Talks. As a few outreach programs available for for developer outreach programs. Now, there's a curiosity in the new developers, like where to start, and where should we head to. So new developers can basically reach or land up to this particular page, which is, the URL is being displayed here. So this page is very simple and guided landing page for new Wikimedia developers. It is part of onboarding new developer initiative. So you want to work on Wikimedia code and need ideas where to start, then this is where you should head to. So Wikimedia's technical community always welcome new contributors to our project, like Wikipedia. Editors are very important. At the same time, the requirements of editors might be of some tools which need to be built up, and there you play a very good role in terms of completing the ecosystem by participating into creation of new tools for the editors, and for and creation of new tools under open license. So this is opportunity for you to become part of a global community and help make access to free knowledge easier for everyone. So contributing to Wikimedia is generally a 4-step process, where first you have to choose the project which you want to work on. And once you have determined the software project you want to work on, then the next one is set up your development environment. Once you're done with that, it's about choosing and solving a task. So basically you write and test your code, and then you submit your code changes for review. Alternatively, if you are, if you are a good developer or probably have attained those initial development skills, then you can basically head to fabricator.wikimedia.org. That's where you can find good first task. And these good first bugs have been identified as a suitable to get a first approach for a code base for any new developers. And basically these tasks, doesn't take much time. It's like 2 or 3 days for someone new to our code base. These tasks are self-contained, non-controversial, issues with a clear approach. Tasks, generally do not require any special permission in order to test the contribution or to fix the task. And anyone should be able to reproduce. So my advice to the new developers would be to head to new developers page, and also to Fabricator to check out for these good, good first bugs to participate in the open knowledge. So here is an invitation for you all. And as we build on these collaboration, we know that we have much work ahead of us to support and grow editorship and readership in India, and also to build a tech ecosystem. India has the 5th highest number of page views to Wikipedia across all countries. This is huge. Further, we have continued to see growth in our affiliate communities across the country, and an increased interest in editing and contributing to our projects, both the editing as well as the tech contribution. As part in India, as people in India look to access trusted, neutral, and fact-based information about the world around them, we want to be able to meet their needs with relevant content in their preferred languages. To do this, we need people to join us, to read Wikipedia, translate, edit articles, and write about topics in the press with our volunteers, can use as a source. We can only continue to grow as a field of, in this field where reliable information, with people who are passionate about free knowledge and support the ecosystem of free knowledge. We invite you to join us on this journey by reading, trying to edit, contribution to tech ecosystem, and continue to cover the critical topics that our volunteers rely on as a source material. So here we say thank you. You all are welcome to join the community of tech development, and thank you so much from my end.
So thanks a lot for that wonderful insight on how we can use Wikimedia and other open source knowledge around the internet. And thanks a lot for your time again. And it's our honor to have you on stage.
Thank you, Sandy.
In 6 minutes, around 6 minutes, we will start the Q&A.
Could you please repeat what you said? I kind of lost the words.
Guys, get ready.
Yeah.
30 seconds. Go.
So we are starting the Q&A session now. So we don't want to leave you just with your talk. We just need to have a few questions answered before we get this rolling. So as you know, like the free media and free knowledge thing has been here for a while. As you said, from 2001, there are a lot of contents out there, and more people, developers at least, they look for Wikipedia and other all wiki sites mostly for all the legit informations, at least to some extent. So how do you think that people has to use it? So the rest of the developer community or who hasn't started using that yet. So what are the things that you might suggest people to do or take the right steps in utilizing that to a greater extent?
Yeah, that's a quite interesting question. As in general in India, when it comes to open source tool, there are very less awareness about how things are basically seen, how one can participate. I think with new developers, our program, one can basically go there and learn more about, the kind of project we are into, and seek opportunities, take mentorship, and basically be part of the communities in general, the tech development community. There are many issues and bugs, which is there to start with. And if you remember, I mentioned about good first bugs are some of, it may be useful for someone who are kind of average with codings and all. So to just finish up the coding skills, they can go and participate. They can go to the Fabricator, pick up the open bugs which is out there. They are pretty low hanging fruits, and try to solve them. So that is, I think, very good step to start with. But I would advise anyone to first go learn more about what Wikimedia Foundation is, what all projects are available, and also to land up to the new developers portal and understand different projects listed on there too.
I think that gave us some clear picture on what you can do and how you can contribute. And what do you think, like since this open source, whenever developers need something, whether it is Google or Bing or DuckDuckGo, for instance, so what is the next biggest step that you see for the open source community, since the open sharing or the open knowledge community per se?
I think there's a lot of awareness need to be created. It is very much important. We talk a lot about open source, but at the same time, I think there is less practice in that term. However, with the developer groups, and with this conference, I would like to mention that this is a very good start one can have, especially when they are they want to get into a tech ecosystem, and projects like, which is run by Google, Mozilla, or even, in fact, Wikimedia Foundation. It's very low hanging fruit. One can basically opt for, learn a lot more about how developer ecosystems work in general, what kind of projects are already there, which they can opt to finish up their, finish their skill set, polish their skill set more, and be a better software developer for tomorrow.
Yep, that's great. So that gave us some insight on there is awareness, but it is not to that extent that we can say that, hey, we have reached a certain point that everyone knows about, at least even the developers, or every developer, at least from the starting stage, initial stage, maybe that is their first job, or that is their first step into an corporate culture. So I think the awareness has to be reached to all the people, not just with
Absolutely.
folks who are experienced.
I think it's when someone at college and university, there is a lot of time to experiment and explore and basically seek skills which basically one can hone to be a successful future developer. So when I believe the major potential lies with students currently, you who are currently pursuing engineering and they want to become a developer in future, being an engineer. There is a lot of time to understand the ecosystem. There's a lot of time to gain the momentum, but also it's good that right now there are many colleges which basically have certain set of tech clubs. But again, I think it's good to have more number of tech clubs, more openly inclining towards open source. Where you can basically practice, learn more, also spread knowledge of open source softwares in India in general, and build a help building the ecosystem further by contributing to it.
Yeah, obviously the code-based contribution is there, but the content side is somewhat difficult for all the developers to contribute. So you have to do something like Hacktoberfest, where we contribute code to the community, as well as we have to contribute the content that we are utilizing every day. Every day when you see a bug, you have to contribute. Someone has to be contributing to that to kind of get that.
Honestly speaking, Wikipedia resources, specifically when it comes to educational resources, are very, comprehensive, very, very good in general. But I think when it comes to Indic languages, the content lacks there, and you can basically relate to me. Like, we are talking about India, who lives in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Like, most of us speak multiple languages. English is not our first language, so we understand a concept better in native language, right? And to understand that, either we basically rely on someone who help us translate those content and make us understand the concept in the native language, but hardly you will find those materials online. So I think not just in terms of one can play a very good role in terms of building a tech ecosystem by providing the tech contribution. However, I believe you have students also have an opportunity to be a contributor, a content contributor from a tech aspect.
I think this talk at least gave us the people who are watching now or maybe watching later after the stream would get some awareness on there is something to contribute in the technical side as well, not just your code side, but also technical documentation, and that is really important. Thanks a lot for your time and sharing your wonderful insights on open source, and it kind of I think it has enlightened a few people already, and it would do so in the future as well. Thanks a lot for this.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sandy, for hosting me here. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello all. In 5 minutes, we will go for the intro.
We are going to sponsor the whole year.
Sure.
We are really happy that we are able to bring you this.
Say again.
Sorry.
In 5 minutes after the adverts, when you see Gayatri card, you can start introducing her.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, hi guys.
Yeah, hi.
I think we'll go live in another 2 minutes.
Okay.
7 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want to share your screen and we can check your slides and stuff?
We already tested it. Works fine, I think so.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's just a little bit
2
too much, and
minutes.
they kind of have to understand.
Sure.
Compression.
Are you ready, guys?
So you can actually get
Yeah, we are ready.
for
1 minute to start.
libraries.
Go.
Yeah, welcome to another session, and this is super exciting. Hope you know that augmented reality and virtual reality would be embodied in our day-to-day lives, at least from 5 years now, and many of them have started using it, and we have a session aligned to it. So we have Gayatri Mohan. She would be taking us through this entire journey of AR/VR, and she's a lead AR creator and creative technologist, Spark AR and Spark studio creator, and she has around 5+ years of industry experience with AR, and she's a Spark AR scripting specialist and also 3D and shader. So she also works with multiple global brands such as Pepsi, Punjab Kings, ATK, and Chennai NFC, and has created super popular AR filters, if you might call them as. So great to have you on the session, and the stage is all yours.
Hey, Sandy.
Hey.
So, hi everyone. Myself Gayatri Sri. Okay. So today's session is not going to be a hands-on session like how AI is working and how to scripting. So it's actually like how AI is evolving in business. This is what I want to talk about. Actually, what is in reality means instead of like salesing, like the expectation of a client and the reality of vendor can provide, it's like a tug of war between peoples. So instead of pitching sales with the pamphlets or PowerPoints or like tradition, AI is a bit different. Like just think about it. Your product which you're gonna to sell in the traditional average ads, like it will be just converted into AR filters or AR experiences. What AR can do exactly? Let me just tell you. You will be using a while you're trying your dresses, you will be just go to the trial room and just try on it. Instead of that, just think about you will be trying the digital dresses on your behalf at your home. So the digital dresses like try-ons. Yeah. So it will be like try-ons. So there are many companies just involved in digital try-ons. For similarly, Clonara, DressX,
So now these are just accompanied with Lens Studio with the advanced 3D mesh body tracking, and now they are just giving a 3D body tracking and providing cloth simulation to like you'll be feeling like a real clothing. And there's gonna be soon a digital marketing, like a digital clothing fashion show. It's gonna be in 2 months. So these are the updates on digital sales of clothing. And coming up to makeup elements, many of us may see the AR filters in Instagram, Snapchat. Everybody will be seeing in that like a virtual makeup. Or you can take Maybelline as a best example. When they're launching their new colossal, they just use their Instagram filters as a circular motion, like a spin wheel. You have to spin the wheel, and when the wheel comes into some end, you will be using the new crayons with multiple colors. So indirectly, they are just pitching their brand into your mind. So it will be fun. Who will believe that the Instagram follower or a Snapchat follower will be your brand ambassador? No one will do that if you ask so. But think of that. If your content is really like capable of to put storytelling and really impressive to play tricky, then everybody will use that. Moreover, 500 million active users are there in social AR. It is Instagram or Facebook or else Snapchat. There are active users, at least 500 million users. And well, compared to the traditional ads, at least 76 seconds they are trying the filters. So it's usually take 24 seconds to capture a human brain with a similar content. That's why we are just taking at least a video up to 1 minute, but it will in a 70 seconds you will be gradually without it just making them to sit still. You will automatically enter into your mind, because social media is what is just sharing messages. If your content is really viral and it can give us some blasting moments, it will happeningly will be shared. That is what now brands are optimizing in augmented reality. In augmented reality, now they are using making customers to try and buy. Yeah, because while you go to somewhere, you really want to try it, because without try you can't just take it just like that. So now from shoes, dress, makeup, earring, neckwear, handwear, your handbags, your fridge, washing machine, house utensil, whatever it is, through AR you can just try it in your home, whatever it is, just not living things. Other than that, anything non-living objects you can try it in AR before you buy it. And next thing which is optimizing is not only in buying or selling things, even in touring packages. Many of them are aware of touring. Before you go, they'll be showing some pamphlets or they will show you video. But now they're engaged with AR portals. Like they're giving a portal experience through you can just visit to the world through your phone. So before you go to somewhere, you can just get into the virtual portal. There'll be assistant to if you want to explore something else. So you'll be getting into that and you will be seeing the places which you exactly gonna see in a real place. After that, you can choose where you want to visit. And then augmented branding materials. Okay, so I said like Instagram and social media are just one of the platform to carry your brand. How long it is possible? So to remind that the high resistance elements is just got broken out, because the user generated content are high in social AR. Since AR is really impressive and connecting people through social AR, they'll be very much engaged. At least the age category between 16 to 24 will be really engaging on your products, and their contents will be more shareable, and the count of sales will be improved much better around your brand. So leveraging your augmented reality to B2B is like a training element, like not just training your employee or that, train your customers. Actually, you will be giving knowledge to your customers. AR is just not a fantasy thing. You can educate people through it very easily. Like sitting with the customer care and just making a call and making them understand. You can just ask them to video call through the particular software which we create through AR, and we can train them hand to hand, where it will be more reliable, and the trust about the brand will be very much increased, because you're promising them will be with them for 24/7. So instead of a phone call, we will be directly leading them to do whatever they want, like teaching them or just a minor repair or to check it out what is happening. So through that, AR is a best one to support the businesses and to get it to leverage the next step. Benefits of AR filters. So As you already said, AF filters. So at present, for marketing purposes, AF filters are really a best investment and affordable investment, because any individual can create a AF filter because the softwares are really free. Like for Instagram and for Facebook, it's Spark AR, and for Snapchat, that is Lens Studio, and their capabilities are really awesome to go to just showcase your brands with high potential. And these social media users really will engage with your brands, because think of it, if there are many influencers and many peoples are following each other, so at least I'll be following the mutual person which you follow, the probability is more than 25%. So if I'm just engaging with your content, and if the content is shared and it is really amazing, then the content will be multiplied, so the engagement will be very, very awesome. Even then post or then stories, the filters are really engaging with people very blastingly. And the greater engagement is like, just think of it, when Fanta released their new product to guess their variety of new Fanta, they just created an infinity runner game in Instagram and Facebook. So the retention of the game is at least 7 seconds to 30 seconds. Many of them engage, like within a week, over more than 10 million people got engaged with that. Even we can't imagine that 10 million were engaged, and many of them guessed, and they even conducted a campaign that whether they guessed right or wrong to promote them. So this type of high engagement is merely possible now in social media, and the brand can just target their right audience. I can show you how to find your right audience and how to create the correct awareness, and how can you connect with the country which you want to focus, and I'll be telling you next by next. So I already told you that the one who uses AR filters will carry your message to others. Yes, because we'll be indirectly infusing our product to them. We will do that because while we are creating a just element by the focus of a brand, we'll be telling them, like, just think of a catchy game. Like, we can use a shopping bag and just create some product which we on focus. If they create that catch that product, we can add 3 points to them, and we can just use the scorecard, and we can give them prize away. And we can, if they are in a competition like a who scores more, that will boost them. That boosting will just carry a message to another person, so they will know, okay, which company it is. And many of them think only people follow people. It's just a myth, because if a person likes a brand, they will usually follow us on Instagram and other social handles. That's more possible to just follow us. So through that, if they are really engaged to our content, if they are really active in our content, then our filters will also be activated on them. And if they are active with our filters, then there will be our message carriers. So they will carry that message to others. Through that, our brand awareness will be wide. And the brand should be focused on whether they need a brand awareness or product awareness, or they wanted to just engage people, or they wanted to gain more customers. It's up to there and up to the engagement. And before pursuing the filter, they should be just concerned about that. And when you're just giving the filter by teaching like a game, like okay, let's think about the any electric devices like a laptop itself. If the game is like a showing in a real world visualization, because a face filters have face filter which will try on, like before buy you can visualize your products, portals, games, because mini games are very famous to engage your products. So on that, by giving your product on reality, and if you are teaching them that your product will be do exactly, then the loyalty on your brand will be increased a much lot. This is what a brand needs, the loyalty and the trust which the customers keep on us. That will make us keep high in the market. And I already told you that how to get stats. Actually, this is one of the filters I worked. So this was just put within 24 hours. So these stats showing just 24 hours. It's for a makeup brand. It's a try-on. So for 24 hours, they have an impression of 8.5 million. And many of them engaged and many of them shared. You can see the users, it's 8 million and the share is 12.1K. So instead of a traditional way of ad, so through these AR filters, really the reach out is at least 25% to 40% higher than what they did. And the advancement and the investment they did is really affordable and really profitable. and the saves because it's a filter, so they are usually save and capture and they'll be sharing it. So through that sharing only, it will improve a lot and lot. So they focused on proper clients, like proper gender and proper age guys, because it's since a makeup, they will be focusing on women with a middle age category who will use it reliably. So through that, they just gain this within 24 hours, like more or less 24 hours. So this is the first achievement on insights we get it. So through this, you will be getting the impressions, like how many of them were engaged, like opens, how many of them opened it and saw it, like captures, so who are all took pictures with that and saved that, and how many of them shared it. The 12.1K, it's a share. And the one who uses it thoroughly, like they don't need to capture, they don't need to share, put a story or a post, just to use it. How many of them got used? It's 8 million. Isn't it enough for a 24 hours? So they actively gained at least 10% more followers with that time. This is audience stats, which we really needed. For a brand, when they are creating AR filters, the first thing they want to focus is the age category where whom they are focusing, and the gender category whom they're going to focus, and then the country which they are focusing on. So this makeup look, because our India, there'll be heavy makeup or light makeup, both are affordable. But when it comes to other regions, some regions only require light makeups and a little matte finish. And when it comes to some upper countries like Iraq, something, there'll be very light lipstick only. They only highlighted lipstick, so there'll be try-ons are very well different, but the makeup look they want is little bit shinier. So that much we have to think of which country we are focusing on, which gender we are focusing on, and the age category. So this filter is highly engaged with male people, because that rayon is just like a face glower one. So you can see the age categories which they got interacted more. And this is a country stat, so it's mostly engaged with India, because we are focusing on India and they are Indian brand. So this shows the stats which country we are focusing and which country is really engaged with us more, and the gender and the age category. So these stats which I showed is on Instagram and Facebook. These stats are from Instagram and Facebook users. And now this is from Snapchat. So Lens Studio. So after that certain time, the audience and subscribers will be increased. So if they like your contents, if they like your posts, if they like your filters, they will automatically look for who did this, and they usually get into subscribe, because like followers count here, subscribers count will be counted there. So you'll be getting more subscribers and you will be visualized more. And this is the timeline stats. As like the impressions and opens, it be plays and views among the time period will be shown. So this is the major part for every business and branch which they should focus on: retention. So how much time they are spending in a filter, that is what matter. The user generated content which we use, it will be driving them with us, because while using them, at least you can see that the playtime of a session is 7 seconds. 7 seconds. So a minimum playtime is 7 seconds. So while they are engaged with 7 seconds, usually the experience will start begin. Each experience will carry between 15 seconds to 30 seconds. So these are the second limit. The experience will go on. It can be a randomizer, it can be a mini game, it can be a visualize me, or it can be a target tracking. Whatever AI experience is possible, how much you're influencing your product indirectly, how much they are getting you correctly, and how much they are sharing. This is what the retention speaks, and how much place and how much time they are spending with us. That is where we succeed. So these are the basic elements and major elements for at present business marketing in AR. Because AR is a tool where you can educate, where you can learn, where you can do market, where you can sell. So on this, I just focus now on business marketing. So for marketing purpose, AR filters through Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat really plays a vital role, and they are in lead. So other than that, is AR is only for marketing? No, that's not at all. Because while coming to learning or while coming to teaching something, AR plays a major role. Let's consider as an industry. If it is an industry, training some set of people to do some hardware work and just checking on them, instead of that, through AR, we can educate them with the MR experiences, and they can get into hands-on training. They'll be teachable. Once they've done something, and when they're getting deducted, and they'll be going into a next step. So the teaching time will be very less, and the effectiveness of getting wrong is really less, and it's really effective to teach them. And while the juniors are doing work, if they really need support, instead of getting the seniors on live, they can be connected via virtually, and they can teach them. Like they will be on a hands-on training at anywhere they are. There's no need to travel, and there's no need to be delayed, and there's no need to wait until it get any hardship. So they'll be online and with us, and with them to teach them. And on the other hand, come to when it for empowerment or just getting on hand. So when it come to just empowerment, so these filters are really free of cost to make. Like if you have a knowledge of 2D, 3D artists or imagination, you are just allowed to do whatever you can through your filters. So AR filter makers can make money. Yes, they can. They can make much money, because once you're providing a good content with your filters, you will be visualized. So when you're visualized, you will be automatically connected with brands. You can pitch yourself that which you're capable of. Your work is really capable, then you will be getting monetized easily. So monetization is not depend on how reliable the industry is. Monetization is depends on how creative you are, and how high your work is. So this is how it will work on marketing, and this is how now AR is evolving in business. So B2B is handling with this, and now even Flipkart, Amazon, and everything is handling with this in AR, like to showcase their new capability, to showcase their new product, and to engage their customers. They're using it in their app. You can go to your Flipkart app and go to the camera go. You can see the AR filters there. And when it comes to sports team, many sports team now are reliable and just got into AR. Like I'm collaborating with the sports teams like Punjab Kings, ATK Mohun Bagan football team, Chennai FC football team, Jamaica Talwas cricket team, and Dodgers Nation baseball team, and now with the sports Star Sports Pro Kabaddi, and with now collaborate with Z Enterprises for the reality show, and they are now relying on AR, just like they want to advertise themselves. So to engage content, they are now getting into AR filters. I can showcase you how they are getting engaged now. So this is a portfolio, and you can see that they're engaging with their players, the Pro Kabaddi. I said now the Pro Kabaddi matches leagues are going on. So they're engaged with their content to promote their players. So Pawan is our player here. So just like with the 4 cards with 12 combinations for the 12 players, we just created this filter. So there'll be 12 combination on this. So once people is trying on that, this filter will take 15 seconds time to get the answer, because this or that filter. So by that time, you will be getting to know that you're just engaged with the game. So the engagement of game, the new word, because if someone who doesn't know anything about Kabaddi, when it's continuously coming to Scarping, King, a bonus point, or Dubki, they will just come to know what is it. So that knowledge, they will be get engaged. Oh, this much of players and their favorite players. People with just like one player whom they want. So when the combination they found that, they will be again sharing it, that they got just engaged with their player. So they will share it. So by that, they will be get promoted and promoted like a chain link. And this one for Dodgers Nation, and this one for ATK Mohun Bagan. Like when they are promoting the ATK Mohun Bagan club, we did this. So they are promoting their club. So this is for promoting the players, and this one is resembling the player, and this one is promoting the club. Likewise, this filter is done for tourism. So like a virtual tourism, when you're giving packages, before they go to the place, they like how to look at that place. Like even in a portal, instead of portal 2, you can just show some places like this, which you will experience like a selfie. So they can create that. And this is for Jamaica Talawas to promote their fan cheering moment. Like they just wanted to say wow to their fans. The fans should get cheer up. They want to boost it. So for that happening, we use that. And this was the portal experience I called it. So this one is like a virtual portal, which you can see I entire Christmas setup. So instead of that, even for real estate, they can showcase how the project will be before they buy, and or a furniture company can show how their product will be on the place, virtually they can show that sofa will be on gray color and it will have black buttons, it will be in a leather or it will be in a crayon. So they can showcase that, or the wood types. Or if they wanted to someone really want to decorate their filter, they can select some products. Or AR experience, they can select the objects they want, like a light or sofa, table or chair or shoe rack or any television. So once they selected, a portal can be created, and inside a portal you can show it is all placed. And if they want to change the colors, they can change it. If they want to move the place, they can move it. If they want to show other pieces which suits them, they can do it. So through AR, they can customize them works and customize it and see that how it is working. And a virtual try-ons, and for the player sharing one, and to boost entertainment, just to cause some entertainment feel, just for not for a business perspective. If you were engaging with someone, why don't you give someone a look like an engagement one? When they are cheering, when they are boosting, and when they are getting pride, they will usually share it, and it's a funny one. And the most important thing for filters to get more runners, we just need to give a transition. Because even in a normal reels or post, the transition post will get more likes and more views. Because after 3 seconds, the user will usually wait to see what the end result is. So to see the same end result effect, the filter which is using transition goes more. And here it was done for a Darwin biological conference. First time a biological conference go with AR filter. This is the first time actually they did this. So this is called conceptual setting, like it attached to the event. It is not something random filter, it actually adapt to the event. It is a conference, so ID card is must. So through that ID card, the date is must when it's going on. They just wanted this filter just to promote the event and the date and time. So this filter is really aligned with them. Without the alignment, the creation of AR filter for a business, it is not suitable and it has no value, because it should be reasonable. Because if we are creating anything related to car, we can't put a makeup on our face. If we are creating something related to a food, we just can't use a real-time simulations like a car drifting or anything. If it is a food, we need to create something relevant to food. It can be in which food you want to eat, or how your food will look like when it is on table. You can do it in a real world. Before you just try it, you can eat it. Or you can do something like a menu like filters, or menu like AR experience, not just filter, menu like AR experience. And after menu like AR experience, you can make them to buy it. So this is how you can do a reasonable AR experiences. So this is what a must to go. And these one are made for awareness. So a difference between business and awareness is business will have efficiently a simple requirement, like we want to launch this product, we wanted to create awareness of a product or awareness of a brand. But when you're doing it customizingly, like you can be a sponsor of some event, there's no need that you have to be a only brand and you have to be selfly doing. You can be a sponsor to anyone. So why you are sponsoring indirectly, not indirectly, you will be infusing, like injecting their product into your filter. Like imagine that there's a cricket team, like some drink company is sponsoring them, means you can create a filter like when they're sipping their drink, they will automatically get transformed into a player. So you will be influencing the user to drink the drink. It can be energy drink or whatever the company they're sponsoring. So as a business, the company brand is getting engaged, and it is emerged through the team which is working on. And the team will be holding active users at least of 1 million or at least of 900K. So they will be actively engaged, and through that they will be sharing it, and many will be engaged with that. So through this, a business will be very much smoothly going on a promoting basis. And this one is done for Punjab Kings, and the regional based filter, like the look, how they will look when they are celebrating it. So this is how usually business will evolve on. So it will be rely on how much you are involved your filter, and you should be focused on what are your clients, like the age category or gender category, and how you are gonna to reach them. And then the correct people to reach. Like instead of putting a random filter, we need a correct audience. So we have to select with the audience. And the third thing is connecting with the correct content which will engage. We can't just put any content we want. We should be connect them with the proper content, and they should be written on it while we are showing the content, and should be shareable. So through that they will share and they will carry a message to others. So this is how the business will be really using AR advisable and will be immersive. So that's it. Thank you. And any questions?
So thanks a lot for the session. I think we have heard a lot of the AR filter and stuff. People using it, building the brands out there, and utilizing at least to reach millions of people, as you have shown us how
Sorry.
you have reached.
We have a bit more time, so we will put some adverts, and then we will do the Q&A. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah, just wait for a second.
Okay.
It was a very nice. I like those images with the guy with the hat. It was really nice.
Thanks.
You do really nice stuff.
My name is Samal Sokol, and I'm
Actually, your voice is breaking. So, Sandy, can you convey me?
I say you do really nice stuff.
We are going to sponsor the whole.
I think I can hear him perfectly.
We are able to.
Like he's saying that it is looking good and it is really nice.
5 minutes.
We also hope that you
Thank you.
find out a lot of new stuff. You are
Get some water. You did really well.
The chance to our workshops where we run the workshop in the spur.
Okay, one second.
Hello. Hi. Is Gayatri still on the call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Gayatri. I'm Abhiram. I'm part of the speaker panel, but I have a question for you regarding your talk just now. I'm not sure if you'll have the answer, but just a thought. You mentioned the different use cases of the AR filters, right? Now, one of the problems is bridging the gap between marketing and techies, right? So you are a techie, like I'm also in a tech background, techie, but the marketing team is typically who uses all of this for their use cases. They are more in touch with business, right? So how do you bridge the gap? As in, like, how do you make people aware that all these options are out there, right? And how do you like basically find better use cases for your tech?
Okay, so asking like how can I just merge with people with the marketing as well as with the technology?
And how do you bridge the gap is what I'm asking. We are two different worlds, right?
Actually, it is not. Because what you'll be doing marketing, you will be creating a awareness, doing a campaign, or you'll be creating some creative post. So they are non-AR. Actually, while coming, we design our AR technology. I'll be getting your data like whom your target audiences and whom you're focusing to produce it and what you're trying to do through your marketing campaign. What you'll be trying to do, you will be trying to get an awareness of your product. Is it right?
Yeah.
So I'll be getting all your non-AR data and I'll be put a collective data with myself, and then I'll be designing the user generated content. So while I done the AR experiences, but first of all, I will teach you how the filter is working and how you like how you just get your post into other people. Like you will be, when you're putting any post on social media like Instagram, you will be promoting it, right? Likewise, when we create our filters, we'll be giving you the demo, or we'll be teaching you that. You will be posting that, and you will be just setting it on a social media. Through that, our active users will be engaged with us, and they will promote us automatically. The active users of us, you guys will be promoting that through them, like using influencers or using someone who is really active through internet, like so there are more people here like
Guys,
who
the
is regularly
Q&A
active
will
with us.
start in 1.5 minutes, eh?
It hasn't started yet.
What was it? I think there was
What
some.
happened?
And stop sharing your presentation so we can see your faces. Thank you.
Oh, you have to stop. If you stop sharing your PPT, we can see you.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So
just
I
let us
think
clear.
I
Let me tell you clear one thing.
please. Yeah.
Okay. So like you asked, marketing is a non-AR element. What we are doing technically is a AR element. What we will do in a non-AR
We're not doing Q&A yet. We'll start in 1 minute the Q&A.
Okay.
Okay.
So the collective data of yours will help us to create filters, and we'll create that filter, and the active users will be a message senders. Then for non-active users, you will just evolve it into our social network. This is how it will work on.
Noted.
Abhi, if you have any questions, put it in the chat box. We can take
Start the Q&A now.
So thanks a lot for the session, and we have a couple of questions aligned. So we'll take up Abhi's questions first. If you can drop it in the chat, I can convey it to you. Before that, we have a couple of other questions that we might have to cover. So how do you think, this AR, VR tech is getting matured enough, or when do you think that would reach a level where every time, or every person knows, or gets awareness of, there is something called as AR, VR, which can be used with just your mobile phone. So how do you think, or when do you think that we will reach that point?
Actually, for fantasy case, AR reached this level now, like entertainment one. While education, it will take at least 1 or 2 years to evolve, like the limitation of devices and the limitation of or adaptation, it will take 2 years. But when you're asking about the AR, VR, and MR to get just like a normal thing, it will take at least 5 years. Because then after 5 years, how it will be like? It will be like telling that your teacher or your tutor is waiting for you in your virtual classroom. So wake up and get into your class. Just make sure to just charge your headphones. Like that, it will be going on. So it will take 5 years to adapt everyone, because the device matters, and the internet connectivity matters, and how the people adapting matters. So we will take at least a little time to get adapted. But once it gets adapted, it will be smooth flow. It will take at least 5 years.
So I think we can see in 5 years that things are getting evolved, and pretty much that everyone knows about. There is something called as AR/VR, and everybody would be using it by then. So another question that comes in with AR and VR, when we talk about, and every time we talk about this stuff, so it is it is purely for what we are doing, or what you have been showcasing as the filters for the fashion brand, or I would say the makeup specialist and people like that. So what are the other use cases that you see that can come up in the future, or what are the things that can be implemented? What is the real, or usefulness of these filters that you might see in other places apart from the fashion industry?
Okay, apart from fashion industry, as you already said, for tourism, and then for medical use cases like MR training, before the students get into a real body, they can get a virtual train on, like for a mechanical, for medical, for just like for aeroplanes, there are many costly elements are there. So many of them can't buy it. So instead of that, they'll be getting virtually trained, and there will be a less cost management, and it will be very reliable. Because if they do any mistakes in real world, they can't redo it or undo it before it gets, because the most elements are really costly. So instead of when they're doing virtual, they can just undo it and they can redo again. So for education purpose, it will be more reliable. Then for artistic kids, like who are is difficult to read or difficult to observe everything, they will be really getting engaged to VR because they get stimulations. Through stimulations, they will be treated so gradually because some institutes are researching that and they're really getting 60% more positivity on that while coming to medicine. And to create positivism, there is many therapy like to create a positive energy like for antidepressants. For that case and all, these virtual elements giving stimulation objects are using for therapies nowadays to get a good feeling. So for this also in medical industry and for a reliable therapy industry and everything is using it. For education, they're getting in hand now. And for industry basis, for training purposes, they're using that for their trainees. And it's severely going on in peak.
Yeah, I
So
think
these
that
are the
is a
other
really
industry I got
interesting.
admired.
I think that sums up the educational. More you have covered almost all the industries that AR can be touched on.
Yeah.
So, what are the things that can be useful for the new devs that are just getting into AR, VR, or Spark? Your foundation, you have been doing a lot of great work. So, what do you tell to the people or the new joiners? Let's say if someone is admired by this talk, and if they want to join in and jump in, start doing filters like yourself. And if someone is admiring you and want to follow your road path, so what are the guidance that you might give to them?
Okay, my first advice for them is don't just stop yourself by telling that I don't know how to do this. Because we here many developers are there in community. While you're kickstarting, even you're starting with Spark AR or Lens Studio or with Unity, whatever you are trying or with Unreal, we are here as a community like your first leads we just learned and we will be here to teach you when you are just getting your roadblock. So we will help you at every hand and just scripting knowledge is enough. That's not needed. Only with scripting knowledge, I have to get into this field or share a knowledge. No need for that. A simple key for a success in our AR field is imagination. Open up your mind and think of all the impossible things. Whatever you think impossible in real world, we can make it possible in virtual world. So just open up your imagination. And then by one, you'll be automatically learning it. Start with no coding elements. Like in coming to app, the no coding element is Euphoria. So you can use it. Like on a Spark AR and Lens Studio, you can create at least intermediate level filters with the no coding knowledge, but a basic understanding of how the nodes are connecting and the basic knowledge of learning the documentation and getting knowledge and a knowledge to ask question. Like asking question is different from just learning what we are doing. You have to just know, I'm just connecting one node with another node. I don't know what is happening. You should ask like that. You can't blindly ask, I just put everything correct, but my screen is blank. Because we guys don't know what you've done. So that your knowledge should be in a minimal level of asking us the exact question what you want. Then we can give you answers. There's nothing like your previous leads won't help you. Everybody is open-minded here and all the communities are very supportive and all community leads. Instead of developers, there is community leads are separated from us. Like the direct community leads from Spark AR and Lens Studio, there is engineers. If you have any doubt, if you're putting your doubts on the forum, they will directly help you on your doubts. And there's many resources openly, so you can easily teachable, you easily trainable. If you need any help, just connect with some of the lead developers who is really friendly to you and just get advice to them. Just get collaborated with them to get a visualization. Because we don't know, while you are a newcomer, no one will know you. But already many people know several developers. So just connect with them, showcase your work and ask them to collaborate with you. So while you're collaborating, they will tell you that they collaborated with you and you can tell everybody outside that you collaborated with them and just completed a project or a prototype. So you will be get a fame. So try this trick. So these things are helpful for a newcomer.
Thanks a lot for the detailed overview on how to get into this stuff and how to find help. I think more people will reach out to you after this talk, seeing your achievements and stuff, so that they can also learn from you on how to build a lot of awareness or create awareness with among developers, the new devs that are coming into this field. So I just want to sum it up by we can't just leave you with just that question. So there is a controversial question of using AR VR for goodness, right? So this is an industry that has been here for a long time, and it is not like something that is sustained, making us, or it is contributing anything to the society. So what are the things that you might want the new devs to focus on rather than the business aspect to it?
Like creating a AR, like instead of business aspect, what they can rely on? Are you asking something like that?
Yeah, it's similar to that. So what are the other things that they can focus on, just not on the business side? Let's say they don't want to build the next Facebook, but again, they want to have like an open source community where people can teach and people can learn.
Okay, so instead of a business, they can teach others. Like now I'm here. So I just took care as a business, and now I'm teaching many people because many are not affordable to learn what we get to learn. So they can teach them. And while you ask whether they can do next level after that learning air filters, you have to, when you are learn to do air experiences, then you will be learn to integrate with native apps. And the next step of that is, why don't you create your own plugins or anything? Because there's many resources or OpenCV and many tools are there. If you can create your own SDK, like there is a no code AR objective like PlugXR, because you need not to code. You can just drag and drop to create an experience. That is web AR, like 8th wall. The one of the best web AR solution is 8th wall. And other than this, we got a model viewer, A-frame. It requires coding knowledge, but the hands comfortable is 8th wall. So you can create something relevant to it if you are really capable, and if you are really just got bored by creating just AI experience, you can create AI platforms. So you can go into it and create it. And if you are really confident, just give a end-to-end solution. There's nothing like they done something for this problem, so there's no need for me to create another solution. Like just take for a modern medical in the real estate industry. Many are thinking that showing on image target, the 3-tier building will be shown on image target. So they got visualization, or by creating portal, they can visualize the interior. So many of them thought, okay, the problem is solved and the solution is on portal. There's nothing like that. You can create a portal with the value of redirecting them to the website, or you can integrate anything into it. The improvement is rely on us. If you think that the one solution is a solution, everything is closed. If we are capable and we can create new things, we can move one step further and we can get similar or much better than that. So just focus on that.
I think the new devs would get some inspiration on the roadmap of how they can get it. So thanks a lot for your time, and it was a pleasure hosting you.
Thank you. And thanks for having me here. If you guys want any help, I'm always there for you. So just if you want, follow me on Instagram, just at Gayatri Sri, and as well as on Twitter. So any help, you can ping me. I'll be there available for you to learn or to get just views. I'll be there to help. See.
Τι, πόσα.
Όχι ρε. Κάτσε να πάρουμε κι άλλες, γιατί σε 5 λεπτά, γιατί είναι 2 και 37.
5 minutes, yeah, 5 minutes to go.
Και πρέπει
for
να
the intro.
ξεκινήσει 2 και 45.
You need to start. Τι ώρα είναι? In 8 minutes, you're gonna start the intro. Two minutes.
1 minute to go.
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 So good evening, everyone. So the next speaker is Siddharth. Siddharth is a developer relation engineer at Storyblog. He loves to talk about communities and hackathons and has been actively involved in the space for 3+ years now. He is also a GitHub field expert, DigitalOcean navigator, and founding organizer for Hack This Fall Hackathon. So now the stage is over to Siddharth to give us some knowledge on headless CMS, Swiss Army knife of the web.
Για κάνε κλείσει εσύ. Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for doing this. I'm going to be introducing you. So when your card comes up on YouTube, I'm going to introduce you, and then after that, we're gonna put you live. Hello. Oh, there is like a delay because I think I have the video on the other side.
No, it's fine. I'm just watching the live stream too.
Oh, okay. And once you finish, we're gonna go in a Q&A, so we can do some discussion. And yeah, Is there any questions you want me to ask you or anything you want? I cannot hear
No, it
you.
should be fine. Is there like one live stream per talk, or how does that work?
Oh, this is the whole live stream. We started like really early today. It's one. You're gonna be the finishing keynote speaker.
Okay, so this Zoom call, is this being live streamed right now as we're talking?
Yeah, no, we're not live streamed. Nobody can see us. So I have like a AV guy, and he's gonna switch it to. At the moment, we're playing adverts.
Cool. Where can I watch the stream? Very interested.
Let me show you. Let me send you the URL. 1 second. I will introduce him first, and then you'll stream him. But let me send him the stream. There is a bit of a delay. Okay, so bear in mind. It's not perfect. It will be perfect if you are in person. Let me know if you want to come to Greece.
Definitely.
Just send me 2 or 3 ideas of talks.
Cool.
And then we can sort something out.
Great. When is the Greece conference?
27th of May.
Yeah.
Summertime.
Sure. Nice.
Okay, let me because the other people in the venue, they have closed down and they are going home now.
Sure.
How do you pronounce your name correctly? Just wanna
Tejas.
Tejas.
Yeah, that's good.
Tejas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. So I will say Tejas Kumar, Director of Developer Relations at is it Zata?
Yeah, you can say that. That's fine.
Zata, okay. Yeah, because X in Greek it's X, but it's like Zina, you know, that TV show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
African. Okay. Let's do this. Όταν είσαι έτοιμος, πες μου για να μπω εγώ να κάνω το introduction. Tejas, if you could take off your camera. When I finish, you switch on. I will switch off my camera, and you switch on your camera, and we will do.
Sounds good.
Okay. Awesome. Όταν είμαστε έτοιμοι να μπω. Όχι,
θα το δεις εκεί. Θα βάλω και τα tickets εγώ να φτώσουμε, να πάρει μια ανάσα γιατί δεν θα σε δείχνω.
Πρέπει να δω και τι θα πει, γιατί θα του κάνω εγώ με τις ερωτήσεις. Εμένα τώρα δεν φαίνεται η τέτοια μου. Δεν φαίνεται η... Ξεκινάω. Ναι.
Αφού έχει 20 δευτερόλεπτα τη λέει.
Οκ, γι' αυτό. Οκ, ξεκινάω, μιλάω. Πες μου πότε.
Θα σου πω πότε. Μόλις βγάλουμε την φιγούρα,
Hello, everyone. This is the closing of day 1, and we have a closing keynote speaker, Cityjsconf Kumar. He's joining us live from Berlin, I think, in Germany. He's going to be talking about a world-class experience through evergreen documentation. As you know, Tejas is the Director of Developer Relationship at Zata. So, yeah, here you go, Tejas.
What's up? Hey, thanks so much for having me. I'm glad to be here a little earlier than planned, but still, it's great to be here. Thank you Cityjs organizers for kind of putting together this virtual event. And thank you, attendees, for being here. Just one note as we move forward, I won't be able to see your comments in the YouTube feed because that would distract me. So if there's anything, I'm sure Aris will leave a note here in this little conference chat situation we have going on. But hey, I'm really excited to be here with you and talk to you about exactly what Aris mentioned, what we believe is world-class developer experience through evergreen documentation. And at Zata, actually, it's probably better to do a little introduction to myself and to the company I work at. Let me just share my screen quickly if I can. I don't know if I can, but I hope this works. But here, this is the plan for today. An intro. I'm Tejas. That's pronounced. Actually, it's an Indian conference. I don't need to teach you how to pronounce it. It's great. And I'm at Cityjsconf _ on Twitter. And I'm the director of developer relations at Zata.io. And really, we're trying to build what we consider the best managed database on the planet, right? And with that comes high quality developer experience. Like, we want developer experience that's better than what is considered standard. We want to go the extra mile and do work that makes developers feel like it's a nice thing to use. And we're starting with docs. So we don't really, our product is still a closed beta, so to speak. We're not publicly launched yet. We're going to shortly. But if you want, you can sign up for a waitlist on Zata.io. But hey, that's not what we're here to talk about today. I'm not here to sell you anything. What we are here to talk about is what we consider world-class developer experience through evergreen documentation. What does that even mean, you might be asking? Well, look, we're about to launch this product. But the problem is, as people start using it, there's nothing really that they can Google. Like, they can't search for, like, how do I do this with Zata? Because the product doesn't exist yet and documentation for it doesn't exist yet. So we're starting with documentation first. And as we're kind of counting up our costs and seeing, okay, how can we create not just regular documentation, but documentation we're proud of, right? We did a study and we kind of noticed some patterns that tend to happen with documentation for startups at our stage that move really fast. And these are really the problems that we've experienced with documentation at our stage. One, the docs websites can be slow, which can be frustrating. Like, if you're searching for, like, why is this thing not working? And you go to the doc site and you click on a link maybe to API keys or something. What's going to happen is if the page takes like more than a certain number of milliseconds to load, you're going to table flip. You're going to lose your mind. You're going to be like, oh, come on, man. I don't like this product. I'm going to go use something else. So slow is no, right? This can be frustrating. That was one thing we noticed that we don't want to have. Secondly, we noticed that sometimes docs can get outdated because the engineering happens so fast. Pull requests are merged, you ship to production. Meanwhile, the docs sometimes are left behind. If you've experienced this, you know what I'm talking about. So how can we create docs that are evergreen, that kind of just go with the code, that's almost generated from the code, you might say. So that was something we wanted to solve. And then third, docs are often what I'm calling opaque in impact, meaning you don't really know if they're useful unless you talk to someone, unless you go to a conference and someone tells you, hey, your docs suck. Like, you don't really know what the impact of your docs is. You don't know the parts that are unclear. You don't know maybe if you can help. And sure, some people may open GitHub issues, but a lot of people, I think, will just be like, yeah, there's way too much effort to open this issue, especially because I'm now frustrated and I'm coming to the docs. So they just rather not. And then you just don't know if your docs are effective or not. By the way, I don't know if you can see my screen or if everything's cool with the connection. So if you want, drop a note maybe in the comments, and Aris will let me know if anything's not visible, if the font size needs to be bumped or similar. So these are the three problems we noticed, and these are what we set out to solve. And this is kind of what we have with our doc site. So our solution at Zata is for speed, to deploy our docs from a CDN edge. What does that mean? That means when you request our doc site from your browser is going to do one request. This request is going to get literally just HTML. There's no server work required. There's nothing that's going to like go somewhere and fetch more docs and come back to you. That round trip is avoided. And because it's a text file, it can be compressed, it can be gzipped, it can be whatever, and what you get is really fast. But even serving it from a CDN edge is a huge deal because it's served from a cache on a machine that's really close to you geographically. That essentially means minimum latency. This is really, really important. Thankfully, we have a Vercel that is able to do this for us. We don't really have to worry about deploying our own CDN. So that was pretty much a go-to for us. Second, we want the docs to be automatically generated from source code or from code. And that's really important to us because we know that if we're not careful, docs can go out of date and things can go really bad, right? So how can we do that? We'll look at that in just a minute. Third, we want to know if our docs are having a good impact or impact at all. So if something's not clear, we want to know, and we want to make it as comfortable and as frictionless as possible. We're talking about world-class developer experience, right? We want to make it as frictionless as possible so that people can give us feedback and ask us to clarify. So these are our three solutions to these three problems. And I'd love to kind of show that to you today, and then we'll talk about some technical details. So if you can still see my browser, this is the doc site. This is docs.zata.io. You're welcome to go have a look if you want to. As mentioned, deployed statically as text files from a CDN edge, has generated from some parts are generated from source code. And of course, there's easy ways to share feedback. Let's walk through these right now. So how is it served from an edge, and how can I check how fast this is? Well, I think the best way is to probably do a Lighthouse test in incognito. So if I go here to Lighthouse in my browser and just kind of, let's run a report, right? So this is going to just run all kinds of tests with speed and so on. And it'll give us a score of performance and best practices, all these things. And as we can see, 100 performance, 95 accessibility, 100 best. This is pretty nuts. And we're proud of this. If we look at the best practices, the accessibility, it's just in some places we don't have enough contrast. This is good for us to know. Okay, so we can definitely bump the contrast there, but this is a very impressive score. What this means is our time to first byte or our time to interactive is 0.2 seconds. That's nuts. That means if someone's having an issue, if they want to know more about like API keys, they click here, it's instant. And that is what we believe is a world-class developer experience. So that's one thing. Secondly, what is this code generation business we're talking about? Well, at Zata, the main way you interact with our product from your product is through an API, is through a REST API. And so this API needs to be clear. I can't imagine the pain you'd feel if you're trying to do something with our API and you get some unexpected behavior, usually because maybe you called the wrong endpoint or something. So we have this API reference over here that contains a lot of operations you can do. For example, if you want to get a table's columns, you can see this. This entire page we're looking at here, the content here is 100% generated from source code. This is not markdown. We literally have a giant like 30,000 line YAML document that describes the API that the backend engineers and the front-end engineers use to write code, right? So we ingest that document, process it a bit so it's compatible with the UI, and then render it here. I can maybe show you that as well. This is an internal GitHub repo. So I need to be a bit careful that I don't show you too much, but if we go to public, it's public, right? So this is really the file. It follows the OpenAPI spec. And it's just, I mean, okay, not 30,000 lines. I was wrong. It's 3,000 lines, but it's a lot. We use this on the back end to generate API stuff, we use this on the front end and so on. This also gives us this entire thing. The advantage of this is when somebody changes the API, they change this document, and that then influences the backend development and also influences the front end, and the docs are just magically up to date. We're really, really proud of this. In fact, we even have technology that will give us like deploy like a screenshot of this repo at a certain branch versus the main branch on the doc side. And so it's very, very powerful. So that's how we're able to keep the API reference constantly up to date. We can even do an API preview at a given branch. I won't do that now, but we can because there's some internal stuff I probably shouldn't share. So that's the code gen piece. The third piece, the way we're making this world-class and solving issues with docs that we see commonly is to measure the impact. So say, for example, we go to API context. What's that about, right? And we go to this page, and maybe you don't understand something, like you don't understand this. What does some things mean? I don't know. So if you click this button, please clarify this. This will actually open an issue on our GitHub repo internally that I monitor, and I'll know, okay, someone doesn't understand this. I can clarify it. I can say more. You can copy a link to this, send it to a friend, and it will highlight exactly that piece for you so they know where to go. So that's convenient. But above and beyond, we really like going the extra mile at Zata. So what we can also do is this little feedback button here. If we click this, we can describe, hey, this page is unclear because blah, blah. In fact, let me highlight some text, right? And I can say now, this page is unclear because blah, blah. And I can choose to include a screenshot. And if I do that, I quickly get asked for permission. I can even share my entire screen if I want to. I can share other windows. I'll just share this tab. We'll take a quick screenshot. And if I send this, this also creates an issue in GitHub on a repo that I monitor with the screenshot, and I can iterate and help you. So we're able to really track the impact our docs are having. So that's 3 ways we're really taking docs seriously. Of course, there's a keyboard shortcut to search, because why not? We have no results for hello, but something like, yeah, there we go. So there's many things there, but I figured for the purposes of this talk, I can highlight one of them. I don't think we'll have time to go through all 3. And ideally, I'd be able to monitor your comments and find out which one you want to go deeper on. Since there's no one here in the Zoom call and it's probably on YouTube, I don't have access to your comments at this moment, so I can just pick one. But let's look at some code and write some and understand how this works. What I think would make a lot of sense really to look at is this whole incremental static regeneration piece. Like how can we do that with code? And we'll also talk about the trade-offs between client rendered, server rendered, static, and see why we chose to send HTML files from a CDN instead of doing some server rendering magic. To do that, we'll need a minimal repo. So at localhost, I have running just the same docs repo, but without any magic. And we'll slowly add magic to this, okay? So let's recreate a very simple doc site like this. What we want is initially, right? If you're working on any website, docs, marketing, whatever, what you want is somewhere to store your data. And you're probably starting from a place where you don't know who's going to maintain it. Maybe there's going to be content writers, maybe it's going to be coders. You just want something that's relatively easy to maintain it. You kind of want a CMS or something. And this is actually where Zata makes a lot of sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually use Zata as my data source because it's easier to type and maintain stuff there. So if I run Zata init, it's going to ask me, do you want to pull from an existing database? I said, no, I'll create a new database. I'll call it Cityjs. So it created a schema for me. So if I go look at it now, I should have a new folder called Zata with a schema. And a schema really just describes the structure of my database. So I have a list of tables here, teams and users. I don't need either of these, so I'll delete them. I'll create a new table. I'll call it pages. Why not? Pages really don't need any of these columns, right? What they need is, they need a column named content for text, probably. And its type is text.
Tejas.
Yes.
I think it shows a different screen. I can see here like the schema. Wait a second. No, I can. Wait a second. Yeah, now I can see it. Before I wasn't. Okay, that's
cool. Thanks. Right. So I have a table, pages, with a column text, with a column content rather. That's text. But I also need some way to probably identify this via a URL. Like on our doc site, we have, if we go to docs.zata.io, we have, each page has its own little like route here, right? So we need a slug or something. Let's just call it slug. Slug string. Okay, save. This looks like a schema I'm happy to go with. Maybe we'll just add tags as well, just to be a bit extra. Tags, we'll call it multiple. I don't really know. We'll find out. We'll do Zata deploy to make this database go live. It's like, do you want to create a table pages? Yes, I do. I have a database. It's pretty nuts. We can actually go look at it. If we go to app.zata.io, what we're going to see is my new database called city.js. So Cityjs. So here we go, Cityjs. And if I open it, I see nothing. Like there's the table that I made, pages with these columns. That's exactly what I wanted. But there's no data. This can make developing a bit complicated. So what I can do is run Zata random data. And without even reloading the page, normally I have, here we go, just a bunch of content that I can consume on my doc site. This is pretty cool. So let's start by fetching some content and showing some content, okay? How do we do that? Well, we're using Next.js. Even for our main doc site, we use Next.js. We believe Next.js is actually the best way to build websites with React so far. So if you go to pages and index, this is the default route. So it maps directly here. And if I go to pages/page, for example, I get this, which tells me I have an empty H1. But if I save it, boom, you know? So each file in this pages folder maps to a route here, okay? So what I need to do here is I need to fetch my content from Zata and put it in here. If you know React, the way to do that is, on the client side at least, is with use state. So I'll have content and set content be empty for now, but in a side effect, I will fetch it from Zata. Let's look at how we can do that. Now, I probably want to get it by slug, and I probably want to use a query param like this, right? Slug equals Cityjs or something, or maybe even page. Let's do page equals hello, something like that. So let's look at how we do that. So what I do know is in Zata, I want to filter by slug. So I'll add a filter where slug is, for now, I'll do like Sterling Pigeon, right? Okay, great, I have this. So I can get a code snippet, JavaScript, copy, come here to my effect, paste, and instead of console logging the result, I will set content to result.records. I want the first one because we're filtering and there's really only one dot content. Okay, so now I've set my content in state. And if I render content here, and maybe not in H1, maybe in a div, probably is better, I will show content. Boom. Does it work though? It does work. Fantastic. But this is not my Sterling Pigeon, right? Because Sterling Pigeon starts with asequitir, random data. This starts, oh, maybe it is. Okay, who knows? But just to, oh, it actually is because I pasted the query param. So if we want to use the query param from the URL, we'll do window.location.search. We'll remove that question mark and we'll parse this whole query string using a node library called query string. We'll just get the slug or page, it's called, right, from the browser. So now empty by default, but if I do, you know, page equals, let's see, what do we have here? Oh, mi fama, so valued Weevil. Let's try that. Okay, we have Omifam. So this is actually getting stuff from Zata. It's fantastic. Now, does it support Markdown? Because logically, you'll want to write your docs in something like Markdown, right? So let's just do this and save. Does it work? Yeah, I don't like that. Thankfully, there's a library called React Markdown that does the job for us on the client side. So I'm just going to wrap this actually in Markdown. Does that work? Look at that. That's fantastic. And since it's Markdown, we can even realistically render some type of image. So let's try this one. I don't know. It's the first Jiffy I found. So if we go here, change our database to maybe have an image, this, save changes. Does it work? So this is kind of the starting point of a doc site. Isn't that incredible? The only drawback here is we're fetching this on the client side. That can be a huge problem. That can be a problem because if you notice when I load the page, there's initially like this empty state, right? And that's not so ideal. In fact, here, if your internet connection is a bit slow, like we can set timeout to simulate a slow connection. Let's do that. And we'll say like this request maybe takes like 1 second even, right? Then what's going to happen is, look at this. Look at that. Or if your connection's a bit slower, let's say 3 seconds. This is what your users are going to see first. And eventually when your network captures, that's Horrible. That's the stuff that makes developers leave your doc site. We want to avoid this. So to avoid this, we do something called server-side rendering. With Next.js, how you do that is you export a function called get server-side props. Get server-side props. And it's an async function. And what it does is it returns props, literally. That's what it does. And so what we're doing is we're kind of inverting control here. Instead of the state belonging to the client-side component, the state will be on the server side, and the component on the client side will receive it through props, okay? So we're going to copy this entire thing. Literally, let's just copy this entire side effect here and put it on the server side. So get away, right? And we'll do this here. Literally the same thing. Just instead of set content, we should assign content, okay? So let's just say const content is await fetch, and instead of this, we'll just return the content just like that. That's good. We now, of course, need to give props to this component. So we'll just send one prop that's a string. Say it's a function component with these props. So we'll have autocompletion here. We can remove the state. Bam, bam, bam. Very nice. And then we'll, of course, pass content through props as well. In fact, did you notice that this didn't give me an error because I didn't tell it which props? So now, if I don't have content, it's going to give me trouble. So I'll say content. This looks good, except we're accessing window, and this happens on the server. The server has no window. What the server does have is query. So we'll just change this to query. This is query string, okay? There. So we just moved stuff around. We're now on the server side. If we reload, there is no initial flash. Look at that. That's stunning. That is beautiful. That is fantastic. So it's excellent. The only thing now is we're still doing work on the server, right? So the server is still calling out to Zata on every load. So every time I do this, the server is like, hey, Zata, do you have new stuff? Hey, and this is putting load on our server for one thing, so you might get rate limited. But two, it's going to be like, if for whatever reason we're slow, you're going to be slow. Our doc site's going to be slow because there's a network dependency there. And also we're bound by the memory, the CPU of the server. If the server is slow, this will be slow. And we can again simulate that by, set timeout, and we'll assign, we'll just say let content in this case. Was that even going to work? No, because we return. Yeah, this becomes really complicated even to simulate. You get the idea though. Oh, actually, we can maybe, not then. Yeah, we can do that. So we can return a new promise who resolves with a delay. So we'll set a timeout to resolve with this, right? And we'll do that after 3000 milliseconds. Okay, so now we're simulating a really slow server. I may have messed up my brackets here. There. Maybe a bit overkill, but we can simulate what happens when your server is really slow. This. Did you see that? Look, in fact, let's go from a blank page. Watch this. That's nasty. I don't want to wait that long, okay? So this isn't ideal either. Why are you red? Content is incomplete. Okay, it thinks it's unknown, whatever, it's fine. So not ideal as well. How can we do better? And this is where static comes in. In case you haven't noticed, static rendering is the fastest way to serve data. You may think, why? Well, because there is no server work to be done. There is no fetching on the server. There is no rendering that fetch data into a string on the server. No server work. Also no client work. Literally, your client makes a request. Some cache somewhere says, oh, I have a text file, boom, download a text file, done, right? Static is fast because there is no CPU or network bind. It's just boom, just instant. You just get text, okay? So how can we then do this with static? One drawback is with static, we cannot use query params because it's static. You can't read this. I mean, you can on the client side, but if you're getting a HTML file, you'd usually use that through a file, like through a literal file. So what we need to do is for every row here in our database, Zatabase, we need to generate one static HTML file, okay? How can we do that? Thankfully, Next.js does this for us. Instead of get server-side props, we'll call it get static props. Okay, get static props. We don't have query, but we do have params. And you might be thinking, well, what is params? And this is where it gets a bit interesting. Because we need to generate one file per row in our database, we need this to be dynamic. We can't do /page ? The page itself needs to be the file name, the slug, okay? So this needs to become a variable, and we'll do it like that. When it's a variable, we need to tell it what values it can expect. What paths do we generate? Do that by export const get static paths. Yes, it's another export and so on, but this is also an async function that, watch this. It expects a prop fallback. That is, in case you can't find the path, do we show a 404 or do we fetch something on demand? Let's fetch something on demand. So we'll block, we'll check and fetch, and if we fail, we fail. And then the paths themselves, what are they supposed to be? They're supposed to be every slug here, basically. So we'll use this get code snippet again, but careful, look, there's a little cautionary note here. This is a temporary access token that's probably expired by now, okay? We need a longer lived one. So we need an API key, and there's a link to the docs here. So I know how to do that. We go to settings, we add a key, call it docs, save. Now I have a long life token. I can use this to interact with the API however I want. So I'll change that out here. By the way, one note, don't commit this in your Git, but store it in an environment variable and reference it like this. It's safer, okay? Also, by the way, fetching on the server side or at build time statically is safer than fetching on the client side because you don't leak your token to a browser's dev tools, okay? That's very important. So we have the token there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fetch as well. I'm just gonna copy this fetch actually to get static paths as well. So we'll go here. And what I'm going to do is remove the whole body from this instance because I don't really want to filter or sort. Okay, so now I'm getting everything, and I don't want.
Tejas, you know what the people telling me is that they cannot see they can only see your ID, but they cannot see the page that you are loading the content.
Sorry, say that again.
They cannot see. I think, I don't know if you have a browser that you are loading what you are querying from the fetch.
Yeah, I am.
But it's not showing on the window because it's getting cut somehow.
Okay. Do people see my my entire screen or no?
No, we can only see your ID.
Okay, let's fix that. How about now?
Yes, I can see the. Can you split the page into two halves? One half is the.
Yeah, I know. I'm changing like this. Is that cool?
No. The do half of the window. Put it on the other window you have.
Something like this?
Like that. Yeah.
Perfect.
And make the code a bit smaller.
Excellent.
And let's do a bit. Sorry, I was always thinking the same thing. That's why I cut you in before. So maybe comment out some of the code and we have time, so don't worry.
Okay, great, no problem. So anyway, so what we've done is we're trying to get static paths, right? So this is now dynamic. So when I was showing it on the browser, you didn't see anything. Okay, well, trust me, it worked. So what we're doing now is we're generating one HTML page per row of our database, right? Per this. Hopefully you see that now. Great. So what we're doing is we're fetching everything. And when we get the results, we're actually mapping over them to just get the slug over here. So s.slug. Okay. And now we have an array of slugs. So we'll assign this to something. It's actually content. That's fine. So we'll content.map. And we'll map these to static HTML file names, okay? So we have a slug, and we'll add an object here, params. Page is the name of our param here, page, and the param is just the slug, just like that, okay? So what we're doing here now, if we go to / let's try resolved frog from our database, we have a static HTML file. We changed value to Weevil to be a markdown document, right? So if we do that, just like that, look at that. It's fantastic. This is now a static HTML file. It's not server rendered. It's not client rendered. It's just a static file. This is valued space viewable.html effectively. So that's really helpful. We have one last thing to do, and that is populate a sidebar. We actually have a sidebar. Let's maybe put something here to know that we have a sidebar. Great, we have a sidebar. So what we're doing is, let's add the list of paths to the sidebar as well. For that, we need to fetch this stuff even in getStaticProps, because with Next, what you can do is you take your props, your array of props, and you can pass them to a page that contains all the other pages. So next_app is the parent of every page you see, and it has access to that page's props. So when I call getStaticProps from here, the parent also has access to those props, and this renders the sidebar. Okay, so what I can do is I can say sidebar items are sidebar page props dot sidebar. We can say, okay, of course that's red. It's not defined. We can add it. So we'll say items are an array of string, and then what we can do is we can render a little list whose items are. Let's get the items here. All right, items are items.map, and we need a onClick, of course, when you click on something. We need a label I. That looks good. Of course, that's intentional because we haven't actually fetched this, right? So we need a list of every slug. We actually have a list of every slug in getStaticPaths. You can reuse another function for this. I'm choosing to copy paste because I'm lazy. It's all good. So this is, let's say, slug request options, just to be a bit, let's say slugs. Okay. And we'll pass through props. Sidebar items is slugs. And again, it's just an array of slugs. We'll add that to our props here as well. Boom. And now everything's green, everything follows. If we reload, what do we have? Another error. So items may or may not be defined as well. So let's quickly nullish coalesce this. And now we have nothing. Why do we have? Let's quickly investigate. So slug request options are here. We're fetching data from Zata. We get results.records.map. We get sidebar items. We're passing the wrong name of the prop, right? We want page props.sidebar items, not .sidebar. If we save, we reload, boom, we have a whole navigation. I click here, I go to nothing happens. I need to add that. So we'll use the router as well. So we'll say const push, and we'll use the router, okay? And on click, we just push /i/slug. So now we have a fully navigable thing powered by Zata as our documentation source. So if we go to legible, whatever, what is that, Quagga, electric baboon, these are actually records in Zata. And of course, our good friend, the valued Weevil, who is a markdown document. We have this, it works. That's static generation. And effectively what we're getting is just a bunch of HTML files. It's really powerful because it's just text, but there presents one final problem that we'll solve, and then we'll end the talk there. But this so far looks good. I'm going to actually deploy this. Let's deploy it to Vercel. Yes. And it's going to ask me like who I am and so on. That's me. Do I want to? Yeah, sure. So now I'll deploy this. And while it's deploying, it's really interesting to inspect these build logs, because what's going to happen is it's going to, at build time, it's going to call out to Zata. It's going to get these records, and it's going to one by one create HTML files for them. And it does all of this in less than a minute. It's pretty nuts. We can follow along here. I think it's going to do npm install, which will give us a good amount of time to recap what we saw or maybe didn't see. So what we've done is we've created a database somewhere to put our data that will hold our documentation. It'll hold our documentation, and it'll allow anybody to edit it. Like content people can come here and say, hey, I want to just add a heading. They can write markdown, and they can add tags even. They can add tags and stuff, save changes, and it's just there, you know. So they can manage it, and our site is built from it. We fetched on the client side, and we saw how it can be slow in case of a slow network. We fetched on the server side, same thing. It can be slow in case of a slow server network. So we decided let's do HTML files to be quick, because as we saw in our initial docs.zata website, or maybe we didn't see, it's just exceptionally fast when profiled in Lighthouse. It just goes nuts. I don't know if you saw this before, because apparently I was only sharing my IDE, but when we put it through its paces, yeah, it's quite impressive, right? And that's because it's just a static text file. There is no client rendering, there is no server rendering, okay? So now if we look at the build logs, generating static pages, 0 out of 28. Isn't that impressive? So it generated, as you can see, 1 static page for each path. And if we visit this, let's take a look. What do we have? We have hello and nothing more. So let's actually go to a route. What was our favorite? Valued Weevil. Let's go here. And we should have a sidebar and everything. There we go. And look how fast. That's incredible. Because again, there's really no fetching happening. All of this is static. It's just text. The drawback here is because it's just text, how does it rebuild? You know what I mean? Like if some content person shows up and is like, hey, I want to change hello to shalom, right? What's going to happen? Is that going to rebuild? How do I rebuild? Do I actually have to like deploy every time? Gosh, that's not an ideal workflow. How do I? And this is where we come to the final piece of the puzzle. It's called ISR, or incremental static regeneration. It's bonkers, this stuff. What it is in your get static props function, right? If you return alongside props, if you return a little flag called revalidate, set it to true, save. Let's redeploy this. What this is going to do is pretty nuts. Now, what I'm doing, by the way, is I'm redeploying this website. So you will see there's a new build here. Okay, I'm redeploying. And of course, if I redeploy, it's going to, at build time, call out to Zata, it's going to get Shalom, and the new website will have Shalom. That's to be expected. So the new deployment that happens in about 30 seconds is going to have the latest state. What we're concerned about here is the content changing when the database changes without having to redeploy. Okay, and that's what revalidate true does. And we'll look at that in just a second, as soon as it deploys. So as we're here, we're generating static stuff again. We're just about done. I give it maybe 5 seconds more. And when it's done, there we go. So we can visit it and go to our, what was that? Valued Weevil. And what we'll see is, again, we should see Shalom here. By the way, okay, never mind. So Shalom, good. But now, maybe I want to change this. Shalom Cityjs. Okay, I saved it in Zata. Should I redeploy? With incremental static regeneration? No. If I reload the page, I see Shalom again. This is expected. But what's happening now is when I refresh the page, it's actually firing another request in the background to rebuild this specific page. That's pretty bonkers. So what's happening is when someone sends a request, then it recalculates the page, and the next request, without having to redeploy, has the latest state. So if I reload this now, I should see Shalom Cityjs, and it just builds in the background. So okay, I guess not. Vercel is having some issues today, so I didn't know if this would work. It will take some time though. In fact, we can look at just the logs to make sure everything's fine. So far, everything's okay. But this is exactly incremental static regeneration. So when you reload, it builds in the background, and you get the latest state. So we'll change this to Shalom Cityjs2. Reload, there we go. So we have Shalom Cityjs. I didn't redeploy, it just built in the background. As I said, Vercel is experiencing some issues with this today, but you can rest assured it will build in the background without having to redeploy. What triggers the rebuild in the background is a single hit, a single person coming to your website, right? It's effectively as if somebody comes to your website, clicks the redeploy button. It's pretty cool. So it moves the burden of deployment onto the visitor instead of onto your engineers. Again, let's reload that. I changed it to Shalom Cityjs2, and I get a stale result. I think it's still building in the background. Okay, there we go. So again, I didn't redeploy, right? It just happened in the background and I get the latest one. Vercel uses something called stale while revalidate to do this. It serves you a stale result, which may be a bit older as we've seen, but it serves you that stale result while building the new one in the background. So again, if I reload, I'll see a stale result until the new one is ready. And then I will see whenever it rebuilds, I will see Shalom Cityjs 3. There we go. So it just rebuilds in the background, serves the latest one, right? And so this way, we're able to serve static HTML text, but also in a dynamic way. We get the best of both worlds. We get like you serve text files from the CDN edge, but you serve it as well in a dynamic way such that when the underlying content changes, the site changes with zero client work, zero server work as well. And that at Zata is how we're able to get what we consider really world-class developer experience on our docs. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to talk about the code generation piece or the feedback piece, although we'll do that probably in another talk. But that's it for now. I'm curious to know what questions you have, and I want to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. That was really nice. I like the fact that you didn't only show the product, but you showed you explain a bit about how people that can write React, they can do Next.js, which is quite cool. Because as a conference, we're trying to get people from all different kind of levels of coding experience, and